do you want to tell me now, tough guy? I said, Ming, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to go fuck your mother.
The studio doors are locked. This is a closed set. Will Murray.
Who the hell is paying $250 to play poker with you and me?
Jason Kaplan.
I become a symbol of a pothead on the show.
Their world.
The relationship has deteriorated. No.
Their life.
What is going on around here?
And the Howard Stern back office.
You were screaming and fighting and being drunk. No.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason. Call 888-STERN-101.
This is the greatest show on earth.
Hello and welcome to Back Office Radio. This is Jason Kaplan with Will Murray and Teddy Knitter.
This fast transition sucks, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Will.
Oh, excuse me.
We're just working on Will's headphones. Never mind.
Welcome to Back Office Radio, the show where we talk about everything that's going on in the back office, behind the scenes, and give you the real opinions that we don't always have time to get out on the Howard Stern show or the wrap-up show. And this is really our time to shine. And Will and the audience and everybody, I am just filled with hate today. I got to tell you, I am just filled with
for a
hate.
good show, right, Jason?
I thought you were filled with Wendy's.
You know, Wendy's eating fast food isn't fun when you have to scarf it down 3 seconds
Jason
before the
just
show's
ate
done.
an entire meal in about 90 seconds, and my guess is he's going to barf second segment.
No, I'm a professional. I'll wait till after the show to barf, Teddy. We have a big show coming up today. Of course, we have our douche of the weeks. We have all new Page 69. We have all three of us. We're at the block party at Harrah's in Atlantic City, so we have a lot of stories from there. If you hear me breathing heavy into the mic, it is because I did wolf down a burger, and
I thought it's because you're fat.
And I'm fat.
Oh.
And I ran down here. Remember when Star Jones did that? It was like, we played that audio on the Howard Stern show. He hears, we had the behind the scenes at the block party. We had our big staff steak dinner, speaking of eating. A lot of people, if you follow us at that Stern show, or you could go to howardstern.com. We have pictures up from the big steak dinner. I was eating spoonfuls of butter and fat by the end of the night. And by the way, it was fucking delicious.
Yeah. I dared you to do that, didn't I?
You said, I'll give you $20, and I said, I'll do it for free.
I didn't have $20.
I figured. We also have an overlooked Howard 100 news story of the week, your calls and more. Give us a call, 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. Welcome to the show. Will, you all settled now?
Kind of. I'm getting there. I left my rundown somewhere.
It's so funny because...
I'm going Teddy Prep here.
Hold on a second. I can give you the rundown. Because I bring doubles of everything.
Good man.
That's why I'm an executive. Teddy's sitting there with nothing. Will is sitting there
notes on my phone,
frantically putting up his computer, and I have it all. Give us a call, 888-STERN-101. There's obviously a lot to talk about, and in fact, we're skipping State of the Office this week and jumping right to Douche of the Week because I think we're all infuriated with one staffer in here particularly.
We all feel very strongly on this issue.
And so we'll get to that in a second. But anything happened on the show this week that you particularly liked, Will?
Well, you know what the problem is, Jason? I don't even remember what happened this week. What happened?
My favorite segment of the week was the staff spelling bee.
That was great.
That was awesome. I love when people look retarded, especially when they're the people we work with.
Who knew it was impossible to make Steve Brandano look smart? You know what I mean?
And I love that he won.
Looked like a genius.
And he won with 1 point.
Right.
I mean, that's what's awesome about that game. Was there any words that you couldn't spell? Because I was telling you, if I was standing there when the word amateur came up, and I know this because I searched for amateur porn, I would have been there for hours trying to fucking spell that word.
Amateur? I would have got M-A-M-T-E-U-R.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm right.
M-A-M?
Yeah.
You just spelled mamature.
Excuse me.
All right.
I'm not that fucking retarded.
Right. Yeah.
A-M-A-T-E-U-R.
I am a huge fan of Jason Bateman. That was a big deal for me
that was
coming in
cool.
this week. Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah.
He was a great guest. It would have been cool if he opened up a little bit more, but I get it. I mean, but he was cool and he was a nice guy. And actually, Tommy Mottola was a cool interview. I love that.
Could have been a great interview. Could have been a Hall of Fame interview.
Well, we'll get into that in a second. But I do guys like Tommy Mottola and even Paul Lanka when they're on, they're from a different era. You know what I mean? And there's not those guys left. And it's just cool hearing the stories and you don't meet a guy like Tommy Mottola and have a casual conversation like Howard did often in your life.
They're like second generation Rat Packers.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. It's what we all aspire to be. We just rushed here, actually not rushed here, but right before this, we had a writing meeting. We have writing meetings and we all get together and, Will and I just jotted down some notes for the writing meeting here. So, if you want to so we're sitting in a writing meeting and I gotta tell you, I want to punch him in the fucking face. Sal Governale starts smoking a stupid e-cigarette.
Every meeting, he brings a cigarette and he blows whatever poisonous vapors come out of that thing into your face.
I want a ban. Gary, if you're listening, can you please ban him at the next meeting from doing that? It's disgusting. I think he does it just for attention. Maybe he's stressed out. I don't know. But I'd almost rather he smoke a real cigarette in there than smoke whatever the fuck that.
Is he on the thing the whole meeting? Because you're only supposed to puff that once or twice, and that's supposed to let you go.
He's on that thing all the time.
Yeah.
I think he has a few years to live at this point. He keeps at it.
One can only hope. We all take turns pitching ideas, and for some reason, Gary totally hijacked my pitch session today. And I was standing up there like a sucker for like an hour. I started pitching, and then he jumps in, and
I don't even remember that. What were you pitching?
I don't even remember. It's probably something horrible.
Maybe that's why he jumped in.
One of my favorite things that Gary did during the meeting was that, like being in third grade, he had to separate Richard and Sal.
Yeah.
He didn't want them sitting next to each other, and halfway through the meeting, he moved Sal away.
He moved Sal away, and Sal then immediately starts talking to Richie Wilson over other people's pitches.
Well, yeah, no, Sal loves to talk.
Yeah, anyone who will listen.
Sal loves to talk, and then poor guy. I'm sorry, guy. I just sat right across from you at the meeting. I know all my notes are about you, but during the course of our 3-hour meeting, so it is a long meeting, but Gary ate 2 bags of peanuts and 1 Hershey bar.
He was throwing it down.
Just reporting.
Well, it's right around lunchtime. You got to give him that. I mean,
starts at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and then goes to 1, so it's right in the middle of
I don't know.
Jason of all people.
Yeah, Jason. Well, yeah.
And listen, I wolfed after the meeting. I ate Wendy's as fast as a human being could possibly eat Wendy's. I'm disgusting too.
They're still restocking over at
The
Wendy's.
problem is Ted takes 3-hour lunches. So
I digest slowly.
Oh, okay.
No, Teddy's a very, very hard.
I don't
worker.
want indigestion.
Teddy is a very hard worker. Tim in Hartford, welcome to Back Office Radio. You have a comment about the spelling bee?
I sure do. And this is a serious question.
Sure.
Is Tim Sabian limited?
Is Tim Sabian what?
Limited.
Limited?
He wasn't even remotely close in spelling that.
There's a couple of things going on with Tim. Tim's obviously a bright guy, right?
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's obviously a bright guy. He is not a good speller. We get spelled, I have to burp, and I don't know if I should do the Howard Stern thing.
Do it.
Just don't vomit.
Nah, it passed.
I'm going to vomit.
It's a Wendy's burp, my friend.
Oh, God.
The worst kind.
The worst kind of burp. No, Wendy's is awesome. I love Wendy's.
Yes.
So I know Tim's a smart guy. Tim does have an issue with spelling, but Tim sabotaged himself on purpose, and I think he does it as a defense mechanism. He goes in there, he's like, I'm not taking this seriously. He's playing on his BlackBerry. He's making jokes. Did you notice, and you'll see this when you watch it on Howard TV, for Howard TV subscribers, that he kept, when other people were going, when he get the question wrong or right, he'd walk in a circle around Steve. Did anyone notice that? It was like the weirdest thing. He did it 3 or 4 times. He'd go, yeah, and he did a little walk, and then if he got it wrong, and he walk around. It was a weird OCD thing. I
heard he fixed the pillow on the couch.
Totally fixed the pillow.
He cannot leave that studio without fixing the pillow. We intentionally fuck it up. We throw it on the floor. We do whatever we can. But it's always back in the same place after Tim's done with it.
But I do not think Tim is limited, although I have to say, what was the one word? There was one word that was just he was so off on it.
Well, there was a couple examples. First, Steve said, I know vacuum has 2 C's or 2 U's, but I'm just not sure. And he actually learned from his mistake. The next time it came around, he tried first he tried 2 C's, and then the next time he tried 2 U's. The other 2 weren't even learning from their mistakes. They were just they spelled definitely wrong 3 different times, and I think Tim spelled it wrong the same time each time.
And Ronnie did that too. Ronnie did that. And Ronnie, I gotta say, Ronnie, who had all these histrionics earlier in the morning with John Lieberman, I hate when he does this. He's gonna be I'm cool and calm during the spelling bee.
But Ronnie's not supposed to be smart. He drives a car for a living.
I know, but
I mean, really, who are we kidding?
I mean,
he has to be able to read a stop sign.
Steve played it the way he'd been playing it in the office. He really didn't want to be doing it. He doesn't like looking like an idiot. I don't think he overacted or underacted. I think he was, pretty much himself.
He was angry.
He was angry.
He got really angry at Fred. Did you remember? Did you hear that?
No, I don't remember.
Fred questioned his spelling of Wednesday because he didn't say capital W. Oh, and Steve went nuts.
Oh,
you fucking asshole, what the fuck is wrong with you? I spelled that completely correctly. Don't bust my balls.
Does not take much to get Steve angry these days.
No.
It really doesn't. By the way, my brother just texted me. The word was definitely that Tim spelled D-I-F-F when he started spelling it.
D-I-F-F.
For definitely.
Whoop! Jason's chair just broke. Oh my God!
It was only a matter of time.
What a fucking moment! Oh my God!
I'm sure Howard TV has it on tape.
The piston on Jason's chair just came out.
Something.
Yes, it did.
It just collapsed like the World Trade
Why
Center.
can't we be on TV?
We have TV right there.
Yeah, but it's a month later. Oh, that's the
that
best.
poor chair.
Oh, what a fucking moment. Oh, my God.
We have in my catalogs I get from King Size Direct and other, fat guy places, they always have the fat guy chairs in the back.
Guaranteed to hold 1 ton.
Yeah. Well, do you remember that was even a concern going to Will's wedding? You sent me that email and he goes, yo, dude, I don't want me to be a dick, but the place told me the chairs can only hold 250 pounds.
Yeah, it was a real concern.
Yeah.
And didn't you try and go, what's the stupid thing with the zip cords?
No, when I was
on your honeymoon?
When I was on my honeymoon with my wife.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Zip lining.
Zip lining, yeah.
I couldn't zip line. Well, we took a bunch of pamphlets from the resort we were at, and so horseback riding, zip lining, parasailing, and then we start going through them all, and I exceeded the weight limit on all of them.
Nope. Looks like I'll be sitting on the beach.
They should have special horses for fat guys.
Oh, yeah, great. They're called rhinos.
Yeah, right. Go to India on your next vacation.
Yeah.
You could ride an elephant.
Yeah, poor thing.
Graham and Charlotte, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear that Gary was at the pitch meeting today. I thought he only came in the office Monday through Wednesday.
No, we're having writing meetings, and he was here today.
He was there front and center, my friend.
Front and center leading.
Gotcha. I just wanted to ask, who do you think the laziest person is in the back office?
I think you're talking to one of them on the air right now.
Other than Teddy?
Jason,
You saying
don't
other
throw
than
yourself
Teddy?
down.
Oh, other than Teddy.
Oh. The laziest?
The laziest. No one recently, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave up.
I got a name.
I gave it up for
up
Lent.
later.
Is it? Well, it's Benji, right? Guys, if you're tuned in the Back Office Radio, trust me, we're getting a Benji in about 2 seconds. In fact, we have so many calls up. Sarah and Virginia, who do you think we should nominate for our douche of the week?
Well, I thought Scott had it nailed until Benji came on yesterday. And, oh, my God. Way to sweep that and just knock it all out. Oh, my God.
Wait, which Scott?
From the block party, all that block party.
Oh, okay.
stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with you. Lorenzo in Florida, welcome to Back Office Radio. Who's your douche of the week?
Yeah, I definitely would nominate the couple, Lisa and Benji. I think it was so planned, and that's just they're the Vortex couple.
They are the Vortex couple. Dwayne in Iowa, welcome to Back Office Radio. Who's your douche of the week?
Well, I would have to say Ronnie was the leading candidate until yesterday's episode with Benji and Elisa. I just don't get it, and maybe you can shed some light on it, is how he doesn't understand with Gary and him on the wrap-up show. It's almost like when a kid goes to their parent and asks for something and they say no, and then they turn around and go to the other parent, and then it's just, how does he not get that correlation?
You know what, Will? Enough teasing, enough pussyfooting around it. Al?
Douche of the week.
Yay.
Teddy?
Yep, well, it's pretty obvious. Douche of the week this week is Benji Bronk.
And now you had a specific reason.
Well, I mean, more so, someone said earlier, the couple. I actually, in this instance, feel bad for Elisa because I think that she kind of got shafted, being that the song they wanted to play was the heavily produced pop song that she sounds actually quasi-decent in. So then why agree to come in and play a cappella, play on a piano when that song just totally sucks?
So you think he set her up for failure?
Yeah, totally. I think what he did to her is grounds for divorce. So Elisa, I'm sorry, you should break up with him, and Benji, you are my
douche of the week.
William?
I'm going to go with Benji as well. I thought about it long and hard last night because you guys immediately said you didn't like Benji, and I had to, think about it, so, a little more than that.
Yeah, you're not as reactionary as I am.
No. So there's a guy here, Ari Fink. Do you know him? He's the greatest guy.
Jam On?
Yeah,
he's the man.
Jam On. He's a good guy.
Ari!
He sent out a tweet last night. He's like, basically, Tommy Mottola is a legend in this business.
Yes.
And Benji managed to steamroll the interview completely. And it really got to me because I was like, yeah, you know what? I would really want to just hear from Tommy Mottola. And all of a sudden, the whole fucking thing became about Benji and Elisa.
And how about he can't, obviously he could have a difference of opinion, but he basically said, well, Tommy's opinion, even though he's a music legend, doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, they were killing themselves to perform for Tommy, so clearly his opinion mattered before they knew what he was going to say. And I guarantee you, if Tommy said he liked what Elisa sang, it would have been the most important opinion on earth. But because he thought it was shitty, then, well, of course, it means nothing. Music's all the opinion.
So,
Mr. Benji Bronk, you are my
douche of the week.
I also have Benji as my douche of the week, and quite frankly, you two could leave the studio because I could do this for myself for an hour. I said it on the news, and I will reiterate it here. If I was Howard Stern or Howard gave me the power, I would have fired Benji that afternoon, and he would not be here at work on Monday. I thought it was disgusting how he hijacked the show. He hijacked a segment. When the segment spilled out through the commercial breaks into the hallway, he got up and left the show. He kicked out the cameras. He wouldn't let us be with them.
He ignored Gary.
He ignored Gary. He treated Gary with an insane amount of disrespect on the wrap-up show to the point where I can't believe that Gary didn't fire him or punch him.
I think he wanted to.
That was the maddest I'd seen Gary in a long time.
Yeah. He staged some fight or something in the hallway where he had Elisa throw a cupcake at him. So not only did he ruin a perfectly good cupcake, which is a crime in and of itself, there is cupcake. It's still there. They brought
there's stains on the carpet.
They brought our people up to clean it, and you know our people. They brought the janitors to clean the carpet, and it's still a mess.
Why don't you get down there and suck it off? Steam clean, baby.
It broke the 2-second rule.
Now, I saw Benji pull you aside earlier today.
Yeah. Benji,
what did he say?
Benji pulled me into the green room about an hour before our show.
He said, "Hey, can I borrow a pair of pants?"
Benji, by the way, Benji had lost a lot of weight for a long time, and now with me losing weight and him gaining weight, I think we're getting close to him being bigger than me again.
Equals.
We're not there yet, but it's moving in the right direction for me. Anyway.
You better calm down. You better not get too comfortable with that girl because she really is a 10. Like, say what you want about her personality, about the way she sings. I think she's actually a good singer. She is a beautiful girl and way out of his league. Gorgeous. I will say, has there ever been a better advertisement for J-Date than Benji and Elisa? I mean, really.
As mad as I was about that whole segment when I walked out of the studio and she was standing talking to the Howard TV cameras and she's wearing a dress and I just staring at her legs. And I was just like, God damn. Like, all my anger went away. All right, so I'll tell you what. Benji is my douche of the week. But I will pontificate on this. So please do.
There's more.
Let me be clear to the Howard Stern audience here. Because I was in all of these meetings. Howard and Gary said, hey, it would be cool if we got someone in to sing for Tommy so he could rate them. Benji, would Elisa want to do it? Nobody told Benji to have Elisa do it. It was just thrown out there. Benji said, let me check. It was made clear in several other meetings.
Wait, can you start that? I missed the beginning of that. You said this was his idea. You know that, right?
No, I thought we said we wanted someone to sing.
Benji brought this up to Gary, I believe. It was his pitch.
Either way, and it makes it worse for Benji if you're correct.
That's what I mean.
But either way, I witnessed several times, several different meetings, including the morning of the actual Tommy Mottola visit. Benji, she's coming in, she's singing one song. It has to be on the piano. We're not playing a track. We're not playing a CD. She has to sing live for him. If she doesn't want to do it, it's fine. No problem. But that's it. And he seemed to be fine with it.
Well,
so
did you hear the shit yesterday on Wrap-Up Show?
I didn't hear all of Wrap-Up.
Where basically he wanted to bring in he wanted to bring in a grand piano, baby grand. He'd pay for them to bring it in, but still, it's always complicated with him. Right. It can't just be a fucking keyboard in front of her and she plays a song for 3 minutes and that's the end of it.
So let me break down what I saw yesterday on the air, and I'm pretty sure everyone's with me. First of all, I totally agree with Teddy. I mean, Elisa is not the bad guy in this situation. The way I see it is Benji and Elisa shit all over the show yesterday, except Elisa doesn't owe us anything. Elisa doesn't work here. Elisa doesn't wake up in the morning saying, how can I make the Howard Stern better or worse? You know, if my wife worked on the TV show and let me come on and do whatever the fuck I wanted to, whose fault is that? Hers
and it's
or
worse
mine?
than that. Benji promised her that if she came in, it sounds like this is what I'm getting from their conversations is if she came in, he would perform with her. He would make every effort to defend her and get up there and sing with her.
And that was absolutely the opposite of what he was told in the studio.
Exactly.
Which is, this isn't you and Elisa. This is Elisa, sing a song, take your judgment, and leave.
He completely lied to her to get her in the studio, and that's what I think she was pissed off about.
Well, if he lied to her, she should leave him. If he didn't lie to her and told her the truth, well, that wouldn't make sense if he didn't lie to her, unless this was a whole setup. Either way, he should either be fired or dumped and fired, in my opinion.
From yesterday, talking to her, I didn't get the sense that she was just dying to get in there and perform for Tommy Mottola.
No, not
I felt
at
like
all.
she was coming in, kicking and screaming, that Benji was behind the entire thing.
She even said when she started, she's like, this isn't very good, I'm not very good, blah, 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 blah. You know, she had self-doubt from the beginning.
Well, I think she was trying to sabotage the thing before it even started.
Benji, my overriding impression of this entire thing is that Benji doesn't care about the show. I mean, he's kind of said it on the wrap-up shows, like, I don't defer to Howard, I don't kiss his ass like you guys do, I don't think everything he says is right and perfect. And clearly, I don't think everything we do all the time is awesome. I don't think everybody does. People like different things, you know? But He shit all over the show yesterday. He hijacked a segment. He didn't even let it evolve into a segment that might have been interesting to bring a crying Elisa into the studio. He stages some sort of stupid fight in the hallway. He shit all over the show. He showed Howard no respect. He showed us no respect who work hard on the show. And he showed the audience no respect. And after all of that motherfucker comes to me and goes, hey, can you make sure to put the links to Elisa video on the website?
Oh, really? Shut up.
It's all about her.
It's all about him and her. It's him and her.
Right.
Yeah,
Her-
and on the
her is
wrap-up
him.
show, he's like, they bring up the song, and he says the full title of the song. You know, make sure he says that, reiterates it perfectly clear so people can hear the full title of the song.
Because he will use this show to get his agenda out there any way he can.
So
That's all it's about.
So when Benji pulled me into the green room about an hour before our show, he's like, hey man, I think you're being really mean to me. I heard your news story the other day. I heard you say I should be fired. I thought we were friends. And I said, Benji, I don't have a problem with you on the personal level in that sense. I have a problem with you at work. I have a problem with what you did with the show yesterday. And that's how I feel. And if that makes me mean, then that makes me mean. So that's your opinion of me.
He was definitely doing damage control. I think he was trying to convince you not to bring this up today because he knows it makes him look bad.
Whoops. Well, he makes himself look bad.
Yeah, of course.
I just reinforce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after all that, who was late to the writers' meeting today?
Benji. 10 minutes late.
He couldn't find his other lifted sneaker.
10 motherfucking minutes
and you know
late.
what it is?
And he's supposedly one of our head writers.
It's that typical Benji move, too, where it's like, he's not real late. It's not like you can go, oh, he showed up an hour late, he's a fucking total asshole. It's just a little bit, it's just pushing it just a little bit.
Was he wearing the black pea coat he's been wearing since last November?
I don't remember.
It's got cupcake,
I don't
it's got
remember.
cupcake all over
The meeting had already started when he walked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to him.
And he'll say, well, I was a few minutes, it's not that big a deal. But
we should start instituting those if I was in charge, somebody fucking put me in charge. If I was in charge, we'd have the Tom Coughlin rules. If you're 5 minutes early, you're late. Like, you should be in your seat waiting at 5 minutes before the meeting starts. So we can start at 10 and get the fuck out of there. Not waiting for Benji and his fucking fat ass to walk in there. And then he sits there and he just like, he starts pitching ideas. And it's just like, dude, you know what? We know you're here. You can just pipe down.
Wow.
JP in Toronto, welcome to back. I told you I was filled with hate.
I was going to say, we know he's angry when he's making fat jokes.
Wow. Yeah, I know. Really? I'm sorry. You're right. That's wrong. The fat people are good people. JP in Toronto, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. 3 weeks in a row, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Just to continue on with the subject of Mr. Bronk, I was wondering, it was really great to hear him be genuine on the wrap-up show yesterday, but even though the subject was him, he wouldn't answer questions. Now, what's it like in the back office? Does anyone actually ever get serious with this guy, or is it barely chit-chat because, you just get shtick-ola?
It's, for me, I mean, look, there are topics that Benji's genuinely interested in real life, and you could talk to him about that. He likes, I can't think of one right off the top of my head, but I've had conversations about specific things and you could have that he's into that you could have a conversation with. But I've told this story on the air before. Excuse me. Now I burp.
Another Wendy's burp.
Disgusting.
So, guys, hate and Wendy's. It doesn't go mixed well together. Okay. When I first started on the show, I didn't, I was very young. I wasn't taking Lexapro. I was a very different Jason Kaplan. And I had to get some forms filled out from everyone on the staff. It was basic information. Your address, your birthday, your, social security number. It was basically so you could get paid.
It's private.
What did he write?
He wouldn't do it.
Like, even social security number?
He goes, I don't feel comfortable giving you this information. So then I said, well, should I have Gary come and get it? And then he said, I don't feel comfortable giving anyone this information. And I don't see why I have to. It's just constant.
Like, when you stick with a joke or something because you think it's so funny and you're just you committed to it and you're going to stick with it. Well, he's committed to like a 25-year-old joke that's just not
that's
funny.
his life.
And
his life is a joke.
By the way, Benji does do a lot of good shit for the show.
He's very funny.
A lot of jokes. He's in there writing constantly during the show. I still maintain that Howard TV should put a camera on him at all times because I think it's very, very cool to watch him work. How fast he writes his ideas. I'm not trying to say that Benji contributes nothing to the show, but in this instance and instances like it in the past, I think that's grounds for being funny.
But I have a great bit idea, which I probably shouldn't say on the air, but let's hire a private investigator to follow Benji.
You're paying for that?
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that.
No, we'll split it 3 ways.
Well, you should have been in our pitch meeting today.
And then let's just follow
That would have been the third best
I wanna
idea
find
pitch,
out,
by the way.
I want to find out where he lives. I want to find out what he does. I want to find out everything about him.
Benji plays that card all the time, what you just said, because he knows he's a talented writer and he knows that Howard relies on him. So he can push it as far as he wants.
I hate to break it to Benji. There are other funny people in America. There are other funny people in America. There are people who would come here and be on time without having to be scolded 500,000 times by Howard and Gary. There are people who would come here and show Gary respect for at least the first 3 weeks. There are funny people. You are not none of us are irreplaceable. None of us. Except Howard. Howard's the only irreplaceable person here.
Absolutely.
And Benji's got to get off that. I think I said all I want to say is
how many times have we had this discussion, by the way?
Well,
I mean, we haven't personally, but it's happened on the show. It's on the wrap-up show every week.
And by the way, some other notes. So if and I'll give Elisa Elisa Schwartz or whatever her name is some shit here. Elisa Jordana, sorry. You know, I don't know if she took this seriously or not. I don't know how Benji presented it to her. And this is on Howard TV. She brought a bottle of vodka with her. She's chugging it. She clearly went on the air inebriated in some way.
7 in the morning, by the way.
At 7 in the morning. I don't know. I don't care if you're the greatest singer in the world. I don't think if you're serious about pitching yourself to a music exec. Right.
She was setting herself up for failure.
It was obnoxious. And then, she and Richie Wilson got in some weird fight.
We didn't exchange. We actually have audio of it.
By the way, this is our exclusive Howard TV clip. They gave it to us. Check this out.
Richie, hi. Yeah. What do you mean, yeah? What the fuck's your problem? Idiot. Excuse me? What? I was like, hi. You're like, yeah.
I don't have much to say.
Oh, really? Oh, because I'm so offensive to you?
No.
I
just try to keep it.
Oh, really? Because it's like so bad that like exists? Like,
no, I just try to keep it.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
I'm not saying anything offensive. I just try to keep it distant.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. You're so great. I really hate that guy. Okay, let's go.
Yowzers.
She really hates Richie Wilson. Like Richie Wilson gives a fuck.
Well, you know what this goes back to?
What?
It's when Benji or Richie and Rachel Fine got married. They only invited Benji to the wedding. They refused to invite what's her name?
Elisa.
Right.
Because they didn't want the shtick.
Right. No, and it made
the tag team.
It made total sense. But you know, I really feel, and I don't know if you feel the same way, that Richie has changed a lot since his wedding. He couldn't be a nicer guy around the hall.
He's become one of my better friends around here.
He's really good guy.
If me from 10 years ago would have thought I was crazy to say that.
Yeah.
I love Rachel. I think that's a lot of that stems from I love Rachel. Rachel seems to like me a lot. Richie has definitely mellowed or I don't know, has a new outlook on life in the last few years. Either way, whatever it is, Richie is a very likable person. He has been great to me. I know Gary was just saying the other day how much better he feels that he and Richie kind of cleared the air and are now genuinely getting along.
The Richie a few years ago would have taken Elisa's head and thrown it through the wall.
Yeah.
Which might have been great radio.
Yeah.
But, you know, as a normal human being, he did the right thing. He was very calm in that conversation, and she was kind of ranting at him, and, you know, he comes out looking mature somehow.
Let's take a couple more Benji calls and then put this to bed. I mean, I think I've made my feelings on this clear. No. All right. Chance in Kansas City, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys, what's happened? My comment was in listening to the debate or discussion about the planning for Benji and Elisa's deal. If her intention was to never play that disco song or whatever, why was it so readily queued up for Howard? I'm sure Howard doesn't keep her CD set.
Because Benji queued it up. Benji, we have a profit system. It's called. It's where you can put digitize. You know, I don't know how to explain it. You go steady. You explain it.
Yeah, well, it's basically like a giant digital music platform with buttons and you can just load anything into it and play everything. Like we just played that audio. Question is, who did Benji give that song to, and who put it into profit?
Scott.
It's probably Scott, but you know what? That's not Scott's job to question Benji.
No, it's not his fault.
Well, not only that, we want to be prepared for the segment. We have every.
So Gary had no
Gary
clue that was up on the wall.
No, he knew it was in the system. Everyone knew it was in there, and that's when Benji went to Gary and said, "Hey, I loaded this in the profit. You know, if we want to play it." Gary
it's up
said,
there. Play it. Yeah.
Gary said, "No, don't go to it." So we have a system here where we can access a lot of things. Deandra, a former intern of ours, is on the phone.
Hey, guys.
Miss. What were you, Miss Intern? What do we call the fucking
Miss Intern pageant? I don't know.
Beauty pageant. Winner of the beauty pageant.
Yeah, 2005.
She wore a tight little yellow bikini.
And you know what the other thing about
That's
Deandra?
not creepy that you remember that.
She offered to live with JD, and JD turned her down.
And I think he's living with those same people, right?
He is.
Like
Exactly.
a couple, or what a bummer.
Well, they all left. He's by himself now.
I'm waiting for
Him
a
and the rats.
revival. If you guys ever want to have, the old intern pageant winners back, I'm game.
Yeah, the key word there was old, so no. Just kidding, Deandra. You know I love you.
Maybe the ones that are still intact.
Yeah. Hey, Deandra, do you have a comment on Benji or?
Well, I got a quick one on Benji. If I had to say douche of the week, I would say it's Elisa, because she was just so annoying and her song was so horrible. But
I actually liked the song.
You did?
Yeah, I didn't think it was that bad. You hated it?
I didn't hate it. I didn't.
The same thing. God, the whole thing was just the same line, something about the world or whatever.
I didn't hate it. I also didn't think it was good.
You know, I was looking at her. That always helps a lot.
Yeah, it always helps.
I actually don't mind her at all, but what was like less redeeming about it was I know Lisa G was enjoying that way too much about, that she kind of fumbled in there, and I can't stand Lisa G, so anything that makes her happy is not going to make me happy. So that's my only comment about that. But I'm calling you, Jason, in particular, because tomorrow's February 1st. What's that mean?
It means nothing. My sobriety ends on February 4th. That would be, I'm doing exactly 31 days. So no one could accuse
such a
me
Boy Scout.
of shortchanging the month. I am doing 31 full days of no pot smoking. So February 3rd will be my last full day. That's Sunday. On Monday morning, I come to work. I am a free man, and after work, whatever happens,
you have to be sober for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't care. I think, honestly...
At this point, I mean, you've been through everything.
Yeah, I've been to Vegas, I've been to AC,
I know, we couldn't have tempted you more. Peter Luger's.
And by the way, and you guys...
Yeah.
You guys have all been around me. I had good willpower.
I was going to say, it's been a very smooth transition.
Strong as a bull.
I mean, in Atlantic City, and we will definitely be talking about that more on the show. I mean, and our fans are awesome. Hey, thanks, Deandra, for the call.
Thanks, Deandra.
I was offered weed left and right, constantly throughout the day. People that said, come smoke some hash, come smoke this, come to our room, come to our car. And I said no to everybody, unfortunately. And
you have amazing willpower as long as it's not deep fried.
Except when it's Wendy's.
Exactly.
Well, I tell you, I'd rather give up fast food than any of that. Guys, do we put this Benji thing to rest at this point? Any other comments, anything we're missing from this whole shenanigan?
I don't know. I can't think of anything.
For at least the next 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, really.
Then coming up, we will talk about, speaking of some food, we talked about our big steak dinner. All of us went out. We ate. There are pictures up on howardstern.com if you want to see. Just kidding.
Oh, my God. What was that? Oh.
It was like a burp I tried to suppress.
I think you almost gave birth to a calf there.
Don't do that again.
Sorry.
That was vile.
You told me not to move away from the mic. I didn't do it.
Fucking die.
You still can't finish your words.
Oh, I'm waiting for you guys.
Yeah. No, finish. Go.
Try not to swallow a burger. Chew a few times.
I have mouth
sweats.
I have mouth sweats.
We'll talk about our steak dinner and whatever the hell that was just in my mouth.
No!
Next on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. Kicking ass and ruining holidays. This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
Whose holiday? I already forget what that thing.
I think it was about the Christmas holiday. We came back and reported what an obnoxious, crazy animal.
Steve said you ruined Christmas.
Oh, Steve.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
I always thought it was Lieberman. That big pumpkin head woman grabbing animal.
For those of you that love Steve segments on the show, we don't have him on our list this week, but don't worry. Don't worry.
You got more in store?
Oh, yo, I mean, Steve's a fucking machine when it comes to crazy shit in the office.
He is.
You all right? What are you looking at?
No, I thought this window was a mirror. I was like, who the fuck is walking in the studio right now?
You weren't
He's
there.
really creepy looking, too.
Jason, how you feeling?
Oh,
Better?
you're good. Hey,
you all
what's
right?
up, man?
Is your stomach settled now?
No, my stomach is never settled. Yeah, you got that glazed over. I'm going to do a little transition here. You got that glazed over look like when we're at our steak dinner when Richard Christie chugged half a bottle of wine.
We got to talk about that.
And he goes, I'm composed. And then all of a sudden that glaze, that just drunken hick glaze comes down over his eyes.
He drank, I think if we estimate what he did maybe 10 beers in the car on the way over. Then he said he drank a beer with every glass of wine he had, and he had at least 3 or 4 glasses of wine. So that's up to like 16 drinks. Then he had the 2 shots with the coffee.
Yep.
And then at the end of the night, we had.
Did you mention the 10 beers?
Yes.
Okay.
We had 3/4 of a bottle of wine left.
Right. Did you mention all the beers he drank on the limo on the way over?
That's what I'm saying. Those were the 10 beers.
No, they weren't.
What do you mean?
I think he said he had 10 beers at the restaurant.
No. I said he had 10 beers or so going over to the restaurant. Then he had a glass of wine and a beer with each, with every glass of wine, he had a beer. So that's up to 6 drinks, so 16 drinks. Then the 2 shots with his coffee, right? And then so we had 3/4 of a bottle of wine left over at that point. and he just fills up his wine glass, which is a large wine glass. I would say it held about 3 glasses of wine.
Yes.
He filled that up to the top.
It was almost 3/4 of a bottle of wine he poured in.
And this is after we ate just an enormous steak dinner. So I go, oh, that'll last in the next hour and a half. He proceeds to chug it in about 3 seconds. He must have that, special talent that alcoholics have when they can just open their throat and it just goes right down.
Yeah.
And he goes, don't worry, I'm composed. And I'm like, he drinks a lot. This guy drinks all the time, so maybe he will be able to hold it. 3 seconds later, literally within 3 to 10 seconds later, you just see the glaze come over his face, just like you described.
Yeah.
And he was gone. That was it. He was done for the rest of the night.
Welcome back to Back Office Radio here on Howard 101. You're listening to the beginnings of our steak dinner conversation. You can give us a call at 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. For those of you who don't know, Gary and John Hine, even though Gary somehow got most of the credit on the air, not his fault.
John Hine deserves a lot of credit.
John Hine actually put this big dinner together. It was supposed to be a Christmas dinner. We ended up doing it in late January.
Because of Will.
He and Gary, and Will, the father.
By the way, we had the entire upstairs almost empty to ourselves.
That is true.
Okay? Which would never have happened around Christmas time, so you two fuckers can go fuck yourself.
They took us out to Peter Luger's, which is a legendary steakhouse in New York.
For less evolved people.
We'll get to that in a second. They took us out. It was me. It was Will. It was Teddy. It was Sal. Sal was invited,
but we'll
ended up not going. Richard Christie, Jim McClure, Steve Brandano, Tim Sabian, Tracy Millman,
Scott Salem,
J.D. Harmeyer, and Ronnie Mund.
You're supposed to forget Scott.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
what we do at all events.
And of course, the pictures are up on howardstern.com. First of all, again, thank you, Gary and John. Before we get into the news and notes of the dinner, it was an excellent time. I had a blast. Great food, good people.
We've all been working really hard, and it was just fun to go out for a night with the boys and a girl and just have a blast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we don't do that very often.
No.
Most of these social occasions, it's like you bring the wives, and then there's a whole different dynamic there because nobody really knows each other. This was just like party time. It was a lot of fun.
And like you said, we had this huge table in the room that was virtually empty. There was one other party there, and they were almost louder than we were. So we could just be as loud as we wanted. It was fine. We weren't the ones that even stood out at that place. So it was a lot of fun. And I know Howard went over some of this on the air, but just to give you an idea of how we even got there. So Tim Sabian, who is a very, very generous boss.
Bad speller, very generous guy.
Very generous guy. Gary and John would not let him contribute to the dinner at all, money-wise. So he instead got us a gigantic limo. It was like the prom. And it picked us up at the station and drove us all the way over where would we go? Brooklyn?
Williamsburg, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't looking out the window.
It was most of us. Who wasn't in the limo? The diabetics.
The diabetics.
Car.
Yeah.
John and Steve took their own car.
I think JD was with them.
I thought JD was with us.
No.
Oh, maybe on the way back.
You think there was room for JD in that limo?
Wait, does John Hine have a clique or what, huh? It's Brandano and JD.
They don't leave his side.
It's like high school. Mm-hmm. I mean, he is, they orbit him because he's kind of the size of a planet.
It's 2 guys with diabetes and a guy a year away from diabetes.
That sounds like a bumper.
And I knew, I thought it was just going to be a fun dinner or whatever. We were going to do Back Off Radio and go. And then all of a sudden we finish the show and we go back in the compound and Tracy hands me a bag of booze and I was like, oh, all right, this is going to be this kind of party. We get in the limo.
Oh yeah, we get in the limo. And by the way, the booze in the limo, it's so funny. People send, we have sponsors, alcohol sponsors on the show. They'll usually send something over.
We had some Avion in there.
So, we did have some Avion.
We did have the Avion.
And no joke, I don't care if they're sponsors or not. I fucking love Avion tequila. I'm a big tequila drinker, and Avion is awesome.
Good stuff.
It really is, and I was psyched to see it there. But we had some free alcohol sent to the show, so we had bottles of New York Jets wine.
New York Jets wine, which we just got. That was new.
That
delicious.
was new. And by the way, it wasn't that bad. Yeah. Wasn't
really I actually had a glass last night. It's pretty good. Way better than the team.
So, actually, Teddy and Tracy and I were drinking wine, and they brought down some coffee cups with lids, and Teddy starts pouring me and him and I, well, I don't fucking know, a glass of the wine, and Tracy's like, you guys should put a lid on it. And we're like, why? What's going to happen? We're not filling up the entire glass. We're filling up, a quarter of the glass with the wine. But I was like, fuck it, I'll put the lid on. 5 seconds after I put the lid on, Tim literally dove into the limo.
Yeah.
Like head first, just...
Timmy coming through.
It was hilarious.
And
you knew that was coming.
I got wine all over me with the lid on. So I couldn't have imagined what would have happened if my lid was on.
I know I was drinking Bud Light Wheat, And then somebody told me that it was actually discontinued like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I did.
But like wheat beer.
Right.
And we also had a bunch of pumpkin ale that literally nobody would drink but Richard.
Of course.
There were I think you and Gary both said, I'll take a beer unless all that's left is pumpkin, and then I'll just not drink.
I'll bathe in this stuff.
Tim, by the way, with the limo.
Daddy, pass me another pumpkin.
Tim with the limo, and it's so funny because I don't believe he told the limo driver any of this, but he's just like, guys, take it home. Gary, take it to Connecticut. Keep it through the weekend, whatever you want.
That was the best on the way back. Yeah, exactly. You know, Gary, he was planning on spending the night, but I guess he didn't get as hammered as he thought, or we ended way earlier than he thought we would. So he needed a ride. So Tim's like, take this limo for the entire night, all the way up to Connecticut. The limo driver was super pissed off. It was hilarious.
What?
And then Tim's like, you know what, just keep it till Monday.
Just keep it till Monday.
I'm like, what is the limo driver going to sleep in your fucking driveway?
Tim's awesome. Tim is awesome. We learned, and Howard talked about this on the show, Ronnie doesn't eat red meat, which was kind of shocking because you're in this steak, you're at this great steakhouse, and it's not that we're in a steakhouse, but it's the fact that who knew that Ronnie didn't eat red meat? He's so manly.
Right.
Stereotypical.
Yeah, he's like a Neanderthal.
Right.
Yeah.
Eating red meat is a stereotypical manly thing. And, and so it's just weird to learn that Ronnie didn't eat the red meat.
He is the least evolved person on the show, so it makes sense.
You should have seen his face when the waiter came around and he goes, "You got any pork chops?" And the guy was like,
and by the way, I hate to break it to Ronnie, pork chops are red meat.
Are they?
No,
We had an argument.
It's the other white
It's
meat.
a white meat.
No, it's not. It's red meat.
I know, it is red meat.
Thank
I guess
you.
Jason's the expert.
No, trust me on this one.
I argue food.
Guys, did you go to Meatopia?
No.
Did you go to Meatopia, Will?
No.
Okay. Thank you for answering for Will. And speaking of evolved, Matt in Massachusetts, welcome to Back Office Radio. You heard Howard say something about this week.
Yeah, I mean, didn't he said, why'd you guys go to a steakhouse? I mean, who really eats red meat anymore? And I mean, maybe in his circle of people he hangs around with, that's true, but I mean, out of people in the room right now, who doesn't eat meat? Proud of you guys.
Admit it, and we'll stone you, pussies.
I'm not going to comment on who Howard hangs out with and doesn't hang out with. I mean, I've seen Howard's eating evolve over the years where, he used to eat chicken like it was going out of style, and now he doesn't eat chicken anymore. And Howard's perfectly free to do whatever he wants, but, I know a few vegetarians. I know Ronnie doesn't eat red meat. I know people who don't prefer red meat, but will eat it when served. Just like there are some foods I actually don't prefer, but we'll eat it if you put it in front of me.
The bottom line is, if you're going out with a group of guys and you're going to do a big dinner and you're going to have a fucking fun time, you're going to a steakhouse. You're not going to sushi. You're not going to a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, 12 guys going to get sushi. What's next? A Sex and the City tour?
Come on, guys, let's go to Just Salads.
I know. I mean, when we go to Luger's and then afterwards you want to run down the street and flip over cars. You feel like a fucking dinosaur.
I love red meat. You know what? I'm so pissed. Howard said on the air, that, what would you, the way, because I like really rare meat, like,
Yeah, you like it too rare.
Yeah. Well,
Wouldn't you say you want it blue?
Yeah, blue.
Oh, yeah, and that I've made a point to sit next to Jason because
Did we get
like
the awful clip
way.
of Jason? What did he say earlier in the show, though?
Wait, hold on. But before you hit that clip, I just want to say that Howard said, ew, that's disgusting. What would you do? Want to just bite into a cow? And you know what? I do want to bite just into it. I would.
You would not do that.
I would just bite into it. No, I don't like the skin.
We can make that a Howard TV special, by the way.
What?
Jason just on a farm biting cows.
Oh my God. I love it. And I know we overate that night. It was a night for overeating. Eating anything of that quantity isn't any good. And, but oh God, I barely want it cooked. I know, it's disgusting. And I think Howard actually compared eating a cow to eating a human being. And all right, so this is what I said on the air. If humans tasted that good, there'd be a restaurant. That's damn right.
Would you eat a human?
If it tasted like steak?
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't want human beings being killed for meat. But let's just say morally it was okay. Yeah, I'd fucking eat it.
You know, there's like a restaurant in Cambodia where that actually
Does
happens.
that mean if humans taste good, that babies taste better, like veal?
I'm not a veal guy, believe it or not.
Because I mean, Owen.
We could eat Owen's foot.
Yeah.
I'll eat Owen's foot. Hook it
Thigh,
up.
baby.
You would eat
thigh.
Owen's foot. Thigh.
Yeah, thigh.
All right.
I think that I think people have eaten people before, and if it tasted that good, somebody somewhere would be trying to figure out how to market human meat.
Fair enough.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but I like red meat, and almost all of my friends like red meat, and maybe we're not evolved. I don't know, but I don't care either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the bottom line. I really don't give a shit if I'm a retard or not.
Yeah, I mean, there is just nothing better than getting a nice steak, putting some salt and pepper on it, throwing it on the grill.
All right, Jason.
In fact, I think we have a clip of me eating a live cow. Do we have that?
Why are you laughing after you eat the cow? That's so heartless of you.
Because I'm enjoying myself so much. There's actually a picture.
That laugh sends shivers down the spine of everyone who works here.
It sounds like the 60 Minutes tick of Jason's laughing.
That's so funny.
Tonight on 60 Minutes, Jason eats a cow. And in fact, if you go here, I'm going to pull it up now so you can see it, Will. If you go to howardstern.com and where I posted pictures from the steak dinner, there is just a picture of me with my eyes closed, and you can tell I am in heaven. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. Oh, you can also see a picture of the rare meat that we were eating, and you can see how blue
and the
it is.
sundae that you polished off.
And quite frank, oh my God, the sundae.
That was the other thing.
Oh yeah, he didn't like the. Look, that kind of skeeves me out too about sharing. That's why I was first, and I just took like 3 quick bites.
I mean, I know I'm the little guy on the team here, but I went through appetizers and steak, and I was done. Like, that was it.
Oh, you didn't have room
then
for
they
a
bring
fucking
out
bite of sundae.
Fucking 12 desserts. Stop it. What are you talking about? You come here, pussy, you asshole.
Yes, exactly.
These guys managed to finish off, 4 sundaes, 2 key lime pies, 2, what's that shit called? The
Schlag.
Schlag.
It's whipped cream.
What else was there out there?
Gelt, that gold
the
chocolate
coins.
candy.
Yeah, Gary was popping those down like Tic Tacs.
And that was crazy. Okay, so here's the deal. I didn't think I was going to be hungry for the sundae. I'm like, I'll just have hot fudge sundae is one of my favorites though. So I'm like, all right, I'll have a bite, and it was so good. I just kept going back for more and more and more. And I'll say it, I probably finished close to a whole sundae myself. I think Tim Fry finished another one, and Gary finished another one. I hate key lime pie, so I didn't have any of that.
That was really good, actually.
Yeah.
Should have tried it.
I didn't try any of it.
Schlag on
You didn't
top?
have anything?
I didn't try one thing.
Didn't somebody get a piece of cheesecake or something? You didn't try that?
No. That was it. I was done.
But I have to tell you, there was a moment the ice cream was gone. Everything was pretty much winding up the night, and I'm just leaning back in my chair, and it's really one of those open up your button, like just I'm done, I'm out, I'm starting to sweat, like that kind of thing.
Jason's ready to go home and spew cow chunks all over the fucking toilet.
And I'm sitting across from Gary, and he is just mindlessly just opening up those gold chocolates and just popping them in his mouth. I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I'm just like, where are you finding the room?
Where's the room? He hides it behind his teeth.
Then everybody left, and the guys put everything in doggy bags because there was a little bit of leftover meat. Not much, but and then all the bones, too. The big T-bone, you get with the porterhouse. And then you guys all split, and it's all sitting there in bags. So I just grabbed all of them, and I'm like, does anybody want some? And Gary took a little bit, but I pretty much went home with all the leftovers, which was great. The wife and I boiled down the bones, made a stock, and made a
They made the tastiest mushroom stew you could ever have.
Yeah, a little mushroom beef stroke me off.
I'm not a big beef stroganoff, but that sounds delicious.
It was.
Wow, we finally found something you don't like.
Over egg noodles? Delish, man.
I thought my dad loves that stuff. I'm not a big stew guy. I don't like meat that sits around cooking and getting soft and like that kind of. I don't like
you
that.
like it breathing.
I like it breathing. Yes, I want it to when I eat it. That's exactly what I want. Kim from Illinois, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hi, my question is for Jason. Jason, after on the 4th, are you willing to take a drug test on the air with Howard?
I would, but I don't believe that THC leaves your system that fast.
It does. 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
Yeah.
Then absolutely. I mean,
have you been drinking a lot of water too? Like normally every day? Do you just
I don't know if I drink a lot of water.
Teddy can tell you how to pass a drug test, by the way.
No. I mean, if you're a habitual daily smoker, it might not clear all out in 4 weeks. But
I'm a habitual daily smoker for 13 years. Yeah.
So
but I like. We'll get to that in a second.
By the way, my wife just texted me that you are banned from seeing our son anymore.
What? Because of the thigh comment?
Well, yeah, you're threatening to eat him.
You offered him.
Well, that's a good point.
Only if he's lathered in butter will she...
Tracy, I'm not going to kidnap your kid and eat him, but if I come over and Will's like, hey, listen, we're serving Owen thigh, I'm not going to leave.
You'll take a bite.
I'll take a bite. You guys are good hosts.
Turn it down.
Try it.
There's starving people in the world.
But I won't say who, but let's just say some people during the course of the steak dinner took a walk around the block, a walk that I would normally be leading, and you guys were there to witness. I did not go on this walk.
Did not
go on the walk.
By the way, I got a glimpse at the bill.
Really?
You did?
I did.
Well, I think they talked about it on the air.
Did they?
I think
they
they
said
did.
how much. They said Howard asked.
I think it was
$1,600, and then he said $2,000 with tip.
Wow.
Well,
that's hardcore, man.
That's hardcore. That's $1,500 from John and $500 from Gary. No, I'm sure they split it
12
evenly.
or 13 people? I don't know. Do the math, Will. What's it per person?
Well,
this is the Howard bit. I don't know.
It's hard.
I think it makes sense. I think when you go out to a place like that, you're figuring 125 to 150.
That's what I thought it came out.
Yeah,
it might have come out cheap because we must have gone through like 8 bottles of wine.
Yeah, that's where it gets pricey.
Richard drank 3 on his own.
I know.
That wine actually was cheaper than this. I mean, because they put me in charge of ordering the wine.
Yeah, cheap? What you said? $50 a bottle.
$50 a bottle. Yeah,
so if we got 8 bottles,
$400.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Also, we'll do a great wrap on this because you and I both couldn't believe how JD holds his fork.
Oh my God!
How does he do it?
I look over and he's got his thumb on the top and his fingers. Like, you know when your parents teach you manners as a kid and you're like, why do I have to do this?
Right.
This is exactly why you have to do this, so you don't look like a complete moron when you go out when you're older.
Wait.
Yeah,
thumb on top?
Thumb on top, and then he had like 2 fingers wrapped around one side and then 2 around the other side, and he was just like stabbing at it and then putting it in his mouth like backwards.
Yeah.
Like you know how sometimes like you hold the fork one way where you're cutting the meat and then you kind of readjust to put it in your mouth?
That's acceptable.
Yeah. There was no readjustment.
Exactly.
He held the fork like a second grader holding a pencil for the first time.
You have it so it curves away, like down, and you cut it, and that way when you pick it up, it's facing the right way, and it's boom, it's in your mouth.
Literally like JD was raised by no one.
I'm sure Jason has very efficient methods of fork handling.
No, I don't think I'm anything special. I mean, I can use a chopstick.
Right.
Can you?
I'm surprised the rats in his apartment haven't complained about that yet.
JD's apartment. Yeah, so he does. Also, another interesting thing, Tracy Millman, who is awesome, and, I don't know if it's insulting to call a woman one of the guys, but she really is kind of one of the guys where you can sit and bullshit with her and kind of be yourself and she doesn't get offended.
We actually established she's not one of the guys.
On the way home in the limo, when we're now just full and drunk and just tired and
full guy mode,
we were talking about some people we knew in the past and making fun of them and saying horrible things.
The horrible things we want to do to women, basically.
Horrible things we want. And we look over and Tracy is just horrified.
Yeah.
just horrified.
Right. Yeah, I mean, she looked like somebody shit in the limo. She had that face on.
Damn it, I missed it.
Yeah. It really looked like she walked way too into the locker room. So Sal was supposed to be there. Oh. And we learned that Sal couldn't go because he didn't tell his wife about the dinner to the night before. And so instead of being with us, he was at his kid's concert. To which Tim, who's a great guy, kept texting Sal pictures of food all night and video of us having fun and all this great stuff. So Sal, in turn, texted us what he was listening to while we were eating. And if you haven't felt bad for Sal before, you will when you hear this. It sounded... You know what's ironic?
Not done yet, Jason. All together now.
Yay! The ironic thing is that's a little bit how I sounded in the bathroom the next morning.
It's so funny. It was like such a shitty like middle school concert. And the funny thing is that song is called Popcorn, I guess, and they all like stand up and do like a whole dance routine with it too. It's just awful.
Here we're talking to Steve in Florida. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Doing good, brother.
Good. You guys are the third greatest show on the channel.
What's the second greatest show on the channel?
Anyway.
What's the second one?
Repeats of the Howard Stern Show.
Repeats of the Howard
okay.
Yeah. Anyway, get to your point.
Yeah, listen, Jason, have you ever had your steak Pittsburgh style?
That is blue. That's like barely. That's like what? Just seared very quickly on the outside.
Exactly. It's like tuna tartare, but for a filet mignon.
Wow. I've actually had beef tartare before at Del Frisco's downstairs.
I think I've done that too.
My problem with beef tartare, you got to get it served right. And this isn't an indictment on Del Frisco, but a lot of people just throw too much salt on it. It becomes too salty. I don't know if that's to cure the meat, if that's to, I don't know. So I would like to get a true Pittsburgh blue. I was kind of pissed off because where Teddy and I were sitting we're next to Tracy and Ronnie, who both ordered the meat burnt, which is disgusting.
Yeah, you can't do that. If you're going to go to a nice steakhouse like that, you don't do well done.
For some reason, by electricity or something, their burnt steak started cooking ours more.
Yeah, it was weird because we got the medium rare just like the rest of the table got the medium rare, and ours was probably the most cooked of all the steaks because I know JD was joking at one point I was eating meat off his plate because I look over and his meat
had better meat.
Yeah, it's clearly more rare than the meat we had, and I would eat Pittsburgh Blue. I do it in a second. The deal is, if you get high quality meat that's not fucked around, you could point to the farm it came from. It didn't go through all this processing. And you could pretty much eat it rare. It's just like sushi. If you get high sushi grade fish, you can eat raw fish. Yeah. So, and I love the taste of it. The rarer, the better.
Well, we'll just have to go back, won't we?
We'll go back.
And by the way, sorry.
I was going to say the last thing that I thought was funny was that the table was so big that it was literally almost divided into 3 tables.
Right.
And what do we have? We had Gary and John look across from each other on the table like they were on their own date. And then, of course, JD at John's side because he doesn't leave it. He's like a fucking lost dog. And then it was me, Jimmy McClure, Scott Salem. Oh, thank God I had him on my side. Richard, who was drunk out of his mind, and Steve Brandano.
Right.
And then who was on your side?
I was sitting next to Teddy, Ronnie, Tim, and Tracy. That was our little crew down there. And then there was like Gary, John, and JD kind of in the middle of the table.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It was cute. Gary and John sat right in the middle on each side, like right across from each other.
Right. And flipped little. What are those things called? The coins in each other's mouths. Gelt.
And also, by the way, and Gary pointed this out, Teddy, you are in your element. This is where you shine. This is where drinking, eating, hosting a party.
Spending other people's money is Teddy Sports Ad.
Yay! More cream spinach.
Bring this, bring this.
Gary goes, I never knew that Teddy had such a personality.
Oh, thanks. It's only been 7 years.
So that was our big steak dinner. Again, huge thank you to Gary and John for
Thank you. We love you.
Especially
Thanks, guys.
taking us all out. And I'm sure we'll hear from the Howard TV guys all about what the big Doug Goodstein hosted dinner.
Next year, it's on Will and Jason.
Was there?
No, nothing.
What? No, Doug didn't do anything for you guys? No? No dinner? No Lugers?
Applebee's?
Still waiting, he says.
Wow, that's too bad. You're listening to Back Office Radio on Howard 101, and coming up, Party, backstage at the Block Party.
We were all in Atlantic City, baby.
We have a lot to say about this, and we have an announcement about the future of a possible event with me, Will, and Teddy. Next on Howard 101.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. Even we can't believe Tim Sabian signed off on this shit. This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
Welcome back to the show. It's Jason Kaplan, Will Murray, Teddy Knitter, and Al Ragone, who during the commercial break was telling us this story about how he saw JD eat like a retarded person at I don't want to walk into a Joe Flacco controversy.
Be careful.
Yeah. By the way, I don't like Joe Flacco, but that is such a non-controversy controversy.
Well, he said it was retarded to have the Super Bowl in Jersey.
And then he immediately retracted. He goes, I heard the clip. He said, it's retarded to have the Super Bowl in New Jersey. Hey, you know what? That wasn't the right word to use. I apologize. It's stupid. So he immediately corrected himself, and then the fucking New York Post puts him on the front.
Stupid people got offended.
Yeah. And by the way, the New York Post has no problem putting the word retarded across their entire back section for the city to see.
You just look for anything.
Sorry, I am worked up today, as you can tell. I have Wendy sweats and burps.
Ugh. The fucking cow's trying to get out of your stomach right now, I think. Making noise.
No, Al, I want to eat the cow. What's it sound like when I eat a cow?
Oh, yeah, that's so good. You know what the best part of that laugh is? It's not a real laugh. It's just that laugh I want to piss you the fuck off with whatever. Exactly, there it is.
Speaking of my laugh, hey, you can give us a call, 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. Chad in Massachusetts. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, bro?
What up?
Not too much, man. Jay, oh my God. I actually play with a guy I play golf with this guy. I miss a butt.
It fucks you up, right?
No, yeah, it fucks me all up.
Yeah, I have an evil laugh. What can you say? I'm like a fully formed villain. I have a laugh. I have a look with my blazer. I have a role of being a snitch and a weasel. You know,
and the laugh to match. Definitely.
What can I do? I'm sure the comic book is not far away. So I noticed a lot of Block Party talk on both Howard's show and this show and the wrap up show, and basically anytime Shuli can get near an open mic. And so we were part of us is like, should we talk more Block Party? But we were all there. And before we get into the crappy stuff, we had a great time. I mean,
it was a lot of fun.
A great time. It was the first time since one of the Las Vegas shows where almost all of us were out doing an event together. We were staying at Harrah's in Atlantic City, which had a huge casino and a lot of great places to eat. And we were sitting there, and it was like being at a Howard Stern convention. I mean, fans were just coming by all day. And I have to say, the fans were awesome. I mean, they were just awesome. Everyone was nice. Everyone wanted to take pictures. You start to think that everyone's like these assholes on Twitter and the news groups and they're just, vile, bitter, hateful people. And then when you meet them in person, it's really cool.
They're the same people. They're just way nicer to you, to your face.
Yeah. So that was great. The show, was huge. I mean, the actual block party itself.
I couldn't believe it.
Was just the state. And by the way, there's pictures of this on howardstern.com. If you want to go there, we have pictures from the block party. You can see the stage. You can see all the guys from the show walking out on the block party. Will and I got to walk out, which we'll get some audio of that coming up.
1,200 people to hear Ronnie scream.
Yeah, I know. It is crazy.
It is quite a scream.
But a couple things. So I'm just going to kind of go in order of the way the events worked. We got down there, and the first thing we had to do was play in a poker tournament. It was a real poker tournament that people had to do a $250 buy-in, and then they peppered us Stern people all throughout the
different tables. Yeah.
And Will and I were at the same table.
You, me, and Shuley.
Yeah, and it was nice. And
I've never played poker though before, and it showed.
How'd you do?
I mean, the thing with poker is if you want to be really conservative, you just fold until you have a really good hand, and then you gamble, you bet a little bit. So I did that for a while, and then at some point I said, okay, I kind of figured this out, and then I just got knocked out.
Now, Shuley's really good. How long did he last?
He lasted a while.
Yeah,
but Jason was literally the first person kicked out of the tournament.
Let's go back to Will for a second, because Will was really bad at poker, even though he lasted longer than me. I was sitting there watching him play after I got kicked out, and he's betting a hand. Betting. Then he turns his cards over and realizes he totally forgot what cards he had down.
Yeah.
I was doing that too a little bit.
What's wrong with you guys?
I lasted 4.5 hours, and then I didn't get any money.
I lost. I was the first one out, but I was out with a full house.
Full house.
A full house. And
Both you and the guy that beat you had a full house.
He had a better full house. He had the one hand that could beat me. Pocket queens, which means he got dealt 2 queens. There was a queen showing on the table, and I had a queen. The odds of him having pocket queens in that hand was ridiculously small. And I have to say, all the people there, all the real poker players there came up to me and they were just like, dude, you did nothing wrong. We would have made the same decision. Sometimes that's just the way it rolls. So it's embarrassing to be the first person out, but, hey, I went out fucking hitting a home run, it just, someone hit a better home run.
The guys that really lasted were Richie Wilson, I think was in like the top 20, and Richard, who's like never played poker.
Right.
He ended up in the top 10. He went home with $1,000.
Yeah, $1,300.
And he literally had no idea what he was doing. At one point, I think he had like a 2 in his hand, and I don't even know the fucking terminology for this shit, but he had a 2, and on the last card they flipped over was a 2, and he won on like, I think it was 3 2s or 2 2s. Wow. And then at one point he had 4 8s, and he goes, did I win?
Did I do good?
Is that a good hand?
The top 3 were me, Richie, and Richard.
Oh, you went pretty far too, right?
Yeah. And you know who hated the fact that Richard kept playing so much? The Howard TV guys, because they had to sit there and cover him all the way to the last table.
Yeah, played till like 7 at night
and
or something.
I got kicked out first, but I didn't leave right away. I hung until Will was kicked out, JD, John Hine. I waited till a bunch of people had been kicked out, and then we left. We went out and had lunch.
Of course.
I went up to the room and took a nap.
Of course.
I showered. I came back downstairs, and I go, hey, where's Rob Martin? And they're like, oh, he's still upstairs filming Richard. I'm like, Jesus. I mean, that is.
They had a long day.
They had a long day.
Fun job. Do you, by nap, did you go up and masturbate with hotel lotion?
I did not. I did not masturbate on this trip.
Just checking.
No?
I did not. You know what? One of the reasons why I just wanted to take a nap. I didn't need help going to sleep. And then when we went up to our room later in the night, I was also gone. But I heard somebody masturbated.
Well, listen, when you get a hotel room by yourself, you're not going to let that go to waste.
Well, it wasn't John Hine, so who was it?
Will Murray.
It was me, buddy.
Oh, hey, buddy.
We go out to the club later that night, and you saw JD dancing on stage.
Did you seagull a chick?
With those girls. That's what I should have done. That would have been nice.
Out of it, what's seagull in a chick?
You put your load in your hand and you throw it. Yeah.
But the girls that were dancing on that stage, all the married guys were just sitting up there and just ogling them.
Yeah, holding their shoes. Ronnie had a good point. They were. They're leaning over the barrier that they can't get over.
The girl was a 10, and the way she could move her ass was like nothing I'd ever seen before.
Yeah, you like.
So I just used that image to my advantage the next morning.
Hey, Teddy, I just tweeted out a picture of Will Murray holding a fork like JD on Howard Stern.
I'm doing my best JD impression.
On @Stern Show. Yeah, but then I realized that you sent me 2 pictures, and the
There's
picture
2 of them.
Right, the picture I tweeted out, you're making a face, Will. I didn't realize that there was one
he's
where
got
you
a real
weren't making a
droopy face.
That's my JD face.
Okay, that's his JD
That's a
face.
joke.
Go check
Apparently
it out.
Didn't work
Send
very
both.
Well.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Well, so far, right now, it's not even tweeting. Maybe it's too big of a picture. I don't know. We'll get to it.
So we played poker.
Yeah.
You came back for your nap.
Yeah.
And then the block party basically started, right?
And
I gambled. One thing I want to throw in there before you get to that is, so in the afternoon, I went and gambled with John Hine and JD, and they were playing blackjack. And JD, he complains a lot about not having money. We were at a $25 minimum table, and JD was playing for $75 a hand.
What?
Blackjack.
Wow.
Yeah,
Whoa.
like a true hot shot.
And how'd he do?
Awful. He lost all his money and he was done in 10 minutes.
That either means you want to win big or you want to just leave early. You know?
I don't know what
he wanted to win. Because he put on a tweet like, I can't believe I
think he was
lost
really trying to
He
impress
went back
John
up to his
Hine.
room and took artsy pictures of his leftover chips, and I made fun of him. But.
So before we even got to the block party, though, we're at this burger place, all of us pretty much at the casino, all having a great time except Scott Salem, who sat there like an absolute lump that he is, looking miserable, not wanting to like talk to the fans. I mean, you know, I happen to love that sort of thing. Because if I didn't work on this show, I would have been at this block party. I would have been one of those people at the block party. So, you know, whenever a fan comes up and approaches me and they're nice, you know, I can't ever turn that away. And so I love that stuff. I love taking the pictures. I love being recognized. I do. I love the whole
It's very cool.
deal.
Like you said, as somebody, as all of us, as Howard Stern fans, it's cool when people are like, wow, you're on the Howard Stern show. Yeah, we appreciate that we're on the show. It's
Jason,
awesome.
Did you hear that, Shuli, we were all backstage, but so they're trying to get the show started and the people aren't in their seats. And they're like, what the fuck's going on? Sour Shoes had his keyboard set up in the hallway right by the doors to the theater, and he's putting on a show, and nobody's going into the theater because they're all stopping and sitting there watching Sour Shoes just perform, you know, randomly. Oh, who invited you?
How'd you get down here? You haven't left yet?
Jason invited me.
Oh, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Mr.
Called me a douchebag.
COPD.
I wasn't. Listen, I was having a great dinner with Michael Fox. Come on.
Is this at the place where you demanded
You would be
a
in a
table?
bad mood if you had to have dinner with Michael Fox.
It wasn't good dinner company?
No, he was fine. Listen, I didn't do any of that shit that everybody said. First of all, we got there, where it was like 6 people, and they said, we get a table. I was all of a sudden in charge of getting a table.
Scott, it's fine. And I didn't even bring up those stuff that was talked about on the Stern show about how you supposedly complained about being in line and told the waitress, do you know who I am? And went up to fans and asked them if they would get up and give up their tables for you. I wasn't going to say any of that.
Never did that.
I'm just telling you what I saw. And what I saw was you sitting there looking absolutely miserable and talking to nobody.
Well, it's funny because there was a whole group of us, and most of us got to sit at the bar at the restaurant.
Right.
But Scott was stuck at a
You know
table.
why?
He didn't want to.
No, you know why? Because I put my name in for a table, and the waitress said, you got to get online if you got your name on there. So I got online, and while I got online, everybody else went over to the bar.
So that's what you're pissed off about, right?
That's number one, because nobody knew what the fuck they were doing. They told me to get a table.
But
and
that's
then,
the problem, man. That's why I hate doing things in groups with large people because, you know, it's always a pain in the ass. You got to wait on everybody else.
And then while everybody was at the bar, and then a bar table opened up, and I just said, all right, I'm just going to sit here and eat because what the fuck? Nobody gives a shit.
I was at the Mexican place. It was delicious.
I'm sure.
Well, Scott, as long as you're
Scott was
here,
like,
we'll just go to all your notes.
I miss DJ Hollywood.
I don't want to turn into, you know, the wrap-up show here. They kind of went over all of this, but, you know, you walked out, you got no applause at all, and obviously that was a setup, although quite frankly, I thought surely he was wasting his time. I think you would have gotten no applause even if they didn't tell everybody to do that. And, you know, and then you get out there and you don't really do anything. I mean, right? Am I speaking out of school here?
I was doing what they wanted me to do.
No.
First of all,
what did they want you to do?
First of all, they said, all right, you'll come out and you'll plug in your phone and you'll do the sound effects like you used to do. That didn't happen. We did a sound check and make sure everything was all hooked up.
It's such a classic bit, too. I don't get it.
Yeah, second of all, they wanted me to read the fucking Ronnie poem, which I started to read.
Oh, yeah, that was funny.
That wasn't my bit.
Hasn't that thing been beaten to death?
Yeah, really.
We get it. Ronnie writes shitty poems.
And Sal and Richard were molesting me. So
that was really funny.
That was actually good.
Yeah. Well, right. When other people tried to fuck with you,
I went with the flow. Did you hear me? I mean, and
I heard you complain a lot.
the douchebag. If you would have succeeded in doing what you were trying to do, and I would have gotten hurt.
What was that?
I mean, I was untying the shoelaces. I was trying to tie.
He was trying to tie my shoelaces together. I wanted to step on his fingers.
Jason could bend over?
I wanted to step on his. I wanted to step on his fingers. But I mean, really, is that really smart?
I didn't do it, Scott. Did I? Yeah, okay. Donnie in Texas. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey.
Whoa. Well, you have a rap about Scott?
How's it going?
How you going? Hey, Scott needs to get out of there. Hey, who invited Tracy, man? I mean, Tracy should not have been at that dinner party.
Bullshit.
Oh, fuck that, man. She's a huge part of our office. She's
forget it.
awesome, and we love hanging with her.
I love hanging.
For all those reasons and more, Tracy
That's
should
my
have
girl.
absolutely been at
Don't
that
fuck
dinner.
with Tracy. I'll come through this phone and beat you up.
So, Scott, all right, I mean, do you have
Easy,
anything
Ronnie.
else you want to
No,
say?
I could leave. Right.
Okay.
Goodbye. I'm
Thank you.
kidding.
We're not trying to recreate the wrap-up show
anyway.
here. Yeah. So, anyway, so that was Scott. You can see the energy he brings into
Bye,
a room.
Scott.
Almost as good as the
Thanks
Scott
for
as
coming
the
down.
block party appearance.
By the way, let's give Scott some credit. Why is he here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
know.
That's crazy. Good for him.
I think he's been ordered to work 9 to 5.
But Scott brings up a great point, and I love Shuli, and I'm happy for all the guys at the block party, but the block party was probably the worst part of the trip. Like, I mean, not that it was bad and it was a bad time, but I had way more fun at the poker tournament. I had way more fun just sitting at the restaurant in Harrah's and having just people come up and meet us and greet us and all that fun stuff.
And we had the best time gambling.
And then we'll get to that coming up. But the block party, it's a hot mess. It's just literally, they don't put any thought into what anybody does except for the comedian. Shuli's a comedian and has an act. They had a couple other comedians that had an act. But they just pull people out. They told us 15 minutes before, hey, would you guys go out on stage if we introduced you on Back Office Radio? Now, within that 10 minutes, Will and I huddled in the fucking corner and we're like, what should we do? And I'm like, maybe I'll try and do something Back Office Radio. Like, I'll talk about what's going on in the green room and all the chicks that I'm fucking drooling over right now. And Will's like, I got a Howard joke and I got a this joke. And, and
in their defense, though, they had to tell us 10 minutes before, because if they had told us any earlier, then we would have realized we were doing exactly what everybody else was getting paid to do.
Right.
And then we would have been pissed off about it.
Richard and Sal were on stage as long as you and I were.
Absolutely.
And somehow they
And
got
did
paid
less
for it.
comedy.
But you know what? Again, we were already there, and
Not a
maybe,
problem.
I love Shuli, I love Ronnie, I love JD. If we could help out the show once we're there.
You love
help
Blue
out.
Meat?
I love Blue Meat. But again, no one put a gun to our head. They didn't say we had to go out on stage, but clearly they wanted us to. Afterwards, they asked us if we would go do the meet and greet. Again, that's something people get paid for. I gladly went and did it. I love meeting
Cool
the
to meet
fans.
the fans.
But again, it's just like they ended up getting everything they wanted for free. They got us down there. They got us talking about it. They got us on stage to be part of the show, to add to the show. And then they got us to do the meet and greet. And again, that was fine, but that was once. That's it.
The one
That's it.
time.
That was the one time for free. And, and it's I don't even want to pull a Lisa G thing where you have to, I will meet fans for free. I don't give a shit, but I'm not going to be the one asshole not getting paid either.
There was a scary moment, too, when they started pulling out everybody who was there, and they pulled out Rachel Fine and Richie. And I mean, it was like, I love them. They're fun as hell to hang out with, but they had nothing to say, or did they have an act?
They should have even put them out on stage.
And it felt terrible for them because they come out and then they handed the mic and then they didn't really say anything, and then the people just turned and then of course they started screaming that they wanted to see her boobs and everything, and it was just out of control.
I would pay for that, by the way.
Well,
I would pay for that too, but
I felt for them. And then I got real nervous about us. I'm like, well, fuck,
and then,
what are we going to do?
and then for some reason, who brought Elaine out? I mean, Elaine's great, but
Sal and
clearly,
Richard brought
yeah,
them.
they bring her out. She wasn't getting paid, and so they just told her, sing some opera. And she hadn't prepared anything, and so she starts singing, and it kind of didn't go over well. Again, not her fault. I blame whoever puts this show together. JD and Ronnie have no act. Literally, all people want to do is see JD laugh. If he just stood on stage and laughed, people would pay money for it. So they seem to know that, and so they don't prepare anything.
I thought he was hilarious when the show opened, the music's kicking, everything. Pops off. JD comes out and just doesn't say anything. And
this is what JD walked out to. It's the fucking best. Ladies and gentlemen, at the block party, the one, the only, Mumble Mouth from the Howard Stern Show, JD Harmon!
What's up, guys?
Woo!
Woo!
We love you, JD!
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, you just go, calm down.
Calm down, everybody.
Calm down. Okay, calm down.
Yeah,
It
here's Ronnie Munn.
I know,
I
Ronnie
thought he was great.
Exactly.
I'm Ronnie.
I'm a party animal.
I'm going to walk off stage and sit in someone's seat. Whoa! I'm a wild man. They have no act. They have nothing. And what they're basically doing is asking people to pay to stare at Ronnie and JD. And, again, I know a show is built around that, but Jesus Christ, you've been doing this for a fucking year. Put a thought into it.
One thought.
One piece of effort, besides Ronnie reading a poem, or JD reading Ronnie's poem, which is even worse.
Too much pressure. And that's the worst thing. We go out there.
Yeah, we want to entertain.
And not only can they not shut up, they sit there and start shitting on us.
So we're
doing them the favor.
We're going to play some of the audio. Yeah, we thought JD didn't hang out on stage for everybody. He hangs out on stage for us. He starts shitting all over everything we're saying. Teddy was the best, though, because Teddy goes, guys, I don't want to talk. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I was nervous.
It's all you two. It's all you two. And within 10 seconds, you grab the microphone.
Kind of like this show.
Yeah. Anyway, so here's a little bit of what you missed from us. And by the way, I don't think we come off great in this clip at all.
No,
but this is what
the best
we did.
line of the day.
Yeah.
From Back Office Radio, Jason Kaplan,
Fucking people pay money to be here for this. Here's the deal. I think Howard's been asleep for 2 hours already, and this is literally the nightmare he's having right now. I like that line.
Yeah, you're talking.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
By the way,
Go ahead with your
T-shirt
show.
contest coming up. This guy and this guy. That's What do you JD think? and Jason I'm
Who's
pointing
got
to.
the better tits?
Like a food.
Nothing better to see a Will Ball on stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, lucky crowd, thank you. Everyone has been so nice since we've been here. I've met almost half of you in the crowd. You're awesome. I'd like to thank you for putting up with John Hine and his mom jeans and his shitty Michigan sweatshirt.
He is such a schlub. It's the best. He doesn't give a shit.
Pictures on howardstern.com.
Like you can do laughs and Will not. That's crazy.
Fuck you.
So I've been making some observations backstage I'd like to share with you. Literally, I want to fuck.
Boo it. Fuck you. Really? Fuck off. I was here staring at JD for Christ's sake.
I literally want to have sex with everybody's girlfriend and wife this year. And I'm
Starting with John Polaris.
John Polaris. Erica! It's like a playground.
Fuck Erica.
Hell yeah!
Hi, thank you, everybody.
I didn't name everyone I want to have sex with. Marla Kutsky.
That's right, people. $50 a ticket for this.
Right, there's my cat from Back Office Radio, everybody. Back Office Radio.
Thank you very much. Jackie, I like that sex with you. Rachel Fine.
Jason.
Anyone?
Will anyone have sex?
Wait, Al, can you rewind to the last 15 seconds of that clip? While you cue that up, I defy anyone to tell me what JD's saying. Okay. Anybody, if you can decipher what JD's saying. Everybody's girlfriend and wife this year. And
Starting with John Polaris.
John Polaris. Erica.
We all want to fuck Erica.
Hell yeah.
Hi, thank you, everybody.
I didn't name everyone I want to have sex with. Marla Kutsky.
Marla Kutsky. Is that great?
Jesus Christ.
There's my cat from Back Office Radio, everybody. Back Office Radio.
Thank you very much. Jackie, I like that sex with you.
Jason.
Rachel Fine. What is that? What the hell did you say? Jason in Washington, D.C., welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys. So I can't believe that Howard still allows Shuli to talk about this show. He's taking advantage of everybody. And Scott, the engineer, pointed it out and then Shuli just railroaded over him. Shuli has no show without Ronnie and has no show without Scott. I've seen Shuli's act before. He tells a joke. His big joke is a story that he's told on the air.
All right, I'm bored with your call. Here's the deal. Sorry for hanging up on you. Actually, not really. No. Shuli's funny. I don't care what anybody says.
Guy.
Maybe you don't think he's incredibly funny. I mean, everyone's opinion is their own, but Shuli is. He's accomplished on stage. He has stage presence. He has an act that he can do. He's not just some dude off the street.
And he had Jimmy Florentine, awesome job. I mean, there is some good parts, really good parts.
But Shuli gets it. You know, a comedian is not going to fill a 1,200 seat auditorium like that if he hasn't been on television, if he doesn't have any kind of credibility in the comedy world. I mean, there's a lot of comics out there at Shuli's level. It is hard to have a name for yourself. So, of course, that's why he brings in the guys from the Stern Show.
Absolutely. Coming up, we're going to talk about the after party at the club and JD losing his fucking mind. And I'm going to talk about something that happened backstage before the show that really had me pissed off and thinking that this almost is a ripoff for the fans. You'll hear what that is next on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. Creating office anxiety since 2012. Back Office Radio with Will and Jason.
Teddy just suggested we have a beer, and I was just like,
things down.
If I had a beer, I'd fall asleep right now. I know I'm all hyped up on the air, but I am so tired.
Teddy will have a beer when he does anything.
And what's wrong with that?
Welcome back
Got
to
a
the back.
problem with that?
No, I guess it's
right.
the baseball that comes with
used
it.
to be that way, dickhead.
Now I'm a father.
Exactly.
Welcome back to Back Office Radio, only on Howard 101. If you'd like to give us a call, 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. We're talking about the block party, so if you were there, you want to talk about it, if you've ever been to a block party before, if you have any comment of any kind on that or Benji or anything, let us know. I'm going to take some phone calls here. Andy in New Jersey, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey guys, Will, I don't know if you remember me. I was the one that you told me to go over and take some pictures of JD and make it look like he was a superstar.
Oh, it's at the nightclub you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he was on stage with all the girls?
Yeah, and if you want to give me your email, I have some video of that girl with this mini skirt. If you want to keep it in your spank thing for later.
Oh God, dude.
Gross.
On a scale from 1 to 10, what was that? Like, she was an 11, right?
No, she was a late night at AC 11.
She was 11 because you were drunk and it was 11.
And married too long.
Rick in Iowa, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, what's going on, Jason?
What's up, bro?
Well, I'd really like this show. This is the first show that I found that I can stomach you, Jason. And I got another topic. I got another thing. I used to go see John when he had the Stuttering John review, and he'd do the same thing that Shuli's doing.
Right.
And you guys need to just kill the block party and organize a thing where all you guys share in. Because the block party raked in over $50,000.
Well, I don't know about that. Look, those guys are making money. I mean, I'm not going to try and step in on them making money. I mean, they're going out. They're putting on a show. People are paying to see it. I think it's what they do is way better than the Lisa G meet and greet where people would just had to pay $100 to stare at her. So, it was something I would go to as a fan. Howard doesn't take the show out on the road that much anymore, and quite frankly, I think that's why they get such a response. It's cool. If I did not work on this show, I would be at that block party, and I would have had a great time, and I would have left not feeling like I had wasted my money. My fault with it as an employee here and as somebody who cares about the fans is that I think that they don't put enough thought, time, and energy into what they do, and that their show could be so much better if they actually took it seriously. And I teased coming back from the break something that I thought was complete bullshit. Backstage, before the show, every single one of those motherfuckers, except Ronnie and JD, I will give them credit, were either drunk or high or both. Sal and Richard were drunk before they went out on stage.
Well, they didn't give a shit. I mean,
Scott Salem was inebriated before he went out on stage. Was Shuli drunk? I don't even know.
No, I don't think he's a big drinker.
No, he's,
just
professional.
Nobody takes it seriously. It's, if I know. Well, so Sal and Richard were paid to be there. They're paid to be performers. And you know what? Go out and do something other than just fucking taking your clothes off.
They got naked.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way before the show started to watch everyone drink and
Slash would
smoke.
drink a fifth of vodka before he'd go out.
Yeah, well, it's rock and roll, man.
No one on that show could play the guitar like Slash. I just found it insulting to the audience personally, and I would never do that. I wouldn't go out on stage high. I know I'm a retard when I'm high, and I wouldn't make any sense. Now, I'd smoke on stage if that's what people wanted to see.
So smoking's okay.
If that's what the people want.
You wouldn't go out high, but you'd get high on stage.
I get high at the meet and greet afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what I think about that. We also so we were at the after party, which was at the pool at Harris, which is their nightclub.
It was like an ultra kind of swanky, hip spot to be in, right? They're doing their best Vegas impression with that place.
And it was kind of cool because they had the stage set up and we were all roped off next to the stage and people, they had girls up on the stage dancing. They had a DJ.
Well, you know how that happened, by the way?
No, I have no idea.
So JD saw this hot chick in the behind the, whatever you call
the crowd.
The barricade.
Yeah, behind the star line.
And he's
we're
like,
all stars.
I love that girl. That girl's so beautiful. And I said, dude, let's go over and bring her over here. I mean, we have the access. This is supposed to be our spot.
Right.
So we said, can we grab this girl in? And one of the guys was like, yeah, grab a whole group of girls. And they all came up and started dancing on the stage in front of the DJ. And
with
right
JD.
there, with JD. I'm like, JD, how do you not get laid in this situation?
Well, he figured out a way because he didn't get laid at the end of the night. I grilled him about it.
However, he was, to his credit, he was up there for 2.5 hours.
Dude,
straight
it was
dancing.
ridiculous.
I mean, I was impressed.
It's the most exercise you've had in a year.
I'd never dance at anything, and not to mention that long. Amazing. I was proud of it.
It was ridiculous, and as Will was saying earlier, there was a girl up there on stage that was very hot, that was wearing this tiny little dress that when you were standing on, next to the stage, which was, about 3 or 4 feet down, if you looked up, you just saw her panties. You
didn't have to look up.
Yeah, right.
They were just out. She was a professional ass wiggler. It was unbelievable.
You saw what she had for lunch.
At one point, she put her ass in my face, and then she put her head down between her knees, and she took her finger and took it from her asshole down to the.
All right, I'll fess up. I paid for her.
What do you mean?
I bought her. I had her come.
Shut up. You know that kind of fucking money.
No, but you know, and to Teddy's credit, there was little to no free alcohol back there for us, which Sequoia warned us about in that wonderful email he sent out going, "Hey guys, when the beer's gone, the beer's gone." But so Teddy very generously bought bottle service for us, and it was expensive. And thank you, because
it's all right, baby.
That's all there was to drink.
I won all of it back.
That's right.
You won before that, right?
I won the night before. I won 400. And then I won another 1,100 the next
3 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, me, Will, you, Teddy, John Hine, and Ben Bardo all left to go find a table game to play. And we ended up commandeering half of a craps table. And my God, we were on a streak out of a fucking movie.
It was a beautiful thing.
Thank God.
What do you call it when you point? Is that every time you throw the dice successfully, it's a point?
You make your point. Yeah.
And so all of us were making points. No one crapped out right away. Will made six points.
Who threw? You went.
I went. I did a couple. I did 5 or 6.
I had a few. It went around.
You had a few. Then Jason goes, and of course. The table gets way gayer when Jason starts throwing the dice.
Well, I have my system. The way I throw it, I pick up the dice or leave it on the table. This place made me leave the dice on the table, but I flick my wrist in a very femme way, and I go, 1, 2, 3, fun! And then on fun, of course, is where the dice go tumbling. But I was rolling well. And so by the third roll, everybody at the table was doing it. Everybody was going, 1.
For some reason it worked.
2, 3, fun! Yeah. Meanwhile, you guys were all shouting out people's names that I really had no idea what was going on. Like John kept shouting, Reggie. And somebody shouted out Bird. I thought you were singing Bird.
I was singing Bird, but we were talking about Larry Bird. We wanted 33.
People kept shouting Jordan. I just assumed that's because Jordan's really, really excellent, so they wanted us to be excellent.
We wanted 23.
Somebody yelled.
Of course that's what you thought, Jason.
Somebody kept yelling Mariano Rivera. And again, I thought that had to do with pitching, so throwing the dice. I thought that's...
Of course.
Was there numbers?
Yeah, we wanted...
I didn't realize.
A 6. We wanted a 4 and a 2.
So, we all did well.
No, I did the best out of the group of us. I think I made the point like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
No,
you
more
were
than
the
that.
best
More
roller
maybe
and
6.
the cheapest gambler.
Well, I had no money left.
Yeah,
the problem was
he was in a hole.
I was down $400 going into that table, and I said, fuck it. I started at that table with $10.
Yeah, no, that's impressive.
$10.
That's impressive.
But the dice ends up with a guy across the table we don't know, which is fine. He rolled, what would you say, about 40, 45 minutes?
45 minutes.
I mean, everybody was making money. Everybody was making money. It was like out of a fucking movie. It was just crazy.
Yeah.
I tell you, have you ever seen anything like that?
I filled up the bar, like the chip holder in front of me. I filled it up. I was like...
This guy could not miss.
Every time he'd make point, we'd high five.
Yeah.
And the next morning I woke up with very sore wrists, and I think it was from the power high fiving.
Shut up. Is that true?
Yeah, that's my gay fucking revelation of the day. It's really bad. I know. Yeah. But like you said, started with $10.
Yeah, and walked away with what?
Walked away with $450.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I owed John Hine $200, paid him right off the table because I don't want to owe that piece of shit anything. But Teddy, not piece of shit, he's a great guy.
Teddy, you're a very, very, very generous guy. But
thank you.
But you want how much at craps?
Total for the weekend?
No,
over a G at that table.
Yeah, 1,100 at that
11.
Oh, I threw a 5, I know.
That was bad, dude.
How much did you throw?
Huh?
How much did you throw?
I think I gave him $20.
Yeah, I threw down.
Really?
I made a.
I never thought you had to spend that much. I thought I see.
You just won $1,000 for nothing.
And I tipped the fucking thrower, not the fucking dealer. If anything.
No, at a craps table, I found this out the next day.
I don't know the etiquette at all.
A lot of work on that craps table.
Yeah, I know it is, but they're getting paid.
And they were. Well, apparently they don't get paid that much. They're almost like on a waiter system there. Like they get paid like $6 an hour.
Shit, what do you want me to do next time? Next time I'll triple it.
But you know the guy called you by name when you were walking away.
Oh fuck!
Really?
He
goes, thanks, Teddy.
Oh shit, dude! By the way, I was blackout drunk. It was 4 o'clock in the morning.
It was rough. John Hine, I think, walked away, by the way, with $1,400.
Yeah, he cleaned up.
Say.
You know why? He was sober.
John,
he was high on Diet Coke. What are you talking about?
No, I'm sorry, dealer. Shit, I'm really sorry.
No, I know. You know what? We all said, I said there's no way Teddy realized what he did.
I totally didn't. Oh, man.
You are a generous
Now I feel
guy.
like I'm going to drive down there tomorrow.
Well, you don't remember who it was.
He doesn't have to work or anything. It's fine.
All right, enough. Let's get back to the regular back office radio. You ready to do a few page 69s here?
Absolutely.
All right.
Page 69.
All right, Will, this is all you.
Well, why don't we start with the first one? This is an audio, page 69. Ooh. So I guess Shuli approached Gary about getting access to our coveted bathroom.
Why?
Well, play the clip first.
Yeah.
This might not be the right timing for this, but I talked to him the other day about getting access to this bathroom.
No.
No?
Are you serious?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. I have to find out.
So you say no and you don't have a reason?
You caught me off guard. We're not adding people.
Okay.
But I'm not saying no.
All right. Well, you did. No. You're not adding people, so no.
You caught me off guard.
Okay.
What?
For me, this is why Gary doesn't really command respect in the office.
It's got to be a joke.
No, he's the boss. Shuli says, I want access to the bathroom. I don't even know why. I don't know why he deserves access. It's not like he's back there and has to hear the show. Gary says no. That should be end of conversation.
Yeah.
Instead, you hear Shuli go on and on about, why? What are you talking about?
Well, Gary
asshole?
really likes Shuli, so I'm surprised.
Everyone likes Shuli, but there's no reason for him to be using that bathroom. Right?
I don't want to go near that bathroom. I'm glad I'm not on the list.
Of course.
What's so funny about this was that Shuli came to us to give us this story.
Like what
on
a
page
dick
69.
Gary's being.
Framing it as a dick, Gary being a dick. And the way he told the story, Gary did sound like a dick. And then we listened to the audio.
He wasn't a dick at all.
No, Shuli went up to the executive producer of the Howard Stern Show in the middle of the show. You could hear it playing in the background. Throws something out there. Gary's first reaction is to say no. And then he actually, like the nice guy he is, said, actually, let me think about it and look into it. And Shuli just laughs at him and has been like, oh, so it was no, and now you have to think about it. And
Gary said no. That's the end of the conversation. That's what I would say. I'd say, no, fuck off.
I really thought this was like a comedy bit or something. I just don't know, because Shuli, I don't know why. We'll find out someday, but I just would never use that bathroom even if I had access.
Well, he wants to shit in private like everyone else around here.
God forbid something happens. I don't want to ever, if I'm not ever in that bathroom, then I can never be pinned on something that happens in that bathroom.
It's not about the bathroom at this point. It's about Shuli asking Gary for something like this in the middle of the show. Shuli not respecting when Gary says no. People just don't respect. Gary says no. Richard Christie's the same way. You know, so Gary will be like, you know what, this clip isn't very funny. Well, Sal thought it was funny. Yeah, but I don't think it's funny. Well, maybe if you play it for Howard, he'll think it's funny. It's like, Gary's got to turn around one day and just go, guys, I'm the fucking producer of the show. Get the fuck out of my office.
Yeah.
Let's get him a taser.
Put me in charge.
So that was the first one. What do you got, Jason?
Well, I heard you say this in the office today, and I actually didn't know if it was true or not, so I wanted to use it as my page 69. Is Scott DePace no longer talking to you?
He did not talk to me this entire week.
Oh, no.
And I believe it's because he's upset about what I said about him last week.
Oof.
And I don't even think I said anything that bad.
You didn't say anything bad at all.
Look, thank God it's not golf season.
Yeah, right.
Teddy, keep your comments to yourself.
One final thing on Scott. Hopefully it gets me on his better side again.
Why do you care?
Because he's a friend of mine. He does work incredibly hard when he's here. And he's very good at his job. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
You hate
with
him,
that.
but
no, I agree with that. He's a hard worker when he's here.
Right, and he is very good at his job.
He is,
and I would imagine he would have no problem getting a job directing after.
He has such a good beaten wife.
It is. It's part of that. But you know what? I'm going to tell the truth on that one. So,
all right. Well, we have a special guest on the phone right now, cutting into page 69. No, not coming up. We're going to take this right now because we're not going to spend that much time on it. Benji Bronk, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, Teddy?
Yo! Hi, Benj.
Hey, man. You've never been in the bathroom back there?
I don't have access.
I'll take you, man.
I'll tell you what. You know what?
Here comes the vortex.
No.
I'll tell you what. Benji, I'm putting you back on hold for a second. When we come back,
it's gross.
We always do our airing of the grievances. I'm assuming Benji's on the phone to air a grievance.
Good call.
So when we come back, we will talk to Benji about whatever he has to say. We'll wrap up the show, and that's it. 888-101. You're listening to Back Office Radio only on Howard 101.
Attempting to keep Shuli off Howard 101 for at least 2 hours each week. Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
Welcome back to Back Office Radio only on Howard 101. It's I started the show by saying I'm full of hate, and I think I spewed out most of it during the show because I'm exhausted now.
Like I say, you look full.
We do have Benji Brock on the phone, and what we like to do towards the end of the show is let anybody who has a grievance with anything we say come down here. So I'm putting a call out there now if anyone in the office or anyone who wants to call in had a grievance with anything we said about them. Call in now or come in now, and let's air it out. Before we get to Benji, though, Dushar in Toronto, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, Jason. Hey, love your show, by the way. I think you guys are the best show on 101, period.
101.
101, sorry.
Thank you.
My only comment is Tim Sabian. I know I listened to Howard kiss his butt this week, and I was like, Tim Sabian has done diddly squat in the last 6 months. You guys lose Bubba, and then Pharrell, we've known, I think, was going to leave, I think, 3-4 months ago, and yet there's no real replacement. Your show is the best show. I'd rather have your show on from 8 to
Well,
11.
buddy, thank you for the compliments, but who do you think put our show on?
Yeah,
Tim
hello.
Sabian.
Yoo-hoo.
Hello, yoo-hoo.
Yeah, you hoser.
No, Tim does a fucking
He does
amazing
a lot
job
that a
here.
lot of people don't see.
He does an
It's a lot of
amazing job
behind-the-scenes
here,
stuff.
and I don't think anyone's crying over everybody that we lost, even though we like them. I think Tim does an amazing job, and I'm not just saying that because he's my boss. I'm saying that because he writes my paychecks. And I think
He's the greatest boss.
he's
right?
the greatest guy, and quite frankly, this show would not be on the air unless he believed in us.
I love
mean,
him.
flat out, end of story. We pitched the show to Tim, and he wasn't buying into it right away, and he said, "I trust you and Jason, you and Will. I'm sorry, to do this show. Go ahead and do it." He was nervous. He heard it. He loved it, and to his credit, he's championed it, and he's the reason you're listening to this show right now. Okay, Benji, we're going to you. I would assume that you're here to air some grievance, so let's go at it.
I don't have a grievance, but that is a great idea to have at the end of the show, and I think the main show should do that also. I love that.
Thank you.
But I also love, this is the first time I've really heard extensively Back Office Radio, and it's really good.
Thank you.
A lot of good elements, very funny. And
I'm waiting for the other lifted shoe to drop.
What's that?
I said I'm waiting for the other lifted shoe to
The
drop.
other lift shoe?
Is there a butt to this, or do you just
Yeah.
want to call in and say we're doing the good show? And thank you.
No, I wanted to thank you for naming me Douche of the Week.
Oh, in fact, now that you're here live?
Wait, first of all, is that official? Do you guys have to vote for it?
Hold on a second.
Let's vote. Hold on. We're going to keep the tally here.
Teddy, who do you think? Well, Will. Okay, Will,
This one was close.
Okay, I have the envelope.
Okay.
All right. So this week, Teddy nominated Benji for Douche of the Week. Will nominated Benji for Douche of the Week. Jason nominated Benji for Douche of the Week.
The winner is
Benji. You are
Douche of the Week.
Thank you for calling in to Collecting Yourself.
I'm very excited and a little bit overwhelmed. It's just very exciting. It's a douche is something that cleans things and cleans it out, and it's exciting to be a douche. And I would nominate myself for Douche of the Week too. So thank you very much.
All right, Benji, with that
Wow.
No, Elisa and Elisa, who I'm so very proud of. I didn't get to say it on the show.
Yeah.
I love so. What's that mean?
What?
No, nothing.
You're breaking up, Benj. Hurry, quick. The show's ending.
We're going to be at the cutting room.
Quickly. What?
You're cutting who?
Stop cutting yourself.
He just wants to feel, man.
Room.
Oh.
Jason, I sent you a link to the website. I sent you a link to put on the website.
Yes, howardstern.com for pictures of our steak dinner, for the block party pictures. I got all the clips of the website. Go ahead, Benji, plug it. Let's just end
Let him plug.
We're going to be at the Cutting Room NYC. You can go to that web. And I sent some pictures of Elisa in bikini to Jason.
Yes, you did. I will put them up because she is gorgeous.
What about me? I want to see those.
I will put pictures of you in a bikini
I
as
would
well.
like to see pictures of Will in a bikini. Yeah.
Beat you to it, Benji. Hey, thanks, Benji, for calling in. Whatever. I don't know what that's about.
I guess that was good.
I guess that was good. I will get the links up and of Elisa, of course, because she's gorgeous. What a show. Thank you all for participating. Al Ragone, as always.
I'm so pissed off we didn't get to talk about Janice wanting to have sex with me, your wife.
How do we miss that?
Yeah, I'm
Don't
sure.
worry,
I'm sure it was an accident, Jason.
I'm sure she's thought that way a long time.
Thank you
About it
to
next week.
Lindsay, the intern on the phone, Steve Pick. Oh, fuck, I forgot his name. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Danny? Danny. All right, I got it.
No,
I got it.
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby.
I knew it was an E.
Well, both of
Asshole.
us. Thank you. Al Ragone, of course, Teddy Knitter, Will Murray.
Thank you. When do I get to fuck your wife?
Right now. Whenever you want.
Yeah,
Like,
come over.
Are you serious?
I said I would be very happy if you were the one that did it.
I just have to get permission
If
from the
anyone
wife.
I
has to
love
do
you
it.
guys.
Thank you for listening to Back Office Radio. You are the greatest fans in the world, and you are listening to us only on Howard 101. Peace!
The studio doors are locked. This is a closed set. Will Murray.
By the way, my wife just texted me that you are banned from seeing our son.
Jason Kaplan.
What, because of the thigh comment?
Well, yeah, you're threatening to eat him.
You offered him.
Their world.
The relationship has deteriorated. No.
Their life.
What is going on around here?
And the Howard Stern Back Office.
You were screaming and fighting and being drunk. No.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason. Call 888-STERN-101.
I was sucking it down like it was going out of style.
Excuse me?
Lest anyone think that was some sort of sexual reference. That was definitely food reference.
It's the same for you, isn't it, Jason?
Why not? To get the same enjoyment out of it.
I think you get more actually out of eating.
It's, you know why? I never have performance anxiety when I eat. You know, it's always very satisfying for all parties involved.
It's a lot longer process, too.
Welcome to Back Office Radio here on Howard 101. This is Jason Kaplan. I'm here with Will Murray, and I'm not even going to say if Ted's in the studio today. Let's just see if the audience can pick up if Ted's here or not, because even if he's not here, it might be the same level of contribution we normally get.
He's certainly not sleeping.
No, he's not sleeping. Now, the great Teddy Knitter is on his way to Scotland.
Scotland!
What is his deal? How does he travel? I mean, this is like his 4th European trip since we started Back Office Radio.
He's a world traveler.
How is that possible?
He has rich family.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. The Teddy Back Office Spotlight we did. So thank you for joining us on Back Office Radio, 888-101. That's 888-783-7610 if you want to give us a call. I know I sound a little downbeat right now. Oh, I am thrilled to be here. I mean, just thrilled to be here. But, we went to the diner before the show.
Yeah.
And I think that was a mistake. I don't know why. Somehow I could eat the Wendy's and be like fine and good to go. And I purposely didn't get the burger at the diner today because every time I eat the burger, I feel like shit afterwards, even though it's delicious. And so today I got a tuna melt. And I still feel...
Yeah, tuna at a shitty diner in Manhattan. That's always a good move.
I don't feel sick. I just don't feel good.
Maybe you ate too much salad. That can be an issue for you, Jason.
No, but hey, before we jump into the meat of the show, now we have these Thursday writing meetings where we all get together and pitch ideas. And speaking of salad, Benji brought out a full carton of little baby tomatoes. What do you call those? Those little...
cherry tomatoes.
Cherry tomatoes, and ate them by hand, one by one. And then he brought up an entire trough of salad.
It was like a bucket of salad.
A huge...
Of just lettuce.
Like if you ordered a salad, like this salad could feed a family of 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So... And then he starts eating the plain lettuce by hand. Like it's like sitting next to a horse.
It really was. It was like looking at a cow eat. He just shoves it in that mouth. I have a picture. You should tweet it out.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah,
all right, well, give it to me during the break. Email it to me, and I'll tweet it out over at Stern Show. Actually, as long as we're talking about that meeting real quick.
You know what's funny about the Benji eating thing? It's like you were watching Benji eat. John Hein was watching you eat. I was watching John Hein eat. It's like the entire meeting is just full of vultures.
What was John Hein eating? I missed it.
No, he wasn't actually eating much.
I brought this guy, Chris. I'm going to fuck up his last name now. I feel so bad. Chris Espiopoulos.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Espionopoulos?
He's a comic book writer.
Oh, that's why I don't know.
And he's the one that wrote my name in the Spider-Man number 700. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. So I gave him a tour of the studio last week, and he sent over this huge... and I can't even call it a box of chocolate. It was an entire picnic basket.
Wait, what's your character in the Spider-Man?
No. He just wrote my name in it.
Oh.
So somebody's reading a newspaper, and the byline's by Jason Kaplan.
It'd be great if, like, Spider-Man tries to save you with his spiderweb, and you're just too fat to fucking hold on and kill somebody down below.
I'm the thing that breaks the web?
Yeah, exactly.
Steve Brandano's actually in an issue of Justice League, like a picture of him.
I saw that.
It's ridiculous.
It's like his Twitter... icon or whatever you call it.
And it was drawn by Jim Lee, who I know doesn't mean much to you, but he is like the preeminent comic artist.
It means nothing to me.
Yeah, it's so funny. Going back to the diner, we're sitting there eating, and I recognize the table across from us is sitting Joe Quesada. Now, anyone who knows comic books, Joe Quesada runs Marvel. I mean, he's a legendary artist, writer. He was the CEO of Marvel for years. He's still running Marvel, but somebody has assumed, I guess, the day-to-day operation. And and they're all there with these great comic book writers and producers, and you guys thought that they were just like construction workers.
No, I just saw a dumpy guy with a T-shirt down to his knees, and I saw you talking to him. I said, "Oh, that's one of the fat guy fans." Clearly,
no, that's
a
Joe
big and tall
Quesada.
shopper.
That's Joe motherfucking Quesada, who, by the way, didn't recognize. You know, it was he's done Geek Time so many times. I've been to his house for a Christmas party. I mean, I was taken there by Ralph, but you know, and I walk up to him like, "Hey, Joe, good to see you." And I could see he
had no idea.
He got it. He got it. He was like, oh. But the initial reaction was he didn't know what it was.
And what did I say to you at the diner? I was like, if I had to picture what a guy that ran a comic book empire would look like, that's the guy.
That is the guy. And I feel like crap. And, you know, another sign is, you know, Will and I's birthdays are coming up. Mine is tomorrow, and then Will's is next Friday.
We're the same age for 1 week.
For 1 week every year, Will and I share what are we, 34?
34 I'm 34.
You're 34.
Turning 34.
And, you could tell we're getting old because all the waitresses that we flirt with down at the diner, week in, week out, are now all engaged. So, like, we've now, you know what I mean? Like, used to flirt with those cute waitresses downstairs, and now they're getting married and moving on with their lives.
No, I know. And they're all these, like, Russian girls, which I love. It's so funny. But one of them, the one that was serving us today, she's actually, she's married, she told us.
Yeah.
And I've seen her dropped off in the morning. She dropped off in this like creepy looking minivan. I thought that was just like the guy that, you know, flew her illegally to the United States. He keeps her like in a dog kennel in that minivan. Yeah. He has like a whole team of them that he drops off at different locations. But it turns out that's actually her husband. So
I would like to keep her in a dog kennel.
Excuse me?
I mean, you know, just in a cage.
She got some body. I'll tell you.
Does.
Oh, well, excuse me.
You know, so
out of line.
We talk about flirting with waitresses, and Jim McClure comes racing into the studio. Jim, anything you want to add to this conversation? That you're one of the key flirters.
I don't know about flirters, but we never got around to the entire segment about work, or we don't have work wives. We all have diner wives because we've all put our claim in.
You guys have a diner wife. I have a work wife who, by the way, looked hot today.
Here we go.
I haven't seen it.
When are we doing the Kim segment? We are doing it one of these days.
We do it right now. Those fucking jeans she was wearing today, and I can say this, we're friends, okay? Everyone just calm down. I'm not just picking on some random girl here at Sirius, but goddamn, she looked good today.
You're creepy. You're creepy. No, I like Kim a lot.
What's so creepy about that? Saying that.
I want to do the segment like we talked about where we play like the newlywed game with you and your real wife versus you and your work wife and see who knows you best. I'm putting my money on Kim.
No,
I've never heard somebody talk about such mundane subjects for like hours on end.
Do you remember my...
You know you drive John Hine nuts, right? If he's back there, he should come in and say...
Is that true?
Oh, my God. Oh,
why does it drive him nuts? Because she stands by him when we're having our conversation?
Because you talk about ridiculous things. Like today, what were you talking about?
Property Brothers.
Yeah, exactly. Property Brothers. For like half an hour. And the other, like cat outfits? I hear that kind of shit.
No, she doesn't own any animals.
Yeah, but you talk about cats. You talk about like different food recipes. He's been dying to do this segment.
I've been waiting to have this conversation for 5 years.
Give us a call, 888-783-7610. That's 888-STERN-101. And in the studio now with us, Mr. TV, John Hine. John, do I flirt with Kim too much?
I know you love your wife.
I do.
You're in love with Kim.
She's gorgeous.
I'm not disputing that. I mean, she's a very attractive girl. You guys talk for hours and hours and hours upon end about a lot of different stuff, ranging from food to TV to... you have conversations with her. I don't even get that in depth with my wife.
But
the kicker is, Kim, who's soft-spoken, stands right next to me during these entire conversations. And I think you're having them on purpose because you know it's going to annoy me to distract me from what I need to do.
This is literally the first I'm hearing of this annoying you, and now it just makes me want to talk to her more.
That's my point. You've done the job. Congratulations.
You know what's the best? This is really funny, and John and I have both observed this, so... You'll talk to Kim about fucking like a desk for 45 minutes
at least,
and then your wife will call. Janice will call, and you go, "Oh, hey, honey, I gotta run. I got things going on. Bye."
Why see her when I go home?
What?
No.
I really wanted to pull clips for this segment. First, like we were just going to secretly record you for 6 months because then we'd really have the good ammo. Like we did take.
Yeah, hey now.
Oh, there we are.
Hey.
Probably just your headphones.
Yeah.
The very first Back Office Radio show, I believe, was when Jason started wearing his jacket to work, and we actually have a recording of you talking about how the jacket makes you feel...
it's cool.
It's, you know, and say what you will, but I feel a lot better wearing this jacket.
Al, is there any way we can pull that up? Ah, shit.
Well, can we get it maybe during the commercial break?
Yeah, we'll look for it, but that was...
I'm very sporty.
That was with your work wife. That was not... That was not your regular wife.
They want to see if Kim wants to come in during the show, and well, I'll do this all right now. I don't care.
For real, no, because we need to get Janice on. We need to do all the questions. But
no, I mean, but I'd like to interview her. I'd like to get her side of the story.
Yeah, we should bring her down.
Yeah, and wait, hold on. I love Kim. She's a sweetheart. I have nothing against her. I have everything against Jason during this conversation because it drives me insane.
Sophie's choice, right? Yeah. And remember, the one you throw off is dying, so you don't have to answer to anything. They're both on a boat. Okay. You have to get rid of one.
Okay. Well, I've never had sex with Kim, so
I'm sure you've imagined it many times.
Yeah, but
Have you? First of all, have you ever masturbated to Kim?
Yes.
This is going to be a fun conversation.
While I'm sitting there in the office?
Yes. Usually bumping up against the back of your chair. But, by the way, that's not saying much. I've masturbated to a lot of people.
Who else?
Here?
Yeah.
Well, there's not a lot of girls here. One of the secretaries we used to have out front, I can't remember her name.
Okay, no names.
She's not here anymore anyway. But there have been others here at Sirius and on the subway and on the bus. And
Jesus.
But Jason, you don't just load chicks into your memory?
Not like that.
If Janice wasn't in the picture, let's say, for whatever reason, would Kim be someone that you'd be interested in?
Absolutely, 100%. But, it's the opposite. Let's just say life had been screwy and I married Kim and Janice was in the office. It would be the same. Like, I love Janice, but there's something cool about having a cute chick who seems to be somewhat interested in me, although I'm sure if I was single, she would not be interested in me. I think.
Well, that's a good question to ask.
Yeah,
that's a great question. Here. Yeah, get her instead of me in here.
But I mean, come on, you don't agree that she's really good looking? I mean, why do you say she's creepy when I say it?
Absolutely, she's cute.
Well, why do you call me a creep?
Because you've taken it to a new level. You're in love with her. I really believe that.
No,
I do too.
Maybe I had a period where the crush was a little too much.
No, I think
you go through periods like this, though. We used to have somebody who used to work in the office, and you were in love with her. You used to be infatuated. You spent hours with her.
Do you know we did the real newlywed? She was at my wife's wedding shower, and she beat my wife in the Who Knows Jason Best game. I've told you that.
And was Janice upset about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I think this is going to bum her out.
She should be upset.
Janice, don't be upset. They're blowing this all out of proportion.
Will,
this is crazy.
Are we blowing this out of proportion?
Absolutely not.
They're writing down jokes, right? Will's just trying to break us up so he can get you himself, baby.
I don't have to do much work, apparently, on that. I knew that Jason was in love with the old woman, the woman that used to work here. Not the old woman, the woman who used to work here when he bought her an automatic kitty litter cleaner.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? How did that work again?
How did it work?
I think it was like $300.
No, it was if you bought it new. It was if you bought it retail. I got it on eBay for $80. But I don't know how it worked. It turns out they're crappy, so I apologize. I don't even think she set it up. Zach in Denver, welcome to Back Office Radio.
How are you guys?
I'm not that great right now. My wife's probably filing divorce papers.
That's probably because that goddamn jacket you wear all the time on top of a polo shirt. You look like a slob. I love the show. I love the show.
Hey, can I just stop you for 1 second? You call me a slob, but I've been pointed out both on air and off air by Howard for a model of how other people should be dressing around here.
Okay, first of all, just because you put a sport coat on, it doesn't make you look professional or look good. Will looks way better.
Thank you.
By wearing just a sweater or whatever. And if you're going to wear a sport coat, look at Gary. At least wears a long sleeve button-up shirt.
How do you know? I'm wearing a button-up shirt right now.
Are you really?
Yeah. Will? Is this a button-up shirt?
Barely.
Those
poor buttons aren't long for the world.
I'm just saying, just because you wear a sport coat doesn't mean you look professional. You look idiotic when you just put on a coat over a polo shirt and you button your buttons all the way to the top.
Wait, Jason's checking his cell phone to make sure his wife hasn't divorced him yet.
She's home making me cupcakes for my birthday that I'm going to bring in. She goes, tell Will they're his cupcakes.
Hey.
What's Kim doing for your birthday?
Yeah, really?
I don't know, Kim. Get her up here. Let's find out. I bet she bakes me something.
Oh, I know she's going to
Does anyone know where we can grab her? Can we grab her to come in here?
I like to grab her. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's just
It's all just coming out now.
I'll try and track her down for you guys.
Thanks, buddy. That'd be awesome.
Kevin in Dallas, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys.
Because this show is totally derailed right now.
If the roles were reversed, Jason, how would you feel if your wife told you that she had a work husband and she'd masturbated to him, just the thought of him?
I'd be devastated. Not devastated. I'd be. I don't know what I would be. Like, a part of me would probably, on an intellectual level, I would understand. But yeah, I'm a jealous guy. Sure, I get jealous.
If that's the case, then how can you not think this is completely fucked up what you're doing to Janice?
It's fucked up talking about it, but we're doing a radio show, so what am I going to do? Lie?
Oh, so that's what you're just going to say, honey, it was a radio show.
No, here's the deal. Janice knows about Kim. I talk about it. I said that we're friends. I say that we talk a lot. Listen, I jerked off to Janice's friends before. I mean, like, I don't understand, like, what everyone else jerks off to. Like, you see a pretty girl. Well, porn, too. But, I mean, porn, sometimes you need a break from porn.
Jake,
What?
there's nothing wrong. Nobody's shaming you in this. But
Right.
I think the
Thank you.
problem is that you're admitting it out loud, which is kind of a retarded move.
Well, again, I think the difference is, of course, there are women in your Rolodex, and you go, wow, she's hot. I want to fucking jerk off to her, or I'd love to fuck her. Jason has a real relationship with this girl. Like, if, God forbid, Janice was hit by a bus tomorrow, I think you'd really make a move on Kim.
Look, I love my wife. If she died, I'd be devastated. I don't know if I'd swoop in on
At least
Kim.
for 24 hours.
But I would say, if I was a single guy, the one person in this entire organization I'd be most interested in would be Kim.
I'd say in this world.
Possibly, but I don't know many people.
And you two are really made for each other. Like, you both hate talking to people.
Yeah, that's what I love.
You both hate leaving your apartment.
Yeah.
Like, your idea of a perfect weekend is literally watching 24 hours of television.
You ever see how she walks down the hall? She doesn't even look at people. She just zooms right past them. There's no talking.
She's broken like you.
Yeah. We're both dark
she's
and
very
empty
sweet.
inside.
Dark and empty.
All right, well, why we see if someone could rustle up my work. Boy, I did not expect any of this. But what can I do? I'm not going to lie when you ask me a question on the air, and so now I'm fucked. Thank you. Coming up on today's show, Douche of the Week, all new Page 69s. We're going to do a behind the scenes, what happened when Gary double books a guest. Because Will and I were front and center for all that.
We know exactly what happened.
Excuse me.
Oh! What is that, tuna?
Tuna and cheese, yeah. We have a back office spotlight with Wolfie.
Janice is so lucky.
Look what you're missing, Kim. Overlooked Howard 100 news story of the week. Your calls and more. Let me be very clear about this because my wife does listen to the show. I love her very much.
That's the problem. This fucking guy talks before he thinks, and now he's like, "Oh shit, I am in deep water here."
It's not deep water. It's not deep water. My wife doesn't yell at me or get mad at me in that way, if she's upset in any way, that would upset me because I love her and I'm not trying to upset her in any way. But
you just admitted if the roles were reversed, it would piss you off.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you expect her not to be upset by it.
But I'm more upset by her being upset.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
I think you're more upset the cupcakes might stop.
Nah, I can make my own cupcakes. I know I'm not handicapped that way.
I didn't want to throw you off your game, buddy.
It's so funny too because before you even brought this up and I didn't know. Look at my third handwritten note that I had.
Kim looks so hot today. Starred.
They're all starred, but I was I don't know. She's wearing. You saw those jeans.
I wasn't. I got to be honest. I wasn't really looking at her that closely today.
Matt, Massachusetts. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey now.
Hey now.
I mean, I'm just thinking while I'm listening to that TV show, man, is John Hine on every show here? And then I turn this on, I hear that voice.
No, but we needed John for this one.
Why don't you change the name to John Hine 101?
My brother just texted me, dude, a little too far. I don't know what to tell you. What can I say? I'm just being honest. Yeah, John Hine and now Gary and John Hine are hosting shows together. I think this is the second week in a row that Gary's seemingly co-hosted the John Hine TV show with them.
You knew that Gary would get there eventually, you know.
You're right.
They don't do anything apart.
You guys do a great show. Who knew Jason and Will would be so good on the air together? I would love to hear you guys in Jay Thomas's spot. I mean, enough with him. His show sucks, in my opinion.
Well, we're not going. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. We, of course, are not going to shit on any of the programming here. Jay's I guess a good guy. Shuli's a big part of his show, but
a good guy that wants to throw a chair at you.
Oh yeah, fuck him. But you know, hey, listen, write our program director. His name's Tim Sabian. Let him know the programming you want to hear. All right, one more about this Kim thing, and then I got to end it. I have no idea what your name is, but you're in Pittsburgh. Kafifi? Kafafi?
Oh, Cassius.
What? Oh, Cassius. All right. It was not spelled anywhere close to that, but that's okay. Yeah. What's up, Cassius?
Jason, you got to stop on this. Kim, you are digging. I'm one of your few fans out there, Jason.
Thank you, sir.
Slow down. You got to slow down.
All right.
All right. Real quick, Al found that clip of you and Kim talking about your jackets.
All right.
That set is actually very comfortable. The inside is very soft. It's a lot lighter. The whole jacket is much lighter than it looks. When I go outside, like you were just saying about the weather, like this is like the perfect weather for me. Like I don't have to go look for a jacket. I don't have to, this is just. So it's comfortable in that sense. And whether or not it's the truth, I think I look kind of good in it. So it's giving me some self-confidence.
45 minutes of that conversation. That was what, 10-second clip?
Listen, part of the attraction of the Kim is that she listens to me when I talk. Not many people do that. I got to get off this. Yeah, you're making me now. I didn't even think it was that bad until I start getting phone calls and shit like that.
I can't wait till she comes.
It is what it is. What am I, the only fucking guy in America that goes to work and thinks a girl's cute and
talks to her 2 hours a day and then masturbates to her? What's the big deal?
It's not 2 hours a day. The masturbation is. You asked me if I ever have in the 5 years I've known her, man. Yes, she's popped up in the Rolodex.
When she comes down here, I would say on average, and this is not a joke, you talk to her for at least half an hour.
Let me ask you a question, Will, since I'm Mr. Honest today. Have you ever...
Wait, don't throw me under the bus.
No, I'm going to ask you questions, and you could answer them honestly or not. Have you ever masturbated to somebody at work? Our work, here?
No, I really don't do that. I got to be honest with you. I think it's just because I have a bad imagination.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm a total porn guy.
You never have a guy you never have a girl in the Rolodex?
Everyone's telling us to shut up around here. I don't know if it's because we said something about, staffers or...
Well, let's go back to K-Rock, okay? Forget serious. You ever jerk off to anyone at K-Rock?
At K-Rock. No one comes to mind.
All right. Well, a few people that I think you might have come to mind for me. But all right. In fact, as long as we're talking about the happy institution of marriage, let's turn the spotlight off of me for a second.
Somebody joining the club.
And somebody joining this wonderful club.
Our very own Al Ragone.
Congratulations, Al.
Thank you.
Production whiz.
I have so much to look forward to, having a wife and a work wife one day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's fun. And
sounds like it.
One last question for Jason. We'll come back to you, Al. Has Janice ever had to clean up sheets that you've messed thinking about Kim?
No. First of all, I don't think she's ever had to clean up sheets I've messed of anybody. I don't mess up my sheets.
Where do you do your business?
I mean, All right, you know what? Enough about me. I'm being This is Al's segment, okay? For fucking why don't I just reveal everything? And
by the way, my wife's loving this.
What would she say?
This is disturbingly funny.
Well, by the way, yeah, maybe my wife needs a little payback for picking you as the girl she'd fuck, and we don't even know.
That's a good point.
And we don't even know who your wife picked because I guess Howard just stopped playing the game or something.
I know he said he didn't want to do that, but you know who I would guess Gary. By the way, if I had to make a choice, those two are a little bit in love.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Mm-hmm. I know Gary's a little flirty, and I like that about him with the wives, but I didn't realize it was reciprocal with Tracy.
I think she likes him. I think,
You think she's ever masturbated to him?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Tracy, text Will. Al!
Yes, sir. Yes.
You were getting married. I just see a bunch of computers in front of me. I can't actually see you right now. I don't want to move too far for the cameras. But so congratulations. You are 24 years old. Look like you're going on 35. So
Are you 24?
I am 24.
Oh my god.
And why are you getting married so young? What's the deal?
I don't know. I've always been You even told me today at lunch that I'm more mature than my age.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know. We've been together we're going to be 5 years in April. So I just thought
Steve Brandano, he said to me today, he goes, "What the fuck you do? You guys got to be married. Everyone on that show's got to be married. If you want to be part of the club, you got to be married."
What club?
Back Office Radio.
If
you're on the team, you got to be married.
Teddy's
and
married
you know what?
Too.
Goddamn right you do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You don't know real misery until you're married.
That's half the reason I did it.
Jason will be married twice here in a little while.
No, you know what's so great about going back to Kim? She says you can never live with. She said she can never live with somebody, which it's almost an ideal situation. Like get married, but then have two separate apartments or something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you both are whack jobs.
Al, I've met your now fiance several times. She's awesome, actually. She's very personable. She's very, Al's not the most talkative guy in the world, so she just jumps right in there, like blah blah blah, blah in a good way. Mm-hmm. So how long have you guys been together?
About 4.5 years. We're going to be 5 years this year in April.
So you've been dating her since you were 19 years old?
Yes.
College girlfriend? High school girlfriend?
College girlfriend, yes.
Wow.
End of my sophomore year, we started dating.
So how did you do it? Everyone always asks, how did you ask the question?
We went to a Broadway show, and then took her out to dinner, and then we went over to Rockefeller Center, which is one of her favorite places, and I proposed over there.
Look at this guy. What a romantic.
I originally told Jason as a joke that I took her to Wendy's to propose to her, and he got very excited about that, and he was very disappointed when he found out it was a joke.
That's a buzzword. You say Wendy's. Wendy's and Kim. I mean, immediately you start salivating. Hey, I don't want to put you on the spot, Al. Mm-hmm. You don't have to answer the question, but can you tell us how many women you were with before your wife?
Well, I don't have a wife yet, but before 3.
3. All right. That's all right.
Before 3 what?
He had sex with 3 women before his wife.
Oh, congratulations.
So I wanted to make sure we had a few.
I think I put you on par with the room, except for Teddy.
No, I had a few. Listen, I was almost double digits, I think.
Almost.
Right around 10.
We're no Steve. What did Steve?
He was 14, I think.
14. And Teddy was like 85 or some shit. Like Teddy.
He's a whore.
Teddy said he had sex with an entire town.
No, his whole elementary school class.
All right, now let's get to the most important questions. Do you have a wedding date picked out yet, Al?
We don't have an official date yet, but we're thinking about anywhere from like a year and 8 months to 2 years from now.
Who from the office is going to be invited? I assume me and Will and Teddy.
Well, if you guys want to come, of course.
No. Who are you going to invite?
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
No, well, definitely you guys. The guys
We're
that
in?
Yeah, of course.
What about Jim McClure?
Of course, Jim, yes.
Okay, and what about... Okay, so let's just go through the guys in the back office. Is Hein?
Yes.
Gary.
I don't know. I mean,
That's a no.
Yeah, I haven't really worked with Gary that much.
You should invite Gary.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, he's a good... he's, I guess, in charge.
Excuse me?
What do you call it? Ben Bardo.
Oh, yeah, I would invite Ben.
Steve Brandano.
Yes.
Anyone from Tapes team? You said Ben Bardo.
Only Ben. I haven't really worked with anyone else from Tapes.
Anyone from Howard TV?
No, the only guy I'm really close with is Rob Martin, but not that close, so probably nobody from Howard TV.
Scott Salem?
I don't think he'd want to come.
I was going to say nobody invites them to him to their wedding.
I don't think he'd want to come. No.
Ronnie.
Ooh, good name.
Ronnie just started realizing who I was about a month and a half ago, so I don't know. Maybe not.
Who's going to be the really hard name?
Yeah,
who's going to be the
who's
one
on
you're
the
like,
list? Like on the borderline.
Well, the people from the Stern Show really don't know me that well because I don't really work directly on the Stern Show. So, like Ronnie and Gary don't really know me that well, so they're kind of on the fence.
Oh, Gary doesn't know you that. I thought maybe he did.
No, not really, because I haven't done that much work on the Stern Show. So,
by the way, if you invite Jason, you have to invite Kim. Remember that.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Jason plus 2.
She won't come. It doesn't matter.
Plus 2 plus the girl. I mean, Jason is plus 2.
Yeah, we told the story in the air where I almost didn't. Will was worried I was going to break his seats at his wedding because they had a weight restriction on them.
Yeah, make sure you go with the max weight seats, bro.
Yes, please call King Size Direct. They have everything there. Hey, Glenn in Vermont, welcome to Back Office Radio.
How's it going? It is.
It was going pretty good until about we started this show.
I got a two-part question, Jason. Quickly, when you go home, do you tell your wife that you exaggerated some of this stuff or even maybe made it up?
No. I have to say, I'm very fortunate. My wife has a great sense of humor. She understands the Howard Stern show and universe. When we first started dating, it's when I got my internship, and she's always been very open. We've only had one fight ever about something that's happened on the show, and I don't lie. And that's why I answered the question honestly when Will asked me on the air. And I don't go home and go, hey, you should hear this conversation I had. But, I'm not gonna blow it off as it being, it just is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
And let's face it, if you were that open about it, then you're comfortable talking about it. If you're not talking about it, that's when I think there's an issue.
Right, exactly. If I was coming, if this is the first my wife is hearing of Kim, then I think she'd be extra pissed off.
It'd be fucked up.
But I don't go there and say, oh yeah, Kim looked hot today, but I'll be like, oh, Kim and I talked about blah blah blah, but
by the way, there's about a 200-pound weight difference between Jason and Kim, just so you know.
There's a 200-pound weight difference between me and my wife. What are you saying?
And everybody.
Did Kim know in advance that you whacked off to her?
No, I don't know. I never told her.
And she's extra creeped out right now.
No, I didn't know that this was going to come up on the air, no.
Jimmy's back in again.
That too. Brandon in Brooklyn, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, hi. How you guys doing? First off, I'd like to say, Will, I think it's hilarious when you make fun of Jason's weight. That's hysterical to me.
It's an easy joke.
I mean, really.
Yeah, I know, but coming from you, it's just funny. And second of all, Jason, does your wife listen to the show?
She's texting me as we're talking. Yeah.
Oh, so she is listening.
Oh yeah.
So let's take a pool on how long before you had sex again. Because I know if my girlfriend was listening to what I just said about a coworker, she'd be extremely pissed. No matter how open you are in the past,
of course,
kind of, So. How long? Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks she's going to hold out?
Please. I've done that in my sleep.
I was going to say, how often are you having sex these days?
I say maybe once a week.
Okay.
Yeah, once a week. We don't have we haven't gotten to that set time deal. Oh, I didn't even get to talk to Will about his weekend yet.
Jason is all fucked up. I can tell. He's like dizzy right now.
Well, I was already not feeling great when we walked in here from the tuna mill at the diner, and now my head's spinning. And when my brother texts me and says I'm going too far,
I'll tell him to calm down.
Yeah, calm down, woman. Michael. You woman. Al, congratulations on getting engaged.
Thank you.
I can't wait.
We're very happy for you, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Who gets angry at you for not inviting them? All right, so we got to nothing that we wanted to get to today. When we get back, we'll do our State of the Office. We have Douche of the Week. We have all new page 69s and all that good stuff only on Howard 101.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
just want to say to my wife, Janice, I'm terribly sorry.
Can you speak up, please? A little quiet.
I'm trying to do the Jackie tape. I said some inappropriate comments earlier.
This is no time to joke, Jason. I want to hear a sincere apology from you.
I don't know if I have anything to apologize for necessarily.
Okay. I don't either.
I'm just being honest. People on Twitter are digging. Welcome back to Back Office Radio, 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. You just listened to me ruin my marriage in the first segment. And we are back to hopefully ruin other people's lives. And on the phone with us is our world globetrotting co-host, Teddy Knitter. Teddy, thank you for calling in.
Oh, hey, guys.
Oh, there's a weird noise going on.
There he is, the bagpipes.
Where are you?
Can you hear me? I'm in a town car almost at Newark Airport.
A fucking town car. That's the other guy.
I took a town car.
Wait, you really didn't go out on the street and hail a cab? You taking a town car?
No, the guy pulled up right in front of my place.
Yeah, he takes this like fancy. What's it called? You can give him a plug, Teddy. What's that fancy car service you take? It's like $60 to go 3 miles.
Oh, Uber?
Yeah,
I took an Uber car.
An Uber car. What are you talking? Okay, so a cab ride. I think what airport? Well, regardless of what airport.
This is 50 plus tolls, and the yellow cab's like 45 plus tolls.
Yeah, you're right. No, this is. I mean, it is 45 plus
Uber
tolls.
card for an Uber douche.
No. If it was JFK, I would have taken mass trans, but, because I got to go to Jersey, I figured...
Did you hear the first segment of the show, Teddy?
No.
All right, well, I'll explain to you how I'm screwed later.
It was great.
What are you going to be doing in Scotland?
Well, I got to pick up scotch for Gary and Tim and a couple other people.
It's pronounced Scotland.
Yeah, I'm on a mission.
Was that what
your mission?
I don't. Is your dad part Scottish? Will?
Well, he
No,
grew up in
my wife's family.
No, I'm talking to William. Now.
He grew up in England.
Yeah, Will.
It's funny. Teddy's on the phone. He's still managing to ruin the show. No, he grew up in England, but his parents were Scottish, so we're Scottish. Like, my father wore kilt, my brother wore kilt to his
wedding.
At
the weddings, and he had the bagpipe, which I thought was so
I just
cool.
got a kilt.
Did your own?
Yeah.
For
my
what reason?
sister's wedding.
Oh.
Wow.
And it's so weird because your sister's Indian.
Exactly. Well, no, she's American. She's a Murray, my friend.
Well, Mary, you know what I mean. She doesn't have... Well, you're right.
But Ted is going to the coolest town in Europe.
Yeah, hold on. Keep talking. I almost give a shit.
Fair enough.
Speaking of giving a shit... a lot of people gave a shit this week when Gary double booked the guest, especially Howard. And it was just not the right week to do it. Again, the office was tense. We're having all these meetings and, we're all trying to look good and looking like we're on top of our game. And then Gary double.
Me too. I actually only double booked my vacation when the show was on. So
yeah, you really double booked it because you're not going to be here next week either.
Well, I'll call it from abroad, so that'll be fun.
I do want to hear that.
But let's just jump into our first State of the Office.
State of the Office. On Tuesday's show, Gary made a terrible Baba blunder when he booked Jenny McCarthy and Jewel in the same time slot.
Gary made a mistake. He booked Jewel and Jenny McCarthy at the exact same time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, for 8 o'clock.
Oh, jeez.
It's just so disappointing.
Were the guys shocked by Howard's subdued reaction? Did more go on behind the scenes? And how does Gary make a mistake like this in the first place?
That's a good question, Will. You deal a lot with the booking, way more than I do in terms of scheduling the guests and putting them on the schedule. So how does something like this happen?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I know that Gary went back and forth with the publicists for both Jenny and Jewel many times, and I think the times went, it was 7-8, 7-8 between both of them. But ultimately, yeah, I don't know how it happens. I think at some point you confirm with them what the time is.
So this is very weird for me because usually, even when it's Gary, who I love, I love when shit blows up in the office. I think it's really funny. I love watching people's reactions. I love watching the TV cameras follow them around. And
you like a train wreck like the rest of us.
Love a train wreck like the rest of us. But like I said, this really wasn't the right week. Gary's been having a rough time. And when he walked out of the office, before he even told Howard, he came out there and he just goes, I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
He calls me to his office.
Okay.
He goes, I think I really fucked this one up. And I said, well, what happened? What'd you do? He's like, I booked him for the same time. He said, I'm dead. I'm going to get fired. I'm going to get fired. I'm going to get fired.
I felt hard. I took no joy from it. I took for something that would normally give me some sort of joy, even for, making a good segment on the show. I felt horrible for Gary.
Well, the timing couldn't be worse.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if this was, I don't know if this is any other time, but it was Tuesday and he did this and it was with two big guests. It wasn't like Jeff Levy was the guy Jeff the Vomit guy was the guy he overbooked. It was Jewel and Jenny McCarthy and and it also makes us look bad, I feel, at this point. Howard's kind of looking at the entire back office and how we run. And, so Gary takes the brunt of it. Gary felt horrible. I thought it made us, look bad by association. But if you're asking what the state of the office was for me, I took no joy out of it. I really felt horrible.
Well,
so I mean to bum the room out, but I there's no joke for me to make. Gary really fucked up.
I kind of took no joy out of it. But I did run into that studio because I wanted to see what Howard was going to say to Gary during the commercial break.
Everyone thinks I'm the biggest dick, and I am most of the time. But I'm sitting there literally feeling like someone punched me in the gut over the whole Gary thing. And Will jumped when Howard went to break and Gary was going in to tell Howard, Will, with a smile on his face, jumped out of his seat.
It wasn't a smile.
And almost knocked people over. Just, I got to see this. And just goes barreling into the studio.
It was kind of disappointing, too. Howard was angry, but he wasn't, that angry. I guess he told somebody, he's like, I'm going to punch a hole in the wall. But I think he was so shocked by the news he was given that he didn't really know how to react to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like...
Do you have a feeling that he's going to come back even on Monday and be like, wow, it really hit me. Like, I was thinking about it this weekend and...
No, the sad part is I think on some level he's almost come to expect it from the staff.
That's what I'm saying. That's what sucks about it.
That's sad.
Hey, give us a call, 888-STERN-101. If you have a comment on the Gary double booking fiasco, I'll call it.
Just to defend, though, Gary, for 1 second, he does get a ton of emails about booking guests, and I can see that this would happen from time to time. I just wish it wasn't with, two super hot girls that everyone's interested in hearing from.
Yeah,
I'm bummed out. The other thing is
Jenny McCarthy's hot. Yeah.
And I did about 3 hours of research on Jenny, and it was a crazy week this week. So I wanted that time. I could use that time to do something else. So it just sucked for everybody.
Where do you think this ranks on his list of all-time screw-ups here in the office? And give us a call, 888-STERN-101 to chime in on this. Was it the time he got, compared to getting caught sleeping in the office? When he was caught in the middle of the show, feet up on the desk, conked out sleeping.
That's worse.
That's worse?
Yeah.
The sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about? I think I agree with you, but I think it's close. What about when he booked Madonna's sister? As for old school Stern Show fans, he got duped. Someone claiming to be Madonna's sister got booked on the show, and she was not related to Madonna in any way.
This is way worse.
This is way worse, right?
Absolutely.
And finally, even though it didn't really happen on the show, what's more embarrassing? Double booking the guest, falling asleep in the office, or that horrible first pitch that he threw out at Citi Field?
Well, I mean, you can't really help the horrible pitch, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he can't pitch. He can't throw.
No. Gary said he just kind of freezed up at that one moment. He choked.
Oh, he was nervous, right?
He choked. He could throw like a man anywhere but in Shea Stadium or the Jimmy Kimmel Show.
I was watching the mechanics on that throw. Yeah, and the Jimmy Kimmel Show, exactly.
So I think I agree with you. I think sleeping is worse, but the timing of this makes it probably the worst thing he's done.
You rank it as number one overall?
I rank it as number one because of the timing, because of everything going on, and everyone being watched and everyone being told to up their game. And then on top of that, to double book two big name guests. Yeah.
Right. It's almost like a Murphy's Law thing.
You got to put it in context. In a vacuum, falling asleep is the worst. But in context, I believe this ranks worse. And I believe Gary would say the same thing, especially judging by the look he had on his face.
At least Jewel was like a fantastic guest.
Oh, awesome.
She was awesome. I think I fell in love a little bit. You had Kim, I have her.
She is sweet. And I love, I'm a big fan of that show, The Last Frontier. I had no idea until you sent your notes out that was her family. They never mention her on the show. I know she sings the theme song for it, but that's so cool. And her father comes off like a cool guy on the show, which is interesting to hear all the backstory. Muntz in Philadelphia, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
What up?
Nothing. I want to comment on Gary's little screw up here. I mean, doesn't he have a calendar, on the days of what's going on? Can you, describe when Howard, got mixed up?
Well, I could explain it a little. So we do have a calendar, and Jewel was in the 7 a.m. slot, and no, Jenny was in the 7 a.m. slot and Jewel was in the 8 a.m. slot, and that's how it was on the schedule. The mix-up seems to have been when Gary was going back and forth with Jenny's publicist. At some point, Jenny's publicist started calling it the 8, hey, we'll see you at 8, and Gary, I guess, didn't pick up on that and said, yes, see you at 8. And
He missed an email. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. We're pretty organized, but, shit happens.
The problem is, these people book a day, like they'll block out a full 3 hours and they'll do 4 or 5 shows in that time block.
Right.
So, they go back and forth and he probably got 7 or 8, 6 different times from the publicist.
What happened to Teddy? Did he hang up?
I don't know.
I might have hung up on. Did he hang up, or I might have hung up on him? Maybe we forgot to lock him in.
Underachieving even on the road.
John in Annapolis, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Jason.
Yes?
You know what? I've been on the phone, and I've been wanting to call you guys. The first time I've ever called. I love all the shows on there. All you guys are great. When John used to do the stuff that you do, it didn't get on my nerves as much. But
John,
when you do it, it drives me nuts.
John who, and what are you talking about?
Stuttering John.
Oh, Stuttering John.
Yes, when people are throwing you throw people under the bus.
Oh my God, dude, you fucking have like the worst phone call. First of all, nobody threw people under the bus like Stuttering John. Stuttering John went out of his way to set up people to fail, and then
he was the master.
He was the master. I am just a fan.
There's the bus.
I am a fan whose favorite moments of the show are when shit goes down. And, the way I see it is I take a lot of shit on the air. People call me a lot of names. They say a lot of mean things about me, and I don't complain. I don't go to Tim's office or to Gary and go, oh, people are calling me fat. People are doing this. And so, but I also feel that it's a two-way street. And if I'm going to be a good sport about everything, other people should be a good sport about it. We're here doing a show. I mean, look, you just saw me throw my marriage away for the first segment of the show.
That was very nice.
Yeah, because I'm dedicated. I mean, that's the way I see it. I mean, we're here doing radio. If you don't want your shit that you're doing in the office talked about on the air, then go work someplace else. Or don't talk about my shit on the air. One or the other.
Preach, brother.
Yeah. Amen. Sorry, I think any other comments on here? Here we go. Gary, Mike in Ohio, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, I can't remember what the incident was, but the worst thing Gary has probably ever done was when he got into it with Howard and called Howard out, and Howard goes, what do you want to do, fight me? And Gary goes, yeah, let's go mix it up.
Ooh, yeah, I don't remember that. Well, we should find that tape. That would be a good fight.
Gary would beat his ass, I think.
Evan in D.C., welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, this is the only show I listen to on 101. I just want to let y'all know that. But
thanks,
really,
man.
I want to bring up a point about John Hine. Now, I think John Hine is by far the biggest media whore. He's the biggest airtime whore. He just gets away with it because he's pretty damn good at his job and he's a nice guy. Now, recently, just through listening to 101, I feel like there's been a little resentment towards you, Jason, from him. And I want to know if you feel any of that, if there's any resentment in the back office, any jealousy, anything like that going on about other people getting on the air, because I really hear it through his voice, and I feel like he just holds it inside.
I love John, and I think John loves me, but I think John and I are definitely competitive with one another. I've been jealous of stuff that he's done. I mean, clearly I was jealous of that TV show he got and upset by the way that went down. And, I'm sure there's always a friendly rivalry. And I don't know if I know for a fact he's jealous that we have a 2-hour show and he has a 1-hour show. Well, I'm sorry. He has several 1-hour shows.
He's on the channel a fair amount. Yeah. The one thing I'll say in John's defense, though, is he was hired to be on the air.
Right. That's his role.
Right. I mean, we were hired as producers.
Right.
Got lucky.
But it is annoying to me. Oh, I sound like Gary. It's annoying to me when he hosts the wrap-up show, which is the second most listened to show at Sirius, I believe, after Howard's. He hosts that 3 days a week, and then on Thursday he hosts his very own TV show, and then on Friday he co-hosts Geek Time, and he'll still complain about not having a 2-hour show and not doing this and not. I'm like, dude,
he's just hungry.
There's not enough. Well, yeah, he's definitely hungry.
He's hungry.
Yeah, he's hungry. But there's not enough air for him in the world. All right, I love if we could get Teddy back on the phone because we want to do douche of the week. And Will, I think this fits right into who you're nominating for douche of the week.
Yeah, it's very easy for me. Is he on the phone?
No, I might have hung up on him by accident, but he certainly didn't call back.
Maybe we'll try and get him back. But it's easy for me. If you don't show up and you're part of this team, you are easily my
douche of the week.
And he's going to miss 2 shows, by the way.
I mentioned that several times.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is crazy. I was going to nominate Teddy with you, but after the start of the show today, I have to nominate myself. I as much as people on Twitter are saying that they're loving this conversation that we had in the first segment, I clearly, especially according to a lot of the women on here, am an asshole and a douche. And again, I love my wife very much. I don't want to hurt her feelings at all. So if I did, which I probably did, I am certainly the biggest douche of the week. Why don't you call 888-STERN-101 and chime in on if you think I am the douche of the week, if Teddy's douche of the week, or if we're missing anybody here. And
can we get Janice on the phone for a second?
I don't. It's up to her. I'll text her. But I'm very nervous about putting her on the phone because once you put your wife on the air, that's it. Like all the floodgates open for not on our show.
Just 2 seconds. One question: is she pissed or not? That's an easy question.
Well, she's listening now, Janice. If you want to call in, text me. I'll send you the number, or I'll text you during the break. So coming up, you might hear from my wife. We might hear back from Teddy. We'll definitely be doing some back office spotlight with Wolfie. Don't
you want people listening to the show, Jason?
Guys, I'm giving you a fair warning. Wolfie is coming up in the next segment. Bob Wolf.
No, if you have to take a piss, anything, get it out now. This is the perfect time.
Bob's a good guy, and he was out at the diner with us, and when we come back, I will tell you what he did that pissed me off. I mean, really fucking pissed me off at the diner. Next on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
All right, a little Pearl Jam. Like that. My phone just exploded, not because of my wife calling me in anger, but because I got some blizzard warning. I don't know if they sent out like an actual nationwide alert or something like that, but it went crazy.
I heard the report is we could get 3 inches or we could get 3 feet. How do they not know?
Oh my God.
Let's get Polaris' girlfriend in here to tell us.
My mom, she's texting me.
Uh-oh.
Listen, for someone who says that I say hurtful things, you have certainly said hurtful things today. I hope your wife can forgive you. Love, Mom. There's nothing loving about that text message. Yeah. There's absolutely nothing loving about that text message.
Hi, son, you're an asshole.
Yeah.
Love you.
Love you. Hope you didn't throw your life away.
Well, you kind of did, but
no.
You're fine. They're fine.
Yeah,
Those 2 lovebirds.
Janice is awesome. Welcome back to Back Office Radio, where all the women in my life are causing me agita all of a sudden. 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. And let's go to the phones. We have some Douche of the Week nominees pouring in here. Jerry in Jersey. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, Back Office. Jay, I'm telling you right now, what you did was nothing compared to what Benji pulled. All his backtracking and trying to work his Benjalina magic. He is the douche of the week. I'm sorry, guys.
Hard to disagree with you. Of course, he was our unanimous douche of the week last week. Chad in Massachusetts, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
I've been better.
Now I had a you can hear me out. Benji's girlfriend. Oh my God, she's just like my ex in Jersey. Why didn't you stick up for me? Why you get? Oh my God, I would have got rid of that. I'd get rid of her. I mean, I used to open up a Godsmack. All right, I know how tough it is to be.
Now he sells the Whopper.
A Whopper. Hey, can you say the Hopper?
No, I'm from Mass. But yeah.
Have you
live in Jersey.
Have you seen Benji's girlfriend, dude?
Yeah, dude.
Have you seen Benji's girl? You think he's doing any better than that?
No, I have not, but it doesn't matter, man.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you know what? Put in. You know what? Benji could just put in some, earplugs and move on with his life. Finally, Ryan in New Jersey. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
What's going on, guys? Jason, I'm telling you, I'm a fan, but man, I got to agree with your nomination of yourself for Douche of the Week. It's a mind-blowing level of hole you've dug for yourself.
Let me ask you a question, Ryan, and nobody knows who you are. You have a job?
Yes, I do.
Any cute girls there?
Constantly.
And,
I think that answers that.
Yeah, okay, good. Exactly.
I just like that you called your wife during the break, and the first question was, do you still love me?
Well, I called my wife to see if she wanted to go on the air. And, my first question was, do you still love me? You have that on tape, no? Or?
No.
Oh, I thought you
No,
did.
I do have it on tape. I don't know how good it is. Here, let me pull it up real quick.
You and I are going out to dinner Saturday night with the wives.
Yeah. Could be awkward now. Let's see. Hold on.
You could just go to my house and comfort my wife.
Come on.
All right, while you're trying to figure out your phone here.
Do you still love me?
And then that's where she's saying no. Don't come home. What's she saying here? Something about.
I'll let Will know. That she's the cupcake she's making me for my birthday. She's going to give to you.
Oh boy.
She made a nice dinner for me. Dinner, yeah.
It's all about food with you, Jason.
Listen, she knows how my way to my stomach. Or my way to my heart. I'm sorry, through my stomach. Oh, she just sent me a picture of these. Oh, I got to tweet them out. These are cupcakes. These are cupcakes.
What is she doing? You know, what a great woman, really.
She is. She's the best.
Are those cheeseburger cupcakes?
They look like cheeseburgers, but they're cupcakes.
Why would you ever try and say something about another woman? Look at what you have at home.
I love my wife. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I love her. We're looking for a house together.
She made cheeseburger cupcakes.
She's the greatest woman on earth.
Yeah, okay.
But there are other women. Hey, speaking of other people, I'm doing just bad transitions today. If you listen to the Howard Stern Show, you of course know him as Wolfie. It's Bob Wolf. He is in studio with us. He is the guy that has somehow ingratiated himself into the show and become part of it. We still can't figure out how or why, but we enjoy him as a person, and he is here on Back Office Radio, and I'll hit the production.
Back Office Spotlight.
Whoopie.
Very good. Very good.
Whoopie.
That is, of course, Wolfie's theme song from the Howard Stern Show.
I like the one that was
yeah,
Wolfie.
And it's funny because Wolfie's the first person that I know of that has requested his own theme song. He called us and he was like, "Hey, how come I don't have a theme song? Everyone else has a theme song."
I like that Wolfie voice.
It was a suggestion.
But that was like a bad Jason Kaplan impression.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Number one, it's an honor. Thank you, guys. I've arrived to be on this show. It's incredible. Thank you.
Hey, very welcome. So, Wolfie, what what was the first piece of tape that you sent in that got played that got you noticed on our show?
The first ever thing I did was a game. It was the Amish game.
Uh-oh, wait, what's going on?
Hold on. I've been on the phone with Howard for the last hour.
Yeah, this is Gary Delabate.
But I got a text from my wife, and it just says, "Isn't Jason concerned that Kim might hear him?" And so I don't know exactly what happened, but my wife is worried that you might get fired.
Yeah. You got to listen back, my friend. It all came out today.
Gary knows the deal.
Every wife is disgusted with you. It's unbelievable.
Hey, you know what, every wife? Trust me, I'm just the only one talking about it. Anyway, let's get back to Wolfie. You're married. 2 kids. Congratulations on that whole deal. So what was the first thing you did that got played on the air?
The first thing ever, I went out to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and I interviewed Amish people about pop culture. You know, who was Hulk Hogan, who won the World Series, just to see if they have any idea what's going on outside their community. And
that was a big hit. I remember that.
Yeah, it was really funny.
I remember I was pissed because I was like, oh, I could have done that bit. I have Amish neighbors. Why didn't I do that?
Hey, you grew up in that neck of the woods. But, yeah, Will was great.
Excuse me, I want to just interrupt the show for a second. By the way, Mary, don't think you're not on that list, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, no.
No, it's a compliment.
She's been spunk material is what you're saying?
No, maybe one. All right, so, sorry, back to Wolfie. Back to you.
Well, that was the number one thing, and Will actually, I think, floated that to Gary, and then they played it, and then from there, it just kind of grew.
Yeah, we met at like a Phillies game parking lot.
Yeah, you guys are Lancaster.
K-Lot, Philadelphia.
Do you know the Amish Mafia, Lebanon, Levi?
I grew up in Lebanon. If you're from that town, it's Lebanon, but Lebanon. No, I've never met him.
That's even more hickish than where I'm from.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
How is that possible?
Well, you go further west, it just gets weirder.
Interesting. And then at some point you got invited up here to come to some of our writing meetings and contribute that way, and that's when you pitched the excellent bit idea to draw constellations on Ronnie's arms. Take us through that masterpiece.
Okay. Now, I've taken a lot of criticism because of that bit, but I think I was sabotaged on a couple different levels.
Hold on.
You know, that sound effect was more exciting than the Ronnie bit.
Number one, Debbie the pet lady shows up out of nowhere. Okay, now try to fill any entertainment space after Debbie's on screaming and acting like a maniac.
Okay.
So that was number one. Number two, the bit was focused on Ronnie,
right,
who had to control Debbie, so he was gone, and that just kind of delayed it and pushed it back. And then from what I was told, Ronnie was kind of tipped off that the bit was about him.
You needed Ronnie to get angry.
Right, your bit really was predicated on Ronnie getting angry, and when he played it cool, You almost got kind of punked.
I tried to warn you about that, too, by the way. I said, do this on the phone. I'm telling you, the more you build it up, you come in studio and there's a whole intro for the thing, it's just going to fall flat, or has the potential to fall flat.
And Ronnie's a senior citizen, so he was probably exhausted after dealing with Debbie, so there was no emotion or energy left, and it kind of killed it.
If you have a question for Wolfie, give us a call at 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. So we're busting your balls for your notoriously bad bit, but you have given us lots of good stuff from BronyCon you introduced us to.
Yep.
And the NASCAR stuff was pretty funny. And one of the things I love that you kind of went away from, I think, is I love when you just make up news that didn't happen and then go interview people about it. Because I do believe that, and I think you purposely interview a lot of dumb people, but I'm telling you, I think you go down to Wall Street, people just hate to admit they don't know something.
And that's the key to that bit. People want to admit that they've read the paper, and if you just question them about Bin Laden being resurrected, they don't want to seem stupid, so they'll talk about it like, yes, it's gospel, they read it, they know it's true.
Casey Armstrong used to do this with sports shows. He'd call into the sports shows late at night and talk about players that didn't exist to see if the sports host would admit that they didn't, and they never did.
Nope.
They go in and he just make up names. He use our names. He'll be like, I think that Will Murray on the Rangers is the worst goalie in the world, the worst backup goalie in the world. They go, oh, they should have never drafted him.
I thought this was a Jimmy Kimmel bit.
Well, I don't know. Casey did this 10 years ago. And he did it off air, by the way. He never actually did it. He
did it for his fun.
He did it for fun. So people never want to admit that they don't know anything.
And those are embarrassing, too, in a sense, because, like, I go out, if I'm doing a news story, I look legitimate, put on, like, a sport coat, maybe a tie sometimes, so people see you out.
You're very unassuming.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. People think, oh, this guy isn't here to mess with me. He's asking me a legitimate story, so they comment on it.
What do you work? Because you seem to have a lot of time for us, which is great, but you have a job.
I have a full-time job that...
Because you've been here all day on a Thursday.
Well, today's a vacation day. Yes. Yes, I have a full-time job away from Sirius Satellite Radio completely. Keeps me busy. I travel a lot. Yeah.
The other thing with him is, like, he goes away every weekend, and he's got 2 little kids at home.
Do you see your children?
Yes, I do.
They know your name, or do you know their names?
I see my children a ton.
How though? Seriously, if you work a full-time job, then go out on the weekends for us, when are you seeing the kids?
Well, truthfully, a lot of the stuff that I do does not require a lot of travel. If I'm going somewhere on a Saturday or Sunday, it's typically local, so I'm not traveling out of town to do most of those events. Every now and then I'll get on a plane and go somewhere, but I try to keep it close to home.
He was down in AC last week. For the block party, right?
For the block party. Yeah, you were kind of annoying.
I was annoying?
Yeah, a little bit, because, we were there, quote-unquote, working, and or whatever we were doing down there. Volunteering for charity, Shuli's charity. And you saw somebody, and listen, it's good for you for always looking out for the show, but you saw someone who you were, like, convinced would be a possible great new whack backer. And we're in the middle of playing poker, and you're like, let's go downstairs. And I had just finished. I'm not going to. I finished playing poker.
First,
I was eliminated first. Let's go downstairs and look at this guy. I hope you trust me enough to. And I'm like, no, I don't trust you enough to leave everybody and go look at this guy. And I could, even the way you were describing, I could kind of tell, because you weren't sure. And listen, like when you see Beetlejuice, you don't have to ask if he's going to be a good whack backer. You just know. So I said maybe later, and I walked away. And then about a half hour later, you cornered me with the guy, and basically started interviewing him in front of me, trying to get me all ginned up about how great this guy is.
That's correct, yep.
And no offense, the guy wasn't anywhere close to whack. I mean, he had fucked up teeth, and he was a little bit messed up.
Off.
He was a little off. But JD's a little off.
He's a lot off.
Well, you guys have high expectation, and I get that, but not everybody's Beetlejuice. There's different spectrums of interesting people, and...
Again, I'm not going to fault you for trying and working. I mean, that's not... But it was just annoying because you cornered me with the guy, and, I mean, he wasn't good for the air.
The only reason he caught my eye, because I interviewed him at a Monster convention maybe a year or two ago, and then all of a sudden he's sitting next to me at the bar. What was that?
He was like the Ronnie segment of Whack Packers.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have funny teeth, but that's not enough. Hey, Matt in Rhode Island, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Holy crap, this is some bucket list shit right now being on this show. Thanks, guys.
Whoa. I can't believe we made someone's bucket list.
Oh, please, Jason. Huge fan.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just wanted to ask Wolfie one quick question. How do you walk around with balls so huge after asking for your own theme song or jingle? That was just the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard on the radio.
Well, I don't think it's embarrassing. It was a suggestion. I thought maybe that it would kind of segment out when I'm doing a bit. It wasn't that I went and demanded anything like that. It was just a suggestion, and I got my balls busted for it. So what am I going to do?
What about Wolfie T-shirts?
That's the next thing.
Wolfie.
Now,
you said I thought your nickname was Wolfie because your last name is Wolf, but you said that no one has ever called you Wolfie until you started working, like we gave you that name.
Yeah, Howard did. I was just using Wolf when I called in because it was my last name, and then he changed it to Wolfie, so I figure you can't argue with him. I'll just go with it.
You know what's funny? Sometimes I have to send notes that say, who submitted what. And I put Bob Wolf, and he corrected when he sent it back to me. He said Bob Wolfie. Like he doesn't know who the fuck Bob Wolf is.
Yeah,
it's only Wolfie.
So going into the break, I teased that you pissed me off hugely at the diner, and I embellished a little, but
who's outraged?
I cringe when people order hamburgers well done, and you order your hamburger well done. It's like, you might as well just eat a hockey puck at that point. Like, what's the deal? Why don't you get something else? Why order a burger well done?
It was medium well.
It was well done.
No.
I thought. Well, medium well's too much too.
Medium well, soft and pink on the inside. What's wrong with that?
A lot. It should just be, soft and pink to me is rare, or medium rare. Medium is like way too much. I get a burger and there's no way a medium, if I ordered a medium well, and it was red or pink in there, they fucked up. There better not been any pink in there. That's not what medium well is.
Really?
The reaction I got from Jason was like I insulted his wife when I ordered it. He was outraged. I thought he was going to walk away.
No, Jason insulted his wife.
Oh, yeah, he handled that on his own.
Jake in Pennsylvania, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yo, it's Colin. I feel bad for you, man. You're a good guy. Everybody puts you down and gives you such a, your self-image of yourself must be horrible, but...
I'm on plenty of medication to help with that. Thank you.
Well, the thing is with Janice, she sounds like a good woman, and she's at home cringing I don't know. When I heard you say that, it just ripped through me. I was like, man, I can't believe he said that.
You know what?
He took it harder than Janice.
I don't know where the line is. I know it's bad to say and bad to talk about and not thrilling for my wife, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Matt in Connecticut, welcome to Back Office Radio. You have a comment about Wolfie and the Whackbacker.
Yeah, just, Jason, a little concerned at your ability to all of a sudden be able to call out who can or cannot be a whackbacker.
No, well, first of all, I have been a producer-writer on the show for 13 years.
Jason picked out Bigfoot.
Yeah, I'm the one that pushed for Bigfoot to get into the Whackback contest in the first place. And no, what happens is Wolfie says, is this person worthy enough to bring up here and show to Gary and Howard? And my answer is no. I didn't stop Wolfie from doing it. Wolfie can certainly send in a tape and show it to Gary. But yeah, dude, I'm a producer on the show. Will's a producer on the show. This is what we do.
And I respect your opinions.
You're a producer, a minimal producer, I would tell you. I've been listening to the show for a long time on Howard TV, and every time that I see you on the show, even on the TV, it's like, Barry, you're part of the Whackback.
You're right, dude. You know what? You're right. My opinion doesn't matter here at all, and I play no role in who gets booked or not get booked on the show. I'm just lucky to be here. Wolfie, speaking of being lucky to be here.
That was a good transition.
Thank you.
Nice.
What is the long-term plan? What's the end game? What are you hoping for? What's the best case scenario for you and the Stern Show?
Good question. Overall, I think I'm comfortable with what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm pretty happy with my career. I enjoy what I do, but this is kind of a hobby that's kind of grown into something more. So yeah, it could end tomorrow, and I'd be comfortable with it.
Yeah, listen, I felt the same way. When I interned here, I was like, if this is all it is, I'm thrilled. And then when I got hired part-time, I was like, if this is all it is, I'm thrilled. And now I just want more. And I'm ambitious.
You talking about dinner?
Everything. Oh. Everything. Hey, Wolf, hang around for a second because maybe you could add to this segment here. But, Will, let's transition over to Lieberman for a second.
Yeah, so I was listening to his show Live at 5 earlier this week, and he made this weird comment. Al, you got that? Mm-hmm.
But again, the news that we're getting right now, breaking news, is that little boy, that gorgeous little boy, is free down there in Alabama. We will continue to update you throughout this hour.
I heard about this clip, but I never heard it.
No, he was talking about the kid that was in the bunker with that maniac.
Yeah.
And he described him as a gorgeous little boy, which I thought...
I'm sorry. He described him as a little boy, paused, and then went back to describe him as a gorgeous little boy. Right, because then he started
thinking about what he looked like. Right. He said, wow, he's not an ugly little boy. He's a gorgeous little boy.
Right, because if he was ugly, if he was fat, then it wouldn't have been that big of a story.
He has standards, Jason. Yeah. So then, off mic, he was like obsessed with it, right? Al, didn't you hear tape of this? You had tape of this?
Little boy. Hot, naked, boy.
What?
Sexy,
Whoa.
great. tasting boy.
He knows how he tastes.
So hot. That gorgeous little boy. Sexy. Great. Tasting. Great ass boy.
Why is he so obsessed with that boy? Don't you think that's weird?
Oh, that little boy, that gorgeous, sexy, tasty little boy in Texas.
Boy, oh boy. So hot.
Hey, Glenn in New Hampshire.
God.
Welcome to Back Office Radio.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, what's up? You had a comment about John Lieberman?
Yeah, actually, I was going to nominate him for Douche of the Week. I think Howard's news and the staff revelations may have blown it out of the water, but did it go completely unnoticed that the guy fucking locked his girlfriend in a closet while he fucked someone else once?
A 5-year-old by the sounds of it.
That was a creepy story.
I know.
Really think about it. He locked a girl in the closet and had sex with some other girl. I mean, listen,
bullshit.
You think it's bullshit?
I don't know. What?
So hot.
He's locking a girl in a closet?
Well, after hearing this gorgeous conversation, maybe it is a bullshit story.
Oh, that boy is obsessed.
Don't you think with Lieberman, though, he's sharing certain stories, but if we went deeper, I think there's some horrible things that have gone on with that
Hey,
guy.
Al, can you play the original... John Lieberman clip? Because I just want to hear the original again.
But again, the news that we're getting right now, breaking news, is that little boy, that gorgeous little boy, is free down there in Alabama. We will continue to update you throughout this hour.
As someone who says a lot of dumb shit on the radio, what I find, if he had said that gorgeous little boy just came out all at once, that still would be weird to me. But the fact that
tasting boy.
Oh, sorry. Clarify.
The fact that he said that boy, pause, and then comes back for
naked boy.
That gorgeous little boy is it's like he. I don't know. I wish. Is he out there? I normally don't want people coming in here, but if he's out there, he should come down and discuss some of this.
Wow, what a creep.
What would you, if you're how old is your son?
He's 6.
If John Lieberman described him as a gorgeous little boy on the radio?
Gorgeous little boy.
I'd call the police, I think. I wouldn't leave him alone with someone like that. That's super creepy.
Do you mind if he comes down here and rates your kid? I'm up for it.
Hey, Lieberman, what do you think of Wolfie's kid? What
so hot.
Oh, yeah.
John, great ass.
What about my son Owen? What do you think? He's
Sexy.
a little younger. Wow, really?
Great tasting boy.
Ooh, I knew
hot
you'd be great.
Boy.
Andrew in Atlanta, you got a comment about Lieberman on Back Office Radio?
Yeah, I'm basically saying what that same guy said. I mean, he's got to be full of shit. He is no cocksman. He didn't bring 2 chicks home and bang one of them in the closet. I mean, that's just bullshit.
It's so weird because, the impression that I've gotten since he's been here is that he is the girls seem to really like him.
Yeah. But he's not interested in that.
And our female fans seem to really like him. And my wife, if I could talk about it some more, she's been a Lieberman fan, and then she heard that story, and she was like, "Whoa!" Like that was a turnoff, a big turnoff.
Good. Hopefully the girls are turning elsewhere now. John, what do you think about that? What's that kid's name? Jonathan Lipnicki in his prime.
Naked boy. Boy, oh boy. So hot. Great ass.
All right, fair enough.
Dave in Queens, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, hi. Well, you know what? First, regarding Lieberman, I got to say, that's hysterical the way you cut that up. But Lieberman is the best reporter. Lieberman is hysterical with Ronnie. I mean, God, you can't hate on John Lieberman. He is.
We're not hating on John. We love John Lieberman.
Oh my God, I love John. Now, as far as this show goes, this is definitely the best show on 101.
Thank you.
Thanks. Tell everybody you know.
I can't stand.
Sorry, I know you can't stand something. All right, coming up, we have so much more to get to. I have an update. Howard never asked me if I made the month-long weed challenge, and so I guess I'll talk about it here. We have all new Page 69. We have Overlooked News Story of the Week.
Hopefully we'll hear from Lieberman, by the way.
Your calls, Wolfie. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
No problem. Good luck. We'll see if we can pick your kids out of a lineup, but I don't believe you can. You're listening to Back Office Radio only on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
Saw these guys 3 times in concert. One of the best concerts I've ever been to.
Who listens to it? I don't even know.
Rage Against the Machine, man.
Oh, Rage. Yeah, I do love Rage. Oh.
Hells yeah.
Oh, wow, look at this. I really am a scumbag, Will. So we were discussing earlier how my wife is making me, has made me cupcakes that look like little cheeseburgers. She just added the French fries.
They're,
I'm telling you.
They're rolled out Starburst.
You're fucking things up, Jason.
I am fucking things up.
No woman's going to make you cheeseburger and french fry cupcakes. Okay?
As full as I am from lunch, those cheeseburgers look so good. And they don't even taste like cheeseburgers.
I know, you're looking at like naked chicks.
That's really, if I was going to cheat on Janice in any way, it would probably be with food. Welcome back to Back Office Radio.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, exactly. Welcome to Back Office Radio on Howard 101. You're listening to me, Jason Catlin, and Will Murray, and Al Ragone, and the Howard TV crew.
And we're not Teddy.
Not Teddy, because Teddy's, we found out we lost Teddy because he had to go through security.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's the same for you, Jason, having that Scottish blood. I hear those pipes, man. It goes right through me.
No,
right to the heart.
All I think about is my crappy high school graduation where they had the fucking...
I love that. Remember I had a piper at my wedding?
No, that was cool. Because you don't see it every day. But no, it doesn't do anything for me when I hear that.
I love it.
Nothing. Scotland
Scotland
seems... And I've never been there. I'm sure it's a beautiful place, but whenever I see pictures of it on TV or video of it, it looks like gray and depressing.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is the sunshine there?
I went, when I was in college, went up to the Isle of Skye, and it's awesome. Edinburgh is a beautiful city. Edinburgh. It's, these old castles. Very cool. Teddy's a lucky bastard.
Teddy's a lucky bastard. We keep saying that Teddy's not going to be here next week. The show is on vacation next week. We're playing a Whole Lot of Love special, which is a great special put together by the Tapes team, and it's just a lot of great love moments on the show. Love moments between staff, love moments between guests, just a whole lot of love, as the title said. But Back Office Radio will be live Thursday. I assume at 3 p.m. We'll let you know if any. Will and I are trying to get the schedule changed. I know a lot of people complain this isn't a good time, and things have gotten scheduled that work for us that preclude us from doing it at other times, but we're trying to. I come in early morning if this was moved to early morning.
Whatever it takes, Jason.
Whatever it takes, but if 3 p.m. is the best we can get, then 3 p.m. is the best we can get. Although in the spirit of competition with John Hine, maybe I could just swap us with the TV show. Maybe we could do
you think you have that kind of pull around here?
1 to 3.
Oh my God.
What if we did 1 to 3? 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Move John
and then John to 3 to 4?
Like 3 to 3:30, yeah.
3 to 3:30 now? He could broadcast between one of our commercials.
I promised to give us a smoking update. Lenny in Cleveland, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, hi guys, love the show. Yeah, I'd love to hear you guys from 1 to 3 instead of 3 to 5.
Yeah, we'll try.
That would be better. And I called to ask you about the weed situation. The month is up.
I'm glad you did, and we have production for that.
And now, a smoking update with Jason Kaplan.
Do you want to get high, Jason?
So high.
Oh, boy.
I went 30 full days without smoking. I went a full month as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's what I was going to say. January was actually 31 days.
January. Well, I didn't start in the very beginning of January, though. My last time I had smoked was January 3rd.
Okay.
And I counted out 30 full calendar days. I went over 30 full calendar days because, I had stopped smoking the night before. So over 30 full calendar days of not smoking. And then it was Sunday. It was the Super Bowl. It was actually before the Super Bowl. It was Sunday night at in the AM. But I'm just like, I was having a good time, and I knew I'd have a better time if I smoked. And I was like, fuck it. What am I doing 30? I imposed 31 days on myself. I just said do a month. And I turned a month into the full 31 days. And so I was just like, fuck it. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to ruin my Sunday, not enjoy the Super Bowl as much as I might enjoy it by not smoking.
Is this the last conversation you're having on?
Oh, and this is it. This, like Bill O'Reilly said when he talked about his sexual harassment lawsuit, this will be the last time anyone ever speaks of it ever again.
Why do you have these weird weekend hours? You get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go smoke weed?
No, I was up. I had
even still, that's weird.
Why is it weird to be up at 2 a.m. on a Saturday?
No, because it wasn't like you were you up the whole day and then into the night?
Yeah, well, I think you
go to bed, right? And then wake up at an odd hour and
sometimes I do that. No, this Saturday, what did we do this Saturday? I think I slept really late, so I was just up really late. I can't remember exactly what happened. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I get really, especially this happens to me on Fridays. I'll come home and I'll be exhausted and I'll fall asleep at 8, but then I'll wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I'll go out and watch some TV or something.
I remember that when we lived together. Yeah. You'd come home from work on a Friday, fall asleep at 5 o'clock till 2 in the morning, and then be up from 2 in the morning till 10 in the morning. It was just odd.
Yeah, it was odd. I don't know about you, but this job, especially now that we have 3 mornings a week, we wake up super early, and then 2 mornings a week where we have a different schedule. It fucks with I never sleep a whole night. I wake up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning.
almost no matter what. I could go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the morning and wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like,
well, you are hungry too. That's
always woken up on my stomach. But don't you? I mean, you were up last night with your baby, right?
Oh my God, my son is sick right now, and he cried for like 2 hours last night. That's what I heard from the hours of 2 a.m. to 4 a.m.
And your wife works, so it's not you could be like, hey, take care of this. I have
She
work
had to
in the
take
morning.
off today because he's sick. I didn't know that having a sick baby would be as stressful as it is. This is like the first time he's been really sick.
Aww.
And
was it just like a little fever, flu type
Yeah,
situation?
exactly. It's not that big a deal, but, one of us has to stay home because they won't take him at daycare, and it's just, look at you yawning at the store. You're already so sick of kids.
I'm tired. Well, just like, what are you supposed to do? Like, that would frustrate me because you can't, like, talk to the kid, like, calm down, you're going to be okay. The kid doesn't know.
Well, it's not that. You just want to say, hey, what's wrong with you, buddy? And, he can't articulate what's wrong with him, so.
Did he talk yet, or what's the deal there?
He says mama and dada. He says Elmo.
Did he like?
He says a lot of that. What Al's playing?
I know Vermont Teddy Bear sent over some gigantic teddy bear, and you brought that home. Did he like that?
Oh, he loved it. He ran right up to it. It's really soft, the teddy bear. He likes it. I think Lieberman bought him one, too. You know what I mean? That's his thing.
So hot.
Oh, God, not Owen.
Speaking of...
Do
you think... What do you really think of Owen, John Lieberman?
Great tasting boy.
You're tasting Owen?
Sexy.
Oh. What about Justin Bieber? You got any thoughts on him?
Hot.
Really?
Hot. Just hot. What else is there to say about Bieber?
Hot.
What about his ass?
Great ass.
Speaking of John Lieberman, welcome to Back Office Radio.
All right, guys, listen. I listened to the first hour of your show. Then I went into my kid's soccer practice.
Oh, Christ, your favorite place.
And
it's like the Playboy Mansion for him.
I am not kidding. A parent comes up to me, smiling ear to ear like 10 minutes ago and goes, "Are you looking at the gorgeous kid?" And I said, what? And they
that
said,
gorgeous
we're
little
just listening
boy.
to Will and Jason on the radio, and they just said they played something about you saying, but it was really funny. And I'm like, no way. And I checked my Twitter. I checked my Twitter, and of course it's going crazy. So I stepped out of my kid's soccer practice to make a call to you guys. I don't know what you played. I'm assuming that you played some clip from Lieberman Live at 5, which I hope your listeners will tune into Monday at 5 o'clock.
Oh, I don't think anyone's going to miss it now.
The FBI will.
Someone's going to send out an Amber Alert on you pretty soon.
Now, my point was, I'm going to say this quickly. My point was I was trying to juxtapose this monster, this kidnapper, with this little, innocent boy, okay? And you guys know what live radio is like. Sometimes perhaps you wish you had a couple words back, but I was trying to say innocent little boy. That's what I was trying to say.
If the gorgeous kid was like fat and ugly, would you have been like, oh,
Of course, because at that age they're innocent kids. That was my point, boys.
Lieberman thinks of that kid like you think of Kim.
But wait, I don't know why.
No.
Very funny. But I don't know why, but Lieberman saying innocent is even creepy. Like that's kind of like creepy now.
John, what do you think of the kids at soccer practice?
Sexy.
You know what? Here's the thing. Now I have to go and talk to some of these parents who are like, giggling and, haha. Yeah,
By the way, I love the parents that are listening to us while they're supposed to be watching their kids playing soccer. Shout out to the soccer mom and dads out there. Very happy to have you with us.
What about that little goalie?
So hot.
All right, guys, that's enough. But listen, the reality is I made a bad word choice. So continue on with your show, because I know you got. Hey, Jason, you made a couple bad word choices at the top of this broadcast.
I made a couple bad word choices everywhere, but Lieberman, like me, I have to say you're a good guy, and you take your lumps, and we're fucking around with you. We're busting your balls.
You're our favorite pedophile, buddy.
Yeah, totally, tops.
Look, you know what? I'm not even going to start. All right.
John Hine used to be the pedophile of the back office, but I think he's been supplanted.
Great ass.
Look, when I was at America's Most Wanted, I helped put a lot of pedophiles behind bars.
Yeah, because you want the kids to yourself. I get it.
And a lot of kids in your basement.
It's not a joking matter, and it wasn't a joking matter on my show, Lieberman Live at 5, Mondays at 5 on Howard 101.
John, what are you talking about on Lieberman Live at 5 this week?
That little boy.
Hi. This week, actually, we found a company. This is a good story. We found a company that tracks like what's buzzing online, the top 5 headlines that people go to on any website. So we're going to have them on. They're going to give us the top 5 world news headlines, but also the top 5 headlines people are clicking on having to do with Howard Stern as well.
Oh, well, hopefully, gorgeous little boy will make that list.
And we have former CNN and Fox News anchor Lori Dew on the program as well.
Is she hot?
I don't know who she is.
Lori Dew, I believe she's hot.
You can Google her, but chances are, I think Jason would say she's hot.
Dhue, I believe, is how you spell Lori Dew's name.
Dhue. She'll be joining us in this. We got a lot coming up.
All right, go back and watch your kids play soccer. Try not to get in any trouble out there.
Make a mess in your pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you, boys.
Thank you, sir. I love Lieberman.
He's so the best.
He is awesome.
Boy.
He has all the great qualities of Steve Langford and none of the bad ones. Like he's a pit bull. He goes after a story. He's not intimidated. But Steve was like a cold, heartless robot about it. And Lieberman's just a guy doing a job. And
I love that he was at a kid's soccer game when he called in with all that crap.
And happy birthday. Apparently, John Lieberman and I share a birthday. I don't think I realized this. Someone just put up a note that it's his birthday tomorrow.
Really?
And, it's my birthday tomorrow, too. So I'm turning 34. Lieberman's turning probably about 42, I would guess. And
do you really not know how old he is?
I have no idea.
I think he's 38 tomorrow.
38? Yeah, no.
He's younger than he looks.
Oh, I was going to say I actually think he looks younger.
He wishes he looked about 5. He'd have a chance with some of these kids.
Let's go to a little page 69. What do you say there, Al?
Page 69.
Who's up, you or me?
I know you actually wrote most of these. So why don't you start?
All right, so we all know that Ronnie was very angry at John Lieberman after that whole thing with Stephanie.
Right.
How Stephanie picked Lieberman as the staffer she'd most like to have sex with.
Yes.
But I think we'll actually get into what happened there a little bit later. But now I hear Ronnie is very angry at Sal.
Why?
Because Sal put together the game. So now Ronnie's yelling at him. In fact, I guess on Chuck Zito's show, Chuck said whoever came up with that game should have their ass kicked. You know, because it's causing trouble in the back office.
Right.
And Ronnie keeps like, yeah, that's exactly what should happen.
You know, and we're going to get into this in the underreported news story, but I believe Ronnie feels maybe a little bit bad about how he blew up on Lieberman, but he's not over his anger. Apparently, he's just directing his anger onto somebody else. I don't see how it's Sal's fault. For
it's retarded again.
And if Ronnie really felt that way, then he should have. No one put a gun to his head to play the game. He could have said, "No, this is a horrible game. I don't want to know the answer, so I'm not going to give it to my wife or girlfriend or whatever she is." So, Ronnie, the person you're really mad at is you. Look inside.
I think he's mad at Father Time.
Well, that's a good story. And Sal, I don't know if you know that Ronnie's mad at you, but apparently he is. We had a meeting the other day. Let's keep it on Lieberman for a second. We had a meeting the other day, and Howard singled out John Lieberman as being, he singled out a bunch of people, but singled out John Lieberman as being one of the best people on the news team.
Absolutely. Guy that does a great job around here.
And he does do a great job, and Lieberman got a round of applause. But
everyone clapped.
Everyone clapped. But Will, you know there's somebody who wasn't clapping.
There was one person in the audience.
Anyone want to take a guess in the room
Hands
here?
in the lap.
Anyone want to take Steve? Oh, for Christ's sake.
He's not paying attention.
Danny? No, okay. The one person who didn't clap was?
Miss Lisa G.
Now, you want to talk about jealousy. I think, I'll admit that there have been times I've been a little jealous of John. Maybe he's been jealous of me. I don't know. But I will tell you that nobody does jealousy like Lisa G.
I really want that feud to come out on the air, like in full force.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
I know they've
great.
talked about it, teased it a little bit, but those two really don't like each other.
That is true. That is true. I mean, John's kind of almost open about it, pretty much.
Oh, he's very open about it.
And Lisa, Lisa's a little, I don't know, phony, or she acts like she's not, but she does not like him at all. I think.
Well, I mean, at this point, of course, because John's trashed her a number of times, I can understand why she'd be upset about it.
All right, let's do one more page 69 here, because this one's been sitting on our list, and I've been meaning to get to it. And Will, I know, first of all, let's get an update, because this story is about DePace. Last week we mentioned that you and DePace wasn't talking to you. The week before we talked about this weird split between you two. So I think we're on about week 3 now of Scott being mad at you. Is he still mad at you?
Yeah. I mean, I went up to him at the writers' meeting today, and he basically said, I thought we were better friends than we actually are.
Wow.
So, I don't know. I thought I said really nice things about him last week. I said, he's a great director.
Nauseous.
Anybody'd be happy to have him. I think that was the tuna melt, actually. But I don't know. I love Scott, and we have our differences. I don't think I did anything that would really warrant hating me, but it is what it is.
At this point, isn't it just obnoxious that he's being this overly sensitive and being this kind of like a girl about it? Like, I mean, he's a dude. You said you were sorry, whether you meant it or not, which I
kind of said I was sorry.
You kind of said you were sorry. He shouldn't have been mad at you in the first place, as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, dude, get over it. I mean, if you guys are such great friends, I can't even again, going back to when you and I had that really bad moment on the air and in the office.
Yeah, we
were cool. We went through a bad period. You blew up on me. I did not talk to you for weeks. You did not talk to me for weeks. We like, that's what guys do. They blow up, they say some shit, and then you move on. If you're really friends, and if not, then.
Well, he said almost that exact same thing, that we have that cycle where we're friends and then we get angry at each other. But at this point, he said, that somehow proves that we're not real friends.
I mean,
I think that's the definition of a real friend, that you can say whatever you want to him and get angry at him and,
right.
then, recover from that.
I can't stand high maintenance people, guys or girls, especially in a relationship. And Scott the Pace is a high maintenance friend. It's sounding like it sounds like it's something you got to constantly work on, like nurture, like a flower.
Listen, when we get along and things are good, things are great. And I don't know. I guess some
show fucking blows.
Well, other than that,
he
hates this show. That's the problem. This is this right. show is becoming between our friendship.
Hey, listen, it's come between me and a bunch of people. Apparently, my wife too. So, I had to say, I love Howard TV, and I hope it never goes away. But God, if Howard TV ever disbanded for whatever reason, the show I do, lining up everyone that works back there to talk honestly about the Pace, would be the single great. We'd have to do a 5-hour radio show. I'm
not trashing the Pace. I think he's an excellent director.
Oh, you don't need to trash the Pace. You just need to talk to the people who are surrounded by him all day. So the Pace for some reason went into Sound Richard's office. This is our page 69. The Pace went into Sound Richard's office and asked them why they don't get naked on the show anymore. Why he asked that, I have no idea. But according to sources, they then took their cocks out and started rubbing them all over the Pace.
I love that.
And I mean, that's just crazy.
There's like a gang rape in there.
And it's weird because I know we joke like always anti-Semitic, always anti-gay. And he swears he's not anti-Semitic, and I'm going to let that one go.
Come on,
I'm going to let that one go. I explained to him off air recently why I took that comment so badly, and I have to say, I think he listened. And I won't say he apologized, but I think instead of fighting me on it, he was like, okay, I understand. So I'm going to let that one rest. But let's go back to the gay thing for a second. This is a guy that has admitted that he gets uncomfortable walking in the halls when Perez Hilton is here because Perez Hilton...
No, I think that's old. I don't know.
No, he said that last year. He said that last year.
I don't know where he stands at this point.
But I just found this out today, which is a revelation to me, although Gary said we've talked about it on the air. But I guess a few years ago, they wanted TV to go cover the Gay Pride Parade in New York City, and he refused to cover it.
Yeah.
That's homophobic.
Well, listen.
That's homophobic.
He's getting over it one cock at a time that's rubbed on him.
I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. You're not going to do your job because you're that creeped out by gay people?
I don't know. Listen, I'm not getting into the Pace.
But now he'll get mad at you for not defending him vigorously.
I'm defending him. He loves penis, okay?
He loves cock?
Yeah, loves it. Can't get enough of it.
You heard it here first. Scott the Pace loves cock. Okay, and let's play. I know we're all over the place because we got a little backed up today, but I definitely don't want to lose playing this underreported Howard 100 news story about J.D. Harmeyer.
And now, the most overlooked Howard 100 News story of the week.
New York has been freezing. The Stern Show's J.D. Harmeyer went 3 days without heat after the boiler broke in his apartment building.
I mean, it's not fun. I mean, I did have a space heater to sort of, and it sucked, everything's cold. What do you want from me? I just wore I just wore clothes. I mean, I wear clothes normally, but I had more clothes on and, a jacket and a hat and, I did have a blanket around me.
Howard 100 News.
I just want to, JD's already looks like a big guy. Can you imagine him bundled up in layers and layers of clothes?
He's wearing a parka. He's wearing a snowsuit in his apartment.
He must have been just a big round ball of just clothes at this point.
At least the rats. It was too cold for the rats. They left.
J.D. Harmeyer's lived in the same shitty Brooklyn apartment for 8, 9, 10 years now. He's been offered to be roommates with Steve Brandano, who lives in a wonderful big house.
He lives above a crack den.
Does it really?
Yeah.
And I know in the past he's had these roommate issues where people don't pay rent, and he ends up paying the rent, and they don't walk their dog, and he ends up walking their dog, and his apartment is so gross, he says, because I've never seen it.
He won't let anybody in.
That he won't let anyone over there, yeah. So,
you know what pisses me off about that? Right. John Hine, I guess, drove him home a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he had to go to the bathroom, and JD said he could use his bathroom. Like he was going to let somebody into his apartment.
Wow.
And John did not take the offer.
Why?
I don't know.
John, get in here. You had an opportunity to see the sanctum.
Exactly. We wanted the scoop, because you know why? He didn't want to have to go in there and like throw his buddy under the bus. Those two are like,
See, no one cares about this show like I do. Nobody cares about this show like I do. I would have gone in there and thrown JD right under the fucking bus, and I would have told him I was doing it as I was driving the bus with the bus sound effect. Thank you. I would have gone right in there and said, JD, I'm going to piss in your toilet, and then I'm going to talk about it on the radio.
Apartment. You don't even have to piss in his toilet. You just piss wherever you're standing.
All right, John Hine left. I got a note, but wow, what a fail, John. You don't care about this show.
Here we go. Get in here.
That's why you'll never be in my apartment. I could care that you could be dying. And I would say, no, because just in case you lived, I would want you to be quiet.
You did offer John Hine to go in your apartment, right?
Well, yeah, of course. He's my friend. I wouldn't, I wouldn't do that.
Can I come, please?
No.
Why?
No.
I got to see what this is all about.
Listen, it's. And by the way, I don't live above a crack den.
You said there's like gangsters living in the building.
They might be. I don't know. I'm not really, I don't want to, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. But, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
So were you sleeping in like a full jacket and snow pants?
No. I was able to, in my bedroom, it's tight quarters, so the space heater was able to heat the bedroom okay.
Yeah, but dude, this was really cold recently. I mean, really cold.
Oh, I know.
And you live in this apartment. The rats were eating your clothes 6 months ago. I guess you took care of that situation.
He hates when we bring up the rats, by the way.
Well,
you got really angry about that last week.
It's the same joke over and over. Yeah, you make the same jokes over and over. What do you want from me?
So you're angry about our humor.
And using these fat jokes again. Whatever. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is that why you grew the beard out so thick a few weeks ago? Was it because you were cold and your heater wasn't working?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
No, I know what you're doing.
So rats
You weren't asking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did you pleasure yourself while the heat was out?
No, I don't think so.
You couldn't?
Cold? No, yeah, I didn't. I was more worried about staying warm than,
You heard it here first. Too cold to masturbate.
How often do you masturbate?
Oh, geez. I mean, like once a day on average, at least.
At least?
Well, I mean, it's once a day on average.
Dude, when you get to that twice a day, it's a little scary.
Well, sometimes, I don't know.
We're gonna need.
Listen, he needs to do something to forget that he lives above a crack den. Oh,
he almost threw a punch at me. Did you see that?
Did anyone see him jumping at me attacking? Thank you very much.
That was a flinch. JD, before you leave the West, were you mad at us before from last week's? I know we talked a lot about the block party and your involvement.
Was I mad? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't fun hearing the impression and how big you're making this big deal about how I hold a fucking fork. I'm sorry, I didn't go to whatever fancy school you went to or whatever.
Lancaster County?
Well, you're acting like you're you're acting like you're above me. Listen, you need pressure. I can't get enough pressure holding a fork from the side and cutting it like that. That's not how I learned. So I get it and I cut it.
But you don't need to go to a fancy school. You think just by going out to eat with people, you've been around civilization now for at least the last 10 years.
Listen, I haven't gone out to eat a lot the past few years. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of the food I eat don't need forks.
Sorry, you grew up in a house.
Stop doing that impression of me, asshole.
You hate that.
You do eat like you had a pitchfork growing up. Like that's how you had to eat your food.
Listen, that's how I'm comfortable with, holding a fork and cutting. What do you want from me? I don't know what to tell you.
Coming up on Back Office Radio on Howard 101, Will's going to do the rest of the show in his JD impression.
I was just assaulted. Did you see that?
Yeah, he faked hit you.
He will not be doing the rest of the show in his JD impression.
Not if I ain't doing it.
Will's JD's impression is very physical. Like his whole face punches up.
I know. He's making me look like I have CP or something. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's making you look like
I love you, buddy.
You shut up.
Thank you, JD. Give us a call.
Kim?
888-3rd-101. We'll be right back on Howard 101.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
Hey, welcome back to Back Office Radio. I'm Jason Kaplan with Will Murray, Al Ragone, the Howard TV guys,
Timmy.
By the way, the Howard TV
and
guys,
Steve.
Danny.
I'm just making up a name every time now.
The Howard TV guys do not condone anything we're saying about any of the other Howard TV people. They're very angry. They're very angry.
The Howard TV guys like myself are afraid of Scott DePace.
Everybody is afraid of Scott DePace except me, but I am fortunate that I don't have to work in the same room as him, so I get it. But no, they defend him vigorously all over the place. And speaking of Steve Pick, who is one of our cameramen here, and the only one I know by name, is
what about Billy?
Billy, Bobby, Benny,
Jimmy,
Benny.
We'll get there.
Did I say your right name by accident? Interesting. We always say that Steve's an angry guy, or has seemed even angrier than usual in the office.
Steve Brandano now.
Steve Brandano, and you used to have the angry guy mantle, but I think at least these last few months, Steve Brandano seems to have taken it. And let's do a very quick Steve segment.
What's eating Steve?
So,
is he still here, by the way?
I have no idea. And if he's here, Steve, you're more than welcome to come in. But, these Howard TV guys, they film our show. It's very nice. I don't know if they ever use any of the footage. I haven't really seen any of it on Howard TV. But I think they come not just because they think we might have usable footage, but because they actually enjoy the show and seem to be a fan of somewhat. And so last week we were sharing the studio with the John Hein TV show guys, and I guess they plugged into the board, and then something happened where they lost audio, and I don't know I honestly don't know whose fault it was. Could be TV fault. Could have just been a thing that happened. But boy, Steve blew up at Steve, the cameraman. The Brandano blew up to this morning.
Okay, so not when our show got fucked up last week.
But right. Okay. I'm saying this morning you blew up. I see. I was shocked almost because we thought we were going to be sharing the studio with you, and you kind of laid into Steve over here.
When we had problems last week, I didn't say anything about it.
Right.
Things in our office are crazy right now. I was in early today to get ready for the show before the other things we needed to do today, and the idea to make sure Back Office Radio has to have cameras in that affects our show that we do with John Hein is a little bit annoying to me. It fucked up our show last week, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, they deny that. They say that their equipment didn't fuck up the show at all.
To the best of my knowledge, our show got fucked up last week because of them. I could be wrong about that.
If it was their fault, was it malicious?
No.
Were they doing anything wrong?
No.
So then why the anger directed at the Howard TV guys?
If I had anger for the Howard TV guys, I would have got off the air of John Hein's show and yelled at them then. I didn't even bring it up because I don't want to get these guys in trouble or whatever. It's just that.
But there was anger today.
Yes, when I'm trying to get ready for the show and the other things we have to do today, and Steve comes in.
Fuck you, Howard TV!
And says, hey, we got to get in there. We'll just do what we did last week. And I'm like, all right, well, last week something fucked up. And then it's like, no. And I just want to be done with the conversation. And I don't realize why I'm bending over backwards to make sure that Back Office Radio has the Howard TV cameras in it.
I am hearing jealousy personally that we are filmed, but that's how I take it. Will,
I don't want our shows to be filmed. I'll put that out there.
What do you make of this situation?
I hate all of Howard Television. Howard TV is ridiculous.
Steve Pick,
like
do you want to say?
Pace.
Do you want to say anything? Do you think Steve was out of line this morning? Do you understand where he was coming from?
I didn't know he had this much anger towards us.
You're not listening to Back Office.
I've always tried to be very cordial towards.
Fuck you, Steve Pick. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, shut up.
Steve has never done anything mean to me or anything that would make me want to yell at him.
Are you talking in the third person?
No, Steve Pick.
I was confused.
I don't yell at myself, no.
Steve is a very calm person.
Yeah, Steve versus Steve here. And by the way, it was not us. I confirmed it with Al.
Okay.
Steve doesn't believe you.
Al? Was the fuck up from Howard TV or was it from somebody else?
It was from Sirius.
Wow. Oh, I think you owe them an apology.
Steve is
okay, I owe you guys an apology. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. John Hein's TV can't bend over backwards to make sure you're going to have to find a different studio so you can have TV cameras.
I think he's more mad at you.
Yes.
This is an Back Office Radio getting filmed more than it is
It's
Howard
only
TV.
don't fuck up our show so that you guys can have cameras.
Nobody fucked up your show. Sirius fucked up your show. And speaking of fucked up shows, this ends a very fucked up Back Office Radio here on Howard 101. My wife is no longer talking to me. Steve Brandano is no longer talking to me. Anyone
John Lieberman is no longer talking to us.
Oh, by the way, John Lieberman could not hear all those sound drops that we were playing. So as he was on the phone with us, he didn't hear any of those gorgeous comments he was making.
He did text us that the gloves are off. Moving
gloves
forward.
Are off. Back Office Radio is back next week on Howard 101. Thank you for joining us. Hope to hear you next week. Peace out.
The studio doors are locked. This is a closed set. Will Murray.
By the way, I did go home and have sex with my wife.
Jason Kaplan.
I went home and masturbated to thoughts of you having sex with your wife.
Their world.
The relationship has deteriorated. No.
Their life.
What is going on around here?
And the Howard Stern Back Office.
You were screaming and fighting and being drunk. No.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason. Call 888-STERN-101.
Have a great show, you asshole.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Hyde. No, I'm Jason Kaplan. Welcome to Back Office Radio.
You can't steal that gem.
It's
copyrighted.
Again, I was thinking of starting this week's show kind of acting like John Hyde because so many people in the back office got mad at us last week, which we will be getting into today.
We are hated.
We are hated. Maybe we should just maybe we're working too hard. Maybe we should just do a nice, kinder, gentler show.
We had lunch earlier, and we actually said that. Like, we'll do an opposite day.
Yeah.
Where all we do is, flower. We talk about how great everyone is around here.
Friend of the week.
Well, I have to say, John today looked very skinny with a full head of hair. So, that's a compliment.
We're not starting today.
So welcome to Back Office Radio. I am Jason Kaplan.
You look very skinny, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, no. Part of the old team.
Will Murray, Teddy Knitter. You can see a picture if you follow. I'll retweet it on that Stern show when I can, but it's on Will's Twitter account, Merman78.
Yeah.
My Twitter account, I retweeted it at SiriusJ. Teddy was sniffing whatever that keyboard cleaner is.
Huffing keyboard cleaner.
Yeah, right before the show.
Show prep.
Because this tastes like crap.
Dude, it has a bitterant in it.
Yeah, well, that's because you're not supposed to drink it,
to help
idiot.
discourage, inhale, and abuse. It tastes so disgusting. I had to run out of here and spit.
Yeah, really. It was almost worth not getting high.
I didn't get high. I didn't inhale.
You're like an elephant. It takes a lot more than a canister.
Also, Al Rigon on the boards. Jim McClure running around behind the scenes. It's a packed show. It's a lot of moving parts, as Tim likes to say. If you like to call us and throw someone under the bus, the number is 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. We have a ton to talk about. We have Douche of the Week. We have all new Page 69, State of the Office. We're going to be getting a call from Mr. Ashley Madison himself, Noel Biederman, a little bit later in the show. We have some questions we want to ask him that might be revolving around your upcoming child.
A back office exclusive.
Of course. We're going to talk a lot of JD, Mr. 6th grade, I like to call him now, because that's, where he peaked.
He's not happy about this.
Well, I don't know what to tell him.
He sees it coming.
Don't go on the radio and tell everyone you peaked in 6th grade and you banged or you dated every girl there. And we'll get into all that craziness, and we'll talk about his playlist, which, by the way, I know you and I have differing opinions on this, but I really enjoyed JD's playlist.
No, I enjoyed it, but I don't think he really got the idea of what playlist was supposed to be about. These are supposed to be songs that, speak to, your youth or growing up, or you hear a song and it reminds you of a certain time in your life and tell us a story about that. He just basically introduced songs that he liked. I mean, he did half and half. He kind of did, right. He talked about the 6th grade experience, but then he was like, "Yeah, I like electronic music, so here's Chemical Brothers."
I chalked that up more I chalked that up to JD not knowing playlists. I think it's just more that he doesn't have a lot of life experience.
Yeah, that could be
if you don't leave your room for 20 years, how are you going to relate a song to something?
The Rats ate my pants to this song. It's a good one. Check it out.
This reminds me of my left wall. When I stare at the left wall, I like to listen to this song. So a lot of that was JD coming up. Interesting, I was listening to John Hines' TV show. Ronnie watches Dallas, like, religiously.
All he does is watch awful TV.
I know, but Dallas is such an old person show, and I know it's a remake, but still, that's...
I didn't even know it was on anymore. Is it still on?
I don't know. I thought that dude died.
It's a remake, I thought.
That's what I mean. That's on?
I don't know.
Well, Ronnie watches it. Ronnie's got some interesting taste in TV. We always like to start off by we have big writer meetings now on Thursday, and a running theme of this show and really the entire back office for I'd say the last 6 months is Steve's uncontrollable anger. And,
and you're making him angry once again.
You know what?
Nothing makes Steve angrier than talking about his anger.
Well, that used to drive you nuts too. You hated being known as the angry guy on the show.
It's true, and you know I was probably very angry, and for whatever reason I think I just got busy with everything else. It's actually like a relief to come to work at times now. So I enjoy the experience here, but I know what he's going through.
Yeah, I think you started enjoying coming to work more right after you had the first kid. I think all of a sudden work was a nice...
well, what is it? What's he going through?
Well, today, specifically, in our writing meetings, to keep it lively, keep it moving, people get up and they pitch in front of everybody else, and we clap everyone on and we clap everyone off. It's we don't mean it. It's jokey. It's silly. You don't have, but apparently Will heard today that Steve, even though you saw him clapping,
I got a report on that too.
Okay.
First, the report was he doesn't clap for anybody. He is anti-clapping. And then it got totally passive aggressive and he was just doing loud, violent claps to kind of just be, obnoxiously clapping. Right. So he's just not happy about the clapping in general.
It's just always funny what angers him. Like, who knew that would make somebody angry? And I don't know if it bothered me. I think I'd just be quiet about it.
Well, maybe he's a quality guy. If he hears a good pitch, he's willing to clap for that. But he feels like, we just clap across the board.
When I clap, it means something.
That's right.
People are going to stop.
Hold your clapping.
Can you imagine, like, Sal, like, oh, my God, I got Steve to clap.
What makes Steve clap?
It's a good segment. What makes Steve clap?
Oh, boy.
He's turning into the Hulk back there right now as we speak, ripping off his shirt.
Well, it's definitely gotten to the point where it's like it's easier to find out what doesn't make him, like, everything makes him angry.
A lot of things make him angry.
A lot of things make him angry.
Maybe it's his lack of melatonin. I noticed an empty bottle on his desk.
I take melatonin to go to sleep.
Does that work?
I was just asking about what the hell it is.
So Teddy goes, what do you, you're supposed to take one of these, so what do you take, like 6? I mean, what's the deal with
this?
Yeah,
because any, like, natural product like that, you have to kind of step it up.
It works for me.
Rich in Connecticut, welcome to Back Office Radio.
How you doing?
What's up, my man?
Who's it, Jason?
Yes, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason.
You're also on with Will and Teddy and Al Ragone.
How you doing?
Why are you tripping this call up any more than it needs to be?
This isn't a private conversation. So.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, John Hine, you know the way he says, good morning, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Howard's gig he did in the early 90s. So he didn't market that. He didn't come up with that. That's Howard. If you go back and you search tape...
Wow, what a lame ripoff.
Yeah.
You're going to steal something. That's what you're going to steal?
I'm not going to steal the dial-a-date. I'm going to steal, good morning, everybody! It's so funny, too, because John's so not energetic, but that opening is always so energetic.
Every show. I bet there's not one show where...
No, it's his thing.
Yeah. 7, 8 years now. Every day.
Let's go around the room, and now you can play this, too, if you want. What was everyone's favorite moment of this week's show? Teddy, you got something?
Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah?
I just thought it was a great segment. I mean, 82 minutes of just absolute absurdity. It was really fun to hear. I thought
Howard loved him.
Howard, I thought the two kind of played off each other brilliantly. I loved it.
Well, how often does an interview go an hour and a half?
Only when Howard's having a good time.
I didn't, obviously, I think he and his theories are crazy, but it is fascinating.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Like, Bin Laden had died of, like, pancreatic cancer or something like that.
I mean, he's clearly a good broadcaster, the way he speaks, the way he gets out an opinion, and then you just listen with someone so confidently saying just complete and utter nonsense.
Right, but then you start thinking, shit, what if? What if?
Yeah, well, that's what he counts on.
What if my shrimp are gay? Right. Holy shit.
I'm not eating them.
Exactly.
I bet gay shrimp tastes better than regular shrimp.
Why is that?
I don't know. They probably take better care of themselves. They have to look good for the other gay shrimp.
They probably have less poop in their veins.
Hey-oh. Where's our rim shot from last week? Thank you. Will, you have a favorite moment of the week?
I mean, the Newlywed Game was interesting. I'll put it that way. It was memorable.
I liked it.
I don't know if it was the greatest thing. I think Benji and Elisa were as irritating as ever on the air. She's hot. I can't help it. I can deal with a lot. I can tolerate a lot of her bullshit just because she looks good. And she also came up to me during a commercial break and she goes, "Hey, I love Back Office Radio."
She told me the same thing.
So, like, how are you going to shit on somebody that says that?
I'm not a huge fan of Benji and Elisa on the air, but Elisa is, I like talking to her off the air, and, anything bad on the air, I just blame Benji for. He's shtick, and she's sticky with him, I guess.
Right. A lot of people thought that, he was getting the answers via text message.
Yes.
That's what was going on with the phone. I think that they rehearsed the answers. I think that they had some idea of what the questions might be because they were kind of generic, like,
right.
Who does your celebrity, who does your husband or partner look like celebrity wise? So I think they thought about some silly answers for that, and that's where they came up with Bradley Cooper. And there was another one that was ridiculous. What part of your partner do you like the most? And she said, like, I want him to have a bigger stomach.
Right.
Like those are answers I think they came up with together.
I do too, but I have to say, and we're going to, let's just get into this now, a little bit about the Newly Weird game. I'm in the studio, I'm taking pictures. I have a different view than some of the other guys do. And first of all, Benji had 2 cell phones. So there was the first time he picked up one and it had a blue cover on it. And then the second time he picked up one, it was a different phone.
So was it her phone? See, that's where it does get shady.
I do. And I heard an interesting theory floated by one of the guys in the back office who will remain nameless that said that he thinks that Benji had a friend listening at home. So when Elisa gave the answers, he was then texting Benji.
A lot of people thought that.
But that the guy was off because remember how Benji's first question ended up getting thrown out for whatever reason?
Yeah.
So Benji was actually getting the wrong answers at the wrong time.
Right, because of the delay. I mean,
there's a delay. That's the other thing.
Right, that's the other thing.
It wouldn't work. I don't know. Why would you do that?
You're
come
listening
on,
on your
stupid game.
And if they're on their iPhone, it's like 8 minutes behind. So,
but the big question from the Newlywed Game is who dropped out and why did Sal and Christine, who clearly haven't had a conversation in 25 years, have to fill in? And
we weren't even going to talk about this.
We weren't, but we have the person on the phone because he.
Wait. We have a clip first. This person brought it up themselves,
right,
in their own show.
Al?
Real quick, caught on the wrap-up, John Hine mentioned that Sal and Christine were a last-minute pinch hitter couple for the Newly Weird Game today. Who was supposed to play and what the heck happened?
The couple that was supposed to play was myself and my girlfriend named Jenna. We decided not to do it. She decided, actually, that she didn't want to go on the air and do it. She bailed because she didn't feel comfortable with the status of our relationship at this point to go on the air and have it heard by millions of people. So it's a lot of scrutiny when you go on the Howard Stern show and you have your relationship under a microscope.
Right.
Especially if the relationship isn't on solid ground.
First of all, I just find I hear the name Jenna and I assume the girl's hot. And I've met John Lieberman's girlfriend and it is a hot name, something you should consider for your upcoming daughter. But, so I get this.
You just blew the bit, you jerk off.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
No, I didn't.
Move on.
No, I didn't. Not really. Anyway, so I get this frantic call from Lieberman. The bit was Monday. What did he do? Monday? I forget already.
Yeah,
the Monday. So I get this frantic call from Lieberman on Friday, and basically he says, "I'm out." He was really freaked out. He's like, basically he broke up with his girlfriend. He broke up with her. He called me. He goes,
"Well, I don't know. I think they're having issues, right?"
I'll tell you what. Let's ask him himself. John, you there?
All right, guys. So, let me set the record straight.
John, real quick, where are you right now? Where are you?
I'm in the car right now.
On the way to where?
To my kid's soccer game.
Oh, Jesus. Not again. Not again. Back to one of those?
Anyway.
It's like a meat market for him.
I called Jason freaking out because I didn't want the bit to be messed up by the fact that I was going to have to drop out. I mean, I was really worried because I had agreed to the bid. And anyway, we were on the verge of breaking up, and Jenna decided that she didn't think it was a good idea that we partake in the Newly Weird Game. And so I called Jason, and I was disappointed. I wanted to do it despite the fact, that we were having problems in the relationship.
Yeah, John was telling me, he's like, look, if it's going to screw up the bit, I'll make her come in. We'll pretend that we're going out.
I will break her fingers till she comes in that studio.
But he was in a panic, not just about the show, but he's like, when did this happen? He goes, 2 hours ago.
I mean, come on. The writing was on the wall with that relationship, right?
So are you guys, yes, absolutely.
That they're back together, though.
What, you are back together?
Well, I mean, look, let me explain it the best way I know how, which is it's a tenuous time in our relationship, and we're trying to work it out.
Jenna, John, relationships shouldn't be this hard. I think it's time for you to part ways. I'm calling it.
Look, we have opposite schedules. We don't see each other a lot. There's a lot of other variables. So, yeah, I mean, there are definitely problems there, and we'll see what happens. But I did feel bad about backing out of the bit because, you know, I'm a team player, and I when I commit to something, I want to do it.
Yeah, but if your girlfriend hates you, it's not going to work. You know?
Well, it worked for Sound Christine.
Hey, John, so did the Christmas party play any part in this possible breakup?
Did the what?
Your horrible behavior at the Christmas party.
No.
That you can't control yourself.
No, the Christmas party played zero role in our. Well, I can't say zero role. I mean, she clearly wasn't happy at the Christmas party with my behavior, but it had. No, it had nothing to do with backing out of the Newlywed game.
Does it have anything to do with your love of adolescent boys soccer games?
Hey, did she hear the gorgeous comment and get kind of creeped out?
Look, you guys continually try to ride me for ratings at the top of Back Office Radio.
Ratings?
You gotta have me on to get the ratings spike.
Who's hotter, the midfielder or the striker?
Oh, the goalie, probably, yeah.
Little goalie.
He didn't even know they had positions. He just liked them running around.
What did you say about that goalie last week? That gorgeous little boy.
Now, John, we're playing sound clips that you can't hear.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I hope you're on a hands-free device.
So, John, who do you have your eye on? Who's the next girl up to step up to the Lieberman batter box?
Look, no girl.
No, little Billy. He's 7 and so hot.
In the Lieberman situation. But look, Jenna is a great girl, and we'll see what happens. But
is this going to affect you? Jenna worked at CNN, and she helped you get your headline news, gig there. Is this going to? Are you worried that this is going to affect your CNN work?
No, because I actually did work for CNN long before Jenna ever worked at CNN. So I started appearing on CNN in 2005. And she's only been there for a year.
So is Jenna's job at CNN in danger now if you want her out?
No, of course not. She does a great job over there. And, no, it has nothing to do with jobs. And, look, we're going to try to work this out, and I'll keep you guys updated.
All right. Thanks for calling in, John. Anyone else have any questions before we move on?
John, do you ever pat the players on the ass, when they go into the game?
Good job,
encouragement.
Good job.
Slip a digit in there?
Talk about this privately, but no, of course I don't.
Do you roofie the little orange wedges that you eat during halftime?
You know what, guys? I think this might be my last call to Back Office. Till next
What?
week.
We couldn't hear you there. Sorry, we lost you. What?
John is like, when John heard Alex Jones, thank you, John, I hung up on him. When John heard that juice boxes can make kids gay, he started bringing tons of juice boxes.
That was weird, all of a sudden, right?
He's like, who wants high C? Hey, one more note from the newly weird game, and I just want to pick up here on this caller who, all of a sudden I've lost control of my phone here. Maybe it's just this line. La-da-dee-la-da-da. La-da-dee-da-da. Line 7. Oh, line 7. Thank you.
Take your time. No.
Yeah, we can
live radio. We're good.
Line 7. No, okay, so it's not working. Somebody called. They have a theory about why Steve is angry, but this is a weird takeaway from the Newly Weird game. So Ronnie made mention and Stephanie made mention during the Newly Weird game that their sex gets so crazy that they wet the sheets.
No, they put a towel down.
Towel down, right.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, thank you, Al. This is lovely. So
hey,
you were kind of
wet back there.
You were asking Ronnie about that back in the office.
I got to tell you, I'll make an admission. I am like obsessed with squirters. It's like the hottest thing in the fucking world to me.
We know.
I know it makes Howard like want to vomit, but
me too. Yeah,
but it's my thing. I'm sorry, I love it. And so I just had to ask Ronnie. I said, "So I know the towel thing. Are you talking? Is Stephanie a squirter?" And Steve, all of a sudden, he's like, I can't listen to this. And he puts his fingers in his ear so he couldn't listen. Like anything sexual regarding any of the wives around here, he just doesn't want to hear.
He went, no, it's me. I got an enlarged prostate.
I don't like to hear about girls having sex. It's ridiculous. I want to get to know them first, and then we can talk about possibly kissing and then hugging and then maybe move on to, the bedroom talk. That's how it works.
I would love for Steve just to write down his rules one day. I used to think John was the one obsessed with the rules, but I think it's Steve. I think he needs to write down his rules, and I'd love to read them.
Yeah, no, the other thing he got really fired up this week is Miss Delaware.
She's so hot.
So I was watching the tape because JD sent it out. That was
because it's work.
He finds gold, that kid. He finds great video. But so he found the video of Miss Delaware, her sex tape.
Yeah, he did.
And Steve's like, I can't watch this. This is ridiculous. Listen,
why?
Because Miss Delaware, that's a pageant girl, and those are supposed to be really sweet, innocent girls. And there's also the porn girls. So I can't, the two don't interact in my world. That's what it was.
Wait a second. And Teddy brought something up I want to get to in a second, but why does he think that pageant girls are some sort of special type of girl?
That's how he likes to perceive them in his head.
And so he gets upset.
They're sweet, innocent girls, and that porn girls are dirty sluts. And like, those two worlds can't collide.
Oh, but isn't that the dream, to have a sweet, innocent girl that's also a dirty slut?
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
No, remember we had her on years ago.
No, we had a Miss USA or Miss America.
One of them who went into porn afterwards.
She was hot too.
And he went on some rant on the wrap-up show about it.
On the Howard show. He yelled at the girl.
Yelled at her.
Disgracing her crown.
Yeah, right.
You remember that?
Tarnishing the crown.
You fucking slut! What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, that's not Steve.
I know. I just want to say the best part. I'm the complete opposite.
Yeah.
The best part of the video is at the end.
You mean from Steve, how he's skinny?
No.
Oh.
What?
Oh, come on. He's going to throw someone under the bus.
The best part, no, I'm not. The best part of the video is at the end when the guy asked her what her favorite part was, and she points to her face when all the cum is on her face, and she likes to cum on the face. So
it was kind of a lame video, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. She doesn't really moan that much.
She wasn't much of a dirty girl.
She takes cum
It's
on
so
the face.
funny. You and I have such opposite views. Like, when I got excited when I heard that this Miss Delaware was in a porn, because I like that kind of like real, porn as opposed to like that, chicks that fuck for a living.
Yeah.
And so when you watch it, and she's sweet and innocent, but then all of a sudden she's, face fucking, she's got, and it's like, well, this isn't, she looked like a porn girl. So I thought it was too dirty, and you didn't think it was dirty enough.
No, JD and I are similar in that. We want a dirty, dirty girl in our porn videos.
I was actually disappointed. Like, she actually fucks like a pageant girl.
Yeah, it's like boring.
She doesn't really do anything.
They're gonna go back and
make
rewatch
any noise. But hey, she takes cum in the face.
Fucks like a pageant girl.
I don't know. Maybe it's because she's a teenager.
I know, really. What's wrong with you, honey? Maybe it's because most of the girls in porn start having sex at like 9.
You guys
so
are
they're
also,
experienced by the time they're 17.
You guys are also horrifically desensitized.
It's true.
By the point now, you guys are into like extreme bondage. And like girls leaving with bruises and bloody noses.
Sexandsubmission.com.
Yes, you love kink.com, all that shit.
Okay, so what? So I want to dream about filleting a girl and roasting her slowly over a fire and eating her.
That's where Will's going next. That's 5 years from now.
No, not like Fatty over here. It's all about food. If he can eat the girl, he's going to jerk off to it.
JP in Toronto, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Oh, hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listen, I was just wondering, was there some sort of massive backlash after the, well, you guys sure blasted a lot of people last week. It was a great show.
Funny you should ask that. Al, what's their state of the office?
State of the office. Last week's Back Office Radio left a lot of hurt feelings in its wake.
You don't find that some of the stuff that you say, it could be abrasive to people?
Leaving Will and Jason to deal with a ton of fallout. Is this show ruining relationships? Or does everyone else in the back office have too much sand in their vaginas?
I tend to think that everyone in the back office has way too much sand in their vaginas. Teddy, Will?
I'm with you. I didn't think we said anything that offensive last week. No. And good Lord, did people get angry.
All right, let's go do a rundown here. I said Gary talks a lot.
Yes.
I said Steve's angry.
Yes.
What else was said last week? I don't even remember.
John Hein wants more airtime.
Yeah, John Hein wants more airtime. I mean, let's really break this down.
I mean Howard just roasted Gary this week. Right. It was awful. It was a massacre.
Well, it's okay because it's Howard.
And I get that.
Yeah,
okay, Howard gets away with certain things. But to say that Gary talks too much, I mean, that's been a running joke for 30 years.
Yeah. I mean, I was just shocked by Gary's reaction to that. I was literally shocked. I was like, are you seriously this angry because I said you talk a lot? I mean, I say that to you in the office.
I left right after the show. So
right. So when I said that we dealt with the fallout, meant I dealt with the fallout. So Will left immediately after the show, and I walk out there, and I get the cold ice.
Well, I was going out during the commercial breaks, and at some point, I think in the show, I said, "Oh, everyone loves listening to Back Office Radio," and I go out there and see like nobody likes listening to fucking Back Office Radio. That's why it's off. Okay, thank you.
Well, I heard he yelled at Tim about it. I heard Tim was back there, and he said, "Why isn't the radio show on?" And Tim and Steve basically screamed at him, "If you want to listen to it, go to your own office." And he also, I think, and I didn't hear him say this, so I hope this isn't true, but I think he said something along the lines of, this show is ruining relationships and it shouldn't be on the air, which is bullshit if he said that, either part of that statement. And
that's a bumper.
Yeah. If you're going to say it on our show.
Ruining relationships and what?
And it should be taken off the air.
I thought last week Gary summed it up perfectly when he came in here and he said, I sit 10 feet away and I fucking hate you, and then I come in here and I love you, I love the show, and that's the way it is. It's on the air, it's different.
So I had to meet with Tim after the show and Jim after the show, and I had to deal with a Steve, who didn't say anything mean to me, but you could just tell he wasn't happy. It was very tense in the office. Oh, I had to deal with emails from other people that we talked about on the show that were going directly to Tim and complaining about things that we said. And we didn't get in trouble for anything, but it was just, I had to deal with that for like 2 hours, and then on top of that, I was still going to John and Gary's VH1, party for their show.
That's got to be comfortable.
Oh, hey guys. And I felt like I had just been beaten up for the last hour dealing with all these meetings and hurt feelings. I mean, that's the thing. Hurt feelings. Fuck you and hurt feelings. I mean, come on. Where are we?
I know.
What are we doing here?
It's hard to tell, because I think we just go in here and have fun and we talk a little bit of bullshit, but nothing that bad. I mean, ultimately, all these guys are our friends, you know? And that's why I think we have the ability to kind of...
And I don't say anything on here that I don't say back there. It's just for some reason.
You.
Yeah, for some reason. But everyone still focuses all their attention on me.
It's always you.
Right. And it's just like, yeah, John, Gary, but I say this about you in the office, so why is it weird that I'm now saying it about you? Who the fuck knows? Who cares? Also, I said some nasty stuff about my mom, and she called in.
Yeah, that might have been the most uncomfortable part of the entire show.
Yeah. Super celebrity Rob Corddry texted me during the replay on Friday and said, I'm in love with your mom.
He loved it. I love that he listens to the show. That's cool.
It's so funny because the feedback I got from people was that it was an incredibly uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah.
And that was probably one of the more pleasant conversations I've ever had with my mother. Like you want to see uncomfortable? I'll tape one of our Thanksgiving meals or something.
Well, you came off terrible. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you say you paint this picture of your mother as such an evil woman to you, but and I know she was obviously being different on the radio, like you said, but either way, I don't know. I just would never.
My mom is not an evil woman to me. I love her very much, but that woman that was on the phone was not my mother.
One of these weeks, we're going to do a back office spotlight with your mother on a slow week, and it'll be a home run, because I have so many stories that you've told me that I want to find out what's true and what's you maybe exaggerating.
Well, she's going to say I exaggerated everything, but I didn't. I should have my brothers back here to back me up. But at one point when you and I lived together, Will, I used to think you were keeping like a journal. Like I tell you stuff and you would just laugh and tell me I should turn it into a comic strip.
That's what I always said. I always said Jason's life would make a perfect comic strip, because it's like 3 frames. The one is just the setup. The second is like the awful, horrific thing that happened in Jason's life, and then the follow up in the third. It'd just be a home run.
So who do you think? By the way, there was no fallout. I just haven't talked to my mom since then, and so I assume everything's fine. I think she retweeted my. She's on Twitter. I think she retweeted my back office radio replay time.
Yeah, what's her Twitter handle?
Oh, I don't know.
Please you don't want to give that out?
Please get off Twitter, Mom. Update. Who do you now think hates the show the most? Is it Gary? Is it JD? Or is it Steve, who may or may not have told Tim to cancel it? At the very least, probably told them that we're ruining relationships.
I think this is an easy one, and it's Steve. I mean, JD came in here today. Gary seemed fine after the show. He takes a lot of abuse. I think he can handle it better than anybody. So I'm going with Brandano.
Yeah, I concur.
Well, considering that Brandano has not come in this entire segment, I'm going to have to say that was probably Steve too. I think you could say Steve hates the blank the most. If the question is who hates blank the most, the answer is always
life.
And let's now go around the room for our douche of the week.
Douche of the week.
Well, you have 3 minutes, Will.
All right. So we're taking a little break here.
You touched on this earlier, Jason, and I just want to reiterate that this week's douche of the week for me is Benji, because, he's up to something with that phone hijinks. I think he was trying to cheat on the Newlywed Game. I think he was trying to get $5,000 the dirty way.
I have to be honest about this, and I hate to accuse somebody of cheating without proof.
Right.
I think he was cheating as well, or trying to. It was very shady the way, at least it was even holding the cards and where Benji's eyes were going.
It even was cheating, it still falls under Benji's shtick, and that the fact that he can't still just do a segment normally.
And it was distracting to Howard.
Distracting to Howard. Everything, it falls under it all. So, Benji, you are my...
Douche of the week.
It's a little harder now that he came running in here, but JD has to be my douche of the week.
Oh, no.
I mean, basically, I told him we were going to shit all over him today for his playlist, and he got all offended. Like, he was all huffing and puffing. Oh, maybe that's because he went up the stairs. But
or stood up.
Or stood up. That could have been it. But he was not happy. So he's just like, giving me attitude all day. Oh, you're not funny. You're an idiot.
Yeah,
shut up.
He wouldn't come to lunch with us.
Oh, you want to go to lunch with you guys?
Yeah, he refused.
Second lunch.
Wow.
Refused. So, I don't know. He gets all pissy about this whole thing.
So
he haven't said anything yet.
Not yet, but we have a whole page of stuff to say.
So, JD, you are my...
Douche of the week.
My douche of the week is our own Howard 100 News reporter, Lisa G. We had our State of the Station, which we will get into later in the show. And as Lisa usually does, she grabbed the front row center seat. She made sure that
the shortest.
She made sure to draw. It doesn't matter when you're sitting down. She made sure to draw attention to herself by being the only person to stand up while asking a question, while we all remain seated. And then, I was in the back row, so it was kind of like being in school. I was sitting next to Richard, and we were just joking through the entire, like making little comments about people's questions or Tim's answers. And she came up to me after the show, and she goes, "I heard you talk. Are you aware that you mumble under your breath and that you talk under your breath?" I go, "I wasn't talking under my breath. I was making jokes with Richard." She goes, "Yeah, right. I heard you say nasty." I'm just like, Lisa, for that reason and that reason alone, you are my
douche of the week.
Coming up on Back Office Radio, we will talk about Mr. 6th Grade JD and his playlist and everything else we learned about him this week. We will talk to Will about his kid. We will talk about the state of the station. We'll talk about it all, much to everyone else's chagrin, here on Back Office Radio, only on Howard 101.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. You're entering a Benji free zone. It's Back Office Radio with Will and Jason.
See, Led Zeppelin. Welcome back to Back Office Radio. JD, this is what Howard wanted to hear on your playlist.
I remember eating chicken nuggets to Zeppelin. And, it's great.
I have a message from Steve.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
Hold on a second. This is breaking news. Hold on a second. I didn't know anyone talked to Steve.
Breaking news.
And now it sounds more official.
I just went out there to make sure the show is on in the bullpen.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
And Steve just wanted me to... He's not going to come in.
Okay.
Which is fine. I said, although I wish he'd call in from his desk. That would be fun. But he did not tell Tim to cancel this show.
Okay, what about the...
nor did he say anything bad about this show, that it was ruining relationships or anything to Tim.
Well,
that's from Steve's lips to your ears.
Then I've been given bad information.
Faulty reports?
So that's all. I just wanted to... Don't shoot the messenger.
Why won't he come in?
I don't know. I said, why don't you just come in? He said, no, I don't feel like coming in. So, again, I'm not going to push.
That is fine.
But he can call in, from 9 feet away.
Speaking of that,
to hear from you, Steve.
We got some nice feedback here on Twitter from Gary on Twitter. Steve can't help whining. He's from Boston. That's just what Boston people do. Hey guys, this sounds more like Bully Office Radio, but keep it up. I love it. April on Twitter says Christine Governal should be the douche of the week for not supporting her husband on air. What was she supposed to do?
She should be hero of a lifetime for getting married to fucking Sal.
Robert says we're the two best hosts on the channels. Oh, we'll make that second best, I guess, behind Howard, of course. And, and here's one from Leah on Twitter. Benjalisa is douche of the week. No need for further discussion or reflection. Well,
you might be right.
Benjalina.
Hit us up on Twitter. I'm at Sirius J. Will's at Merman78. Teddy's at Ted Microphone. And you could, of course, give us a call, 888-STERN-101. That's 888-783-7610. Will, last week we were on the air and you said that your wife was going to find out the sex of the baby.
Yes.
It did not happen while we were on the air, and I guess you guys decided to wait till you went home and to reveal it, and I guess you had it in an envelope, because when I got home, my wife directed me to this very annoying, weird, coming from you, Facebook video, and we have the audio out. Can you hit it, please?
All right, we're going to find out what the sex of baby number 2 is. You ready, Owen?
Will posted this on purpose.
Are we going to have a boy or a girl?
This is hard to do. It's one-handed. Hold on. Damn it.
Come on,
It's a girl! Give a little sister, Owen.
Owen's 8 months old. This kid can't.
No, he's not. He's like 19 months, but he still didn't give a shit.
Set the clock for 18 years.
You know how many people made that joke to me the next day in the office?
We can't set the
I
clock
can't wait to fuck your daughter.
Speaking of,
Yeah, well, he only has to wait 5 years. Creep.
we kind of did the math on this one. In 18 years,
Okay.
How old are you?
Richie Wilson will be 61 years old.
That's all right.
Wait, what am I? 33?
How old will you be?
51.
You'll be 51 years old. John
You'll be
Hine.
dead.
Perfect.
You're not making it to 51.
Probably not.
You're just huffing keyboard cleaner.
John Hine will be well over 60 years old. Ronnie will
Missing
probably
a leg.
Yeah. Ronnie will probably be dead, and Brandano will probably be hoping that she interns here so he can ask her out.
No, but he'll be a gentleman. He'll wait till she's 30. Did you like that one?
Hit a nerve there.
That was bad.
But present day, let's just say you had a daughter and she's of dating age. Who here would be the last person you'd want her to date?
I mean, Ronnie's got to be the guy, right?
Yeah.
He's such a creep.
Over Sal? You're telling me Ronnie over Sal?
Yeah, I like Sal. I think Sal's actually a really sweet guy. I mean, yeah, he's a pervert, but who the fuck around here isn't?
JD or Ronnie? I'm just going to try and see if we can move the line at all.
JD, I mean, he's got to be clean. He doesn't have much female contact. Ronnie is still, yeah, he's the dirt dog.
Teddy or Ronnie?
Oh, God.
Oh, come on.
Well,
Come on.
I like Teddy.
Yeah.
Teddy's my buddy.
Well, speaking of, we were going to discuss today what we should name,
Yeah, that's been going around the conversation.
And we're going back and forth, and we thought, wouldn't it be great to hear from a genius on this subject? And that genius's name is Noel Biederman. He is, of course, the creator and owner of AshleyMadison.com. Noel, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Noel.
Thanks, Noel.
All right.
And Noel, you're a huge sponsor and supporter of the Howard Stern Show. We play your commercials ad nauseum.
The greatest commercials on
They
earth,
are,
by the way.
They're very funny. They're very catchy, which sometimes is annoying because I'm walking home singing about, cheating on my wife. And,
That's our version of viral marketing, right? Hey, I'm having an affair. Instead, what we do is we put these annoying jingles in your head, and hopefully you're going to sing it when you're on the subway going home.
Yeah, it is subliminal. All of a sudden, it's like, my wife complains, I just want to go out with the guys,
Right.
and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, I didn't want to cheat before. Now I kind of do.
He's right. Noel ruins more relationships than we do.
No, when I first met you, it was when Ashley Madison was relatively new. You had some tall blonde girl was kind of your spokesperson. I don't remember her name.
Neither does he.
Correct.
Yeah, and I had said that I saw your billboard over the Lincoln Tunnel when I was coming in, and it was a huge, nice billboard. And you said to me, and I'll never forget this: if that billboard gets one guy to cheat on his wife, I've done my job.
He's a hero, really.
But I meant it with all sincerity and respect, right? Like, what I meant was, if I convince one guy not to do it the wrong way, meaning do it in the workplace or on a single date, so I meant if I've convinced him that the best affair is an Ashley Madison affair, then I've done my job. I didn't mean that I needed to go out there and feel good about myself, because, man, everybody's cheating out there thanks to me. They were cheating long before I.
Right. You wanted them, there's safe sex, and with you, there's safe cheating. There's safer.
That's perfect way. That's a perfect way to look at it.
And of course, no, you have a bunch of spin-off websites now, right? Or is it all?
Yeah, I don't know if they're spin-off websites. They're kind of, our view of the world is there's people who supposedly want to date to hold hands and fall in love and get married. That's great.
Yeah,
for
Steve
that
Brandano.
Boo. Community. There's a way bigger community of people out there who just want to hook up, and they want to do it with, young girls, or they're older women who are divorced who want to do it with the young guys, or maybe you want to do it with a fat chick. Whatever it is that gets.
What about a tubby host that wants to cook a woman?
Yeah, but are you are you following that cannibal case in the city?
I was talking about you.
Oh, shut up. Are we going to see?
Case?
Yeah, the cop that's on trial for wanting to cook his wife and his wife's friends, and had all these fantasies about.
That's not illegal. He should go on trial for that. That should just.
I think he's going to get off. I was reading that. Yeah.
After 25 years, that should be permitted. I think if you want to eat your wife at that point, that should be no problem.
I think it's an honor if you still want to eat your wife after 25 years.
Yeah. Because unless you've been plumping her up or softening her up like some sort of pate. I'm not really sure that would be all that tasty, but yeah, I guess that's his prerogative. No, I haven't been following that trial. So what's he doing? He actually tried to cook her? Or
no, he just talked about it a lot, and that's why I think he's going to get off, because it's just a lot of talk with no action. But he would go on cannibal websites and trade secrets about how the best way to kill chop off the feet and cook it and all this It's crazy. You look it up. Look it up.
And they.
Yeah, no, it's pretty graphic. It's pretty graphic.
Yeah, interesting. I have not gone down that dating path. I didn't think there was that many cannibals, and cannibals may not want to date other cannibals. That might be too competitive. They might be looking for softer, things. But yeah, we have built a whole bunch of what we call alternative kind of lifestyle dating sites. People in open marriages, unlike Ashley, which is much more about doing it without your partner's consent, and
Right.
and rich guys, that kind of stuff. And it's gone really well for us.
No, it's been great, and it's really benefited our show because you sponsor a lot of great contests that we wouldn't normally do without you. So
he's always looking for like the next crazy way to get the name out there.
So I don't know if you heard the top of the show, but Will is having a daughter. This is someone who hopefully in the future somebody will cheat on using your site.
We can only hope.
Congratulations, Will.
Thank you.
No, you are a master marketer. I mean, I would say Ashley Madison is a great idea and a very well run
and a
website.
beautiful name.
And a beautiful name. But you are a master marketer, and I think that's what's made Ashley Madison so well known. And so what we wanted to ask you is there a price out there for Will to name his daughter Ashley Madison Murray?
It's so funny you say that, because a couple of years ago, we felt bad. We heard from an Ashley Madison. This was a young girl. She was like a volleyball star in high school. She says her life is ruined,
calm down, honey.
We were going to sit there and say, well, maybe we got to create a foundation for who actually can prove that that's her real legal name. We're going to go and pay for your college or do something nice for you, buy you a convertible or something, just to kind of say we're sorry. To put your own daughter through that, listen, if you want to do it, I'm in. The question is, what happens 15 years from now if you get caught with an affair? Your daughter is going to be wearing this. It's almost like a giant tattoo. It's her name at that point in time, and man, we've got to think about that. But
no. Shut off your feelings. Shut off your feelings. Let's say Will really wants to do it.
Listen, yeah, and by the way, as a married guy, I can tell you I never think of Ashley Madison ruining relationships. I think of it as starting new relationships.
Yeah, Ashley Madison makes your relationships better.
I hear you. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
I'm just suggesting we all don't know what's around the corner. Life is very, very complicated.
She'll be fine.
And so,
no, stop pretending you're a human being, and let's talk numbers.
What
is this worth to you?
Is there a price?
$100,000 until she changes her name, and I got to get at least 18 years out of it. Is that
$100,000?
$100,000. We were. I don't know, Will. That's.
I don't know. You're going to ruin
right
the poor girl's
end.
life. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking full college tuition.
Now, don't forget, Will.
18 years from now. So
yeah.
Will works on a nationally.
If you put that in a good hedge fund, and I'll introduce you to some of my buddies and investors.
Okay.
And maybe even we roll it over into some Ashley Madison investments. $100,000 in Ashley today could be worth an easy million, tomorrow type of thing. So
it's a bit of a gamble.
The compound interest. A gamble.
Let me hold on. Hold on. Let me just speak on Will's behalf. Look, Will's not just some schmuck. This isn't just going to get in a newspaper once, like, oh, haha, look, Ashley Madison, somebody named their baby after it. This is a guy that works on a national radio show. This is going to be a punchline or a topic of conversation for years on Howard's show.
It is.
Come on, that has to be worth more than $100,000.
For the rest of his life, it's going to potentially be a punchline.
No, for the rest of her life. I'll be fine.
Who cares?
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, I guess I would feel differently. It depends what the money's going to go get used to. I mean, I think you look at me as some callous, uncaring individual. If you know me as a person, I'm genuinely not like that. I happen to run an interesting web business. But if you're seriously saying to me, hey, we're going to put this aside for her and the whole thing, yeah, maybe.
No, of course. It either goes to college fund or therapy.
Or both.
If he wants to go and I don't know Will from a hole in the ground, and this is all about putting things up his nose, then I'm less interested in doing it. To be honest with you, it kind of depends on what the purpose is.
Interesting.
To help her. What do you mean? Really? We found something too gross for Noel?
Well, listen.
I don't know you, Will. I don't know you personally. It feels to me like we got to sit down and have a drink over this whole thing. But if you're saying to me, I will do this. But
listen, I've always loved the name Ashley. I think it's a beautiful name.
Right. So now we just need to make her middle name Madison.
I mean, middle name. Who gives a shit, really?
Yeah, that's true. I think it's all about the branding. There's got to be commitments on your side. The birth.
Oh no, we'll tattoo her on it. Something.
And by the way, because I don't think Noel likes this image. Noel is a very nice guy. He's been a very generous guy with me this year, and I appreciate it, Noel. Thank you. And I'm not going to go into it any further. I'll let everyone else just think what they need to think about that. But Noel, you run commercials, that ask for,
I
make light of cheating.
Have you ever had a spokes baby?
Yes,
Yeah.
like the Gerber baby.
Yeah.
She's that to me. That's what I'm trying to say. Is I've stayed. I remember this TV commercial we came up with years ago. It was about this guy. He wakes up, a little alcohol on the counter. You can tell he's hungover. The night before, he turns over in bed. He does this double take. There's this very overweight, unattractive woman there. And he starts slinking downstairs, sneaks out of there, the whole thing, and he freezes at the bottom of the stairs when he sees this picture on the mantle of him and that woman on their wedding day. And he realizes, oh man, that's his own wife. And he just, hung over. And what I was trying to do was speak to the audience out there who seriously wakes up beside their wife 10 years later and barely recognizes her. Like, how the hell?
Well, it's like that great scene in About Schmidt where he goes, I turned over and I go, when did this old lady start sharing my bed with me?
Yeah, it's exactly that. In the original ad, we had, instead of a picture of the mantle, we had this kid walking by going, oh, morning, Dad. And then,
Perfect.
We were just like, we were just like, let's not do that. Let's not put a kid into the ad. Let's leave them out of this, if you will. Right?
Well, to put a bow on this, I'm going to say we heard the $100,000 was kind of the first number that Noel floated. Will, do you think you would do something like that for $100,000? We're talking hypotheticals here.
The wife has already texted me. There is no price, but.
Shut up. Sorry, not Tracy. I didn't mean to say shut up to you, but, just calm down for a second. Will's working for a living.
First of all, I think we can talk her into it. Right. And if not, I'll just get on Ashley Madison,
Well, and
find a new love.
And Noel, in a way, this baby could be what drives Will to Ashley Madison.
Right. Good point. She truly will be a spokesperson for the website.
Hey, that is, without all kidding aside, it's not a 7-year itch anymore. Like, from the data that we have provides a number of institutions and people looking at it. That first affair for most men happens when that kid comes on the scene. That is the game changer for men, right? It's the wife's pregnancy coupled with all the late nights thereafter. That's when men first start to stray. It's not some sort of magic 7-year number. It's kind of like, hey, my personal sex life has been disrupted beyond belief now. What am I going to do about it?
Oh, a personal sex life. How nice is that? Noel, thanks for calling in. Everyone who is thinking of having an affair should, of course, visit AshleyMadison.com. It's a scary, dangerous world out there, and we don't want you going out and having an affair on your own, right, Noel?
Exactly. But, let me know if you guys want to revisit this conversation. I could be persuaded, but why don't you work on the domestic side? We'll work on the wife. Yeah. Let me know.
Go talk to your marketers, Noel.
Absolutely.
And we'll grab that beer next time you're in the city.
I can't believe she's being such a buzzkill about this.
All right, Noel, thanks a lot, man. AshleyMadison.com. Coming up, JD, Mr. 6th grade. He was a stud. He said he dated everybody in 6th grade. He was the John Hine had 80 blowjobs. JD dated every 6th grader. The 2 studs in the back office. Who knew? Only on Howard 101.
This is Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101.
From high atop the Howard Stern building in Midtown Manhattan, no more bullshit. This is a Howard 100 News Brief.
I'm Steve Warren. Many of us of a certain age still cherish our record collections. I mean, real records, the kind that play on a turntable. We are not alone. Here's Howard 100 News you need to know.
Howard 100 News you need to know.
There is a different sound quality on black acetate vinyl.
Dave Wellington is the director of classic rock programming here at SiriusXM, and he understands Gary Dell'Abate's passion for listening to music on an LP.
It's a richer sound that is warmer, and it's not as compressed as a sound that you get on a CD.
And the better your speakers, the more pronounced it is.
I have to say, Howard's always right, but I kind of lean with Gary on this one.
That's right. Howard doesn't understand the passion for vinyl or that the sound could be better than a digital recording. And Dave says it's not just the nostalgia factor for people over 50.
Even some of these new up-and-coming bands, they're putting stuff out today on vinyl. There's an audience there, and people love the sound. They like the experience of it.
Dave also says the best way to listen to vinyl is through your speakers and not through earbuds jammed into your ears. Lisa G., Howard 100 News.
Sometimes fair, always unbalanced. This is Howard 100 News.
Now, you can get access to hundreds of SiriusXM shows, including Howard Stern, whenever you want with SiriusXM On Demand. For details, go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand. For traffic and weather for Baltimore, San Diego, Atlanta, and other major cities, go to Sirius or XM, channels 132 to 140. Another Howard 100 News Brief at the top of the hour, or as close as we can get.
Howard 100.
None of you fuckheads should be on the radio. None of you will be on the radio after Howard's gone. It kills me that everyone rides his coattails to the point of fucking Gary Dell'Abate on VH1 Classic. Fucking capitalist swine who just can't wait to get another fucking dollar. Fuck you, assholes. Suck a dick.
Rachel Fine. The dress she's wearing in the episode with Tim Sabian, Jesus Christ.
My douche of the week is Benji again.
Yeah, hearing Jason call John Hines fat is like the pothead calling the kettle fat. Love you guys.
Hey guys, I love your show. On the subject of the sex with your baby, Will, why don't we hear about the sex of Jason's baby? I've seen photos of the guy. He's clearly expecting. In the pool of who's going to get divorced first, you can't pick Ronnie and his girlfriend. She's going to be a widow within a year.
My douche of the week, and it's only fucking Monday, is any motherfucking show that has J.D. Harmeyer on it. God damn! Y'all have a good fucking show, you bunch of cocksucking motherfuckers.
Lisa G claims she doesn't listen to the show. Yeah, and Tim Sabian didn't shit all over the bathroom walls. This is Back Office Radio.
Interesting, Will. Welcome back to Back Office Radio with myself, Will Murray, Teddy Knitter, Al Ragone. On Twitter, we're getting some feedback here, and somebody has a Twitter account called the Schwoogie Button. Of course, that's a Howard Stern reference. And he says, please no more product placement or even coincidental product placement. I think he's referring to Ashley Madison. And there was no product placement there. That was
we were curious.
Will's trying to get some cash.
I think I might be winning the divorce pool, by the way. Last segment.
Any more tweets from your wife?
No, she's kind of keeping quiet on the whole thing. Listen, honey, I wouldn't sell the name rights for anything less than $250,000. That's
what I'm saying.
That makes you feel better.
I thought we could get you $250,000.
Right.
I'm hoping for
that's
that.
I think that's reasonable.
Dave in Ohio, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, man?
I was calling to say that Ralph is the douche of the week this week.
For what?
Well, JD had his playlist, and I was listening to it, and then Ralph on Twitter made fun of Endless Nameless, as we all heard on the show. And I responded to JD just simply saying, like, it's a good song, don't sweat it or whatever. Ralph went and pseudo-retweeted my tweet by changing the whole thing and just put my name in it that I was ripping apart the song, and then instantly blocked me before I could make any kind of joke back at him.
I have to say that Ralph is probably the worst person on Twitter. I mean, he is just, I can't even follow him. I have him on the work list, but he writes in all capitals. He's I don't know. He
blocks people that insult him.
He blocks people
I hate
constantly.
that.
I do too. I'm like,
calm down.
Yeah. He goes, but then he uses the Twitter feed as the Geek Time feed. And I'm just like, it can't be both. You can't be blocking half the audience because they say something you don't agree with. And you know, if you're going to also use it to promote Geek Time, it just, I don't know. He's just the worst on Twitter.
Right. Like it or not, Twitter is about shitting on people that you never would say to their face. So it is what it is.
Yeah. I don't get it either. Andrew in Atlanta, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Yeah, you guys definitely have the best show on Howard 101.
Well, thank you.
Down.
Thank you.
Like you said earlier, I know you already said it, but yeah, everybody else in the back office has way too much sand in their vagina. Don't they remember that they work on the Howard Stern show? It's the greatest show in the history of radio, and the show was built on just picking on each other. And people like Steve Brandano, I mean, I can't tell if he's acting. Like, does he act more upset? That way he gets more airtime?
No,
not acting.
No, he doesn't. I have to say, to Steve's credit, he doesn't want airtime.
No.
He's not looking for airtime.
And I don't want to pick on Steve, but Steve is the example of what this guy is talking about.
Right.
This show, everyone loves the Howard Stern show because of all the ball busting. That's what it is about.
Right.
So you can't get angry when people are ball busting.
Well, and then he was a little upset even that JD was getting his balls busted over playlist.
Yeah.
Because he thinks it's going to make people not want to do playlist.
This isn't a fucking drum circle.
Yeah. I mean, we get our balls busted over everything all the time. It's what happens. The only person who doesn't get his balls busted is Howard and Robin. And that's it. And then everybody else is fair game. Ryan in New Hampshire, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Gorgeous boy.
Sexy.
I really enjoyed JD's playlist. I'm the same age as him, and I love the Nirvana song.
Oh, dude, do we have
all right, so let's get started.
Let's do our rap. Hold on. Do you want to finish your thought real quick before?
Do you guys know what that song? That song was the hidden track on.
Yes, we all know.
Never mind. And I'd like
should
to
have stayed hidden.
Douche of the week too, please.
Yeah, hurry up.
Lisa G for asking a.
So So
Lisa G.
That's enough said. So, Nirvana hit the track for a reason. I mean, and JD, so let's talk about JD's playlist. I happen to agree. I like JD's playlist a lot. I love hearing JD talk. I like learning more about his life. I love this whole thing about sixth grade and every song was like there were some songs he liked just because a girl touched his hair once when he heard it or something like that.
He remembered, that's the memory he has. A girl touched his hair.
Yeah, a girl touched me. Where?
And it was on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, it's just my hair, so now it's my favorite song.
It wasn't like where he had to rub against a girl on the subway or something like that, one of those crowded trains.
So, I don't know. We have a whole bunch of notes, but just to talk about it a little bit. So, we just learned so much about JD, and the thing that I've mentioned several times that I'm fascinated by is that JD feels he peaked in the 6th grade, which might be the saddest thing I've ever heard.
The saddest. Absolutely.
Yeah, at least for most of us, it was high school.
I don't remember 6th grade for the most part. I mean, I think I had my first girlfriend in 6th grade.
Me too.
But that was about it.
First kiss?
I don't think I even kissed a girl. I don't think I kissed a girl till like 8th grade.
I kissed a girl in 7th grade. I had a huge crush on this tall blonde in our class, and I finally got up the nerve to ask her to dance at like the end of the year dance, and it was just, I was just stiff as a board and like, not my body, not my penis, no. And I'm sure my hands were all sweaty. It was just, we didn't talk the whole time we danced, and I think she was being held hostage. What I remember about 6th grade is that's when I know this girl's getting boobs. I came back from the summer. I was like, whoa, what is happening over here?
Starting to blossom.
Yeah, right.
Wow, I thought I was the only one that had those.
I was new. I actually had moved from New Jersey to California after 5th grade. So 6th grade, I was in a new school in a new state, and I decided I was going to try and remake myself as like this cool New York, New Jersey guy.
Uh-huh. Is that when you started wearing the trench coat?
No, that was high school. That's when I moved back to New Jersey and gave up.
Okay.
He
was the quiet Adam Lanza type.
I thought I would lie and tell people I was from New York, and people would be like, "Oh, that's the coolest fucking thing." Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Nobody gave a shit.
No.
Nobody gave a shit, and I ended up the only people that would hang out and talk with me, and I liked them, but I ended up in the Dungeons and Dragons crowd.
Oh
in 6th
fuck
grade.
no, really?
Yeah.
Oh my!
You started that early?
God.
Into nerddom?
It was me and this. Well, no, I was in the superhero stuff way earlier than that. But I have to say, and I'm not shitting on Dungeons and Dragons, but I did realize that this was too nerdy for me. Like, it just wasn't.
It was too much for you.
It was too much for me. It was too much. First of all, it was a lot of work. I mean, there was lots of paperwork and research and writing and.
Well, we have what's her name, Adrienne Curry, on the show.
Yeah,
and she says she'll spend like weeks. Playing the fucking game.
Like, I just like to sit down and play a game, and they're like, "No, you have to roll the die to make your character. Then you have to go home and write a bio, and then there's all sorts of politics involved because whoever the dungeon master is really controls the story."
Stop.
And so
getting douche chills.
So and then you would have loved this, Will. There was a faction that broke out where somebody. So Dungeons and Dragons is a role playing game, and you could technically do that with anything. It doesn't have to be Dungeons and Dragons. So this other kid wanted to start doing Star Wars. It was basically Dungeons and Dragons, but with Star Wars characters. And then our little Dungeons and Dragons group split. People that wanted to keep it pure and do Dungeons and Dragons. People who wanted to go do the new Star Wars game. I did Star Wars so I could be Chewbacca. I figured that would be
yeah, because you have a hairy back.
Fitting. Yeah, fitting.
Jason's like, dude, does this game involve pizza?
So to say I peaked in 6th grade would be, I mean, no, that was
sounding like you did.
I also remember my 6th grade teacher, Miss Ensley. Oh, she was so hot. That was the first time I ever had a hardcore crush on a teacher. Skinny blonde.
6th grade.
Jason was stiff as a board again.
Yeah, Miss
Take
Ensley.
it easy.
Gorgeous.
No girls around.
So that's what I remember about 6th grade. But JD, he said he dated everyone in 6th grade. Good for him.
He said he went to a new school too, so he was probably remaking his image as well.
Interesting.
That's tough. Yeah,
it is. It never goes. I remember when that plane landed in California, I was like, and this is, 6th grade. How old are you? Like 12, 13 years old? I'm like,
12.
This is it. I'm going to put all that, I'm going to stop being nervous. I'm going to stop being so uptight. I'm going to stop, it's going to be a new, cool Jason. Nobody knows this old Jason. And it's bullshit.
No more getting made
new
fun
Jay,
of.
same as the old Jay.
Yeah, pretty much. Is that the year that JD won his spelling bee?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, he said spelling bee.
That's why all the girls want to date him.
Yeah.
It's true.
I can spell calendar.
So we had a couple favorite raps. Should we go to one of my favorite raps was his rap from the playlist, on Sir Mix-a-Lot. Should we go to that one first?
Sure.
So do we have that rap out? Thank you.
Well, if you know anything about me, I do like big butts on girls. It started out with the big boobs, and then it sort of gradually moved down to the ass. I still like big boobs.
Pause. Can you pause it while we're talking? I don't know if you're capable
course,
of doing
yeah,
that.
oh yeah.
So we all know this about JD? I mean, that's a little hubristic right there. We all know this about JD. Okay, but he liked big boobs first. Because that's so unusual to like big boobs, but now he likes big butts. And
Except for his own.
And this is, which one, the butt or the boob?
Both.
JD? Both. This is the genesis now we're going to hear of JD liking big butts. Okay, continue.
Don't like big boobs, but I do appreciate a nice derriere. And you can blame this on Sir Mix-a-Lot and his great song, I Like Big Butt. I think it's called I Like Big Butts.
No, it's not.
Not even close, Jamie.
I think it's called I Like Big Butts.
Nope.
Actually, it's Baby Got Back.
Thank you for passing the note, Steve.
So here's Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
You other brothers can deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
Come on, everyone knows this song.
Yeah, I know.
That was impressive, Will.
So bad.
So let me get this straight. This song got...
It was bad in
JD
1992, and it's bad now.
JD wasn't into big asses until this song. Like, this song, like, woke up some, like, inner demon in him. That all of a sudden he's gonna...
butts are nice.
Oh, this guy says butts are nice.
Well, not just any demon. I mean, the butts in that video are obnoxiously huge.
That's how he likes.
I know.
We've been to scores with JD before.
They gotta, like, bust in
the
special
hot Russian girls, he just lets go walk right by.
No, yeah, and exactly. And you'll see, like, this enormous ass walrus on the sofa, and then maybe you'll see JD's feet somewhere buried in there.
I know that Lonnie will go out of his way. If we're doing something special down there and he knows JD is going to be there, he will bring in girls with gigantic asses.
Yeah.
Like for JD. Oh, my God. There was this, I think she was Puerto Rican one time. JD, she could have enveloped him in her ass. Like, he could have just fit into her crack, and he was in love. I mean, we didn't see him the rest of the night. He was off in the corner somewhere.
He went to go live in there.
What is it about the ass? I mean, I like a good ass.
I'm not an ass guy. I'm a bit way more of a boob guy than an ass guy. Are you, Ted? What are you?
I appreciate
whoever has Coke.
Yeah, whichever one is a better surface. Turn it off. I hate this.
Another really funny rap that JT did.
Oh yeah. Was his rap on rap?
Was it rap on Mike Jones?
Mike Jones?
Now, I guess we have to talk. I'll just play it.
Growing up, I haven't gotten a lot of attention with the ladies, and then finally, I've gotten some sort of level of fame. I don't even know if there's a level, but some people know who I am. But there's a song that I have that I listen to.
Aren't you that fat mush mouth from the Howard Stern show?
It's by Mike Jones. It's called Back Then. I think the hook is, back then hoes didn't want me, now I'm hot, hoes all on me. I can sort of relate to that a little bit, in a way. Not everything involved in this song, I don't have, my pockets aren't bulging and cash, and I don't have any
top
cars.
of your pants.
But, in the sense that I've gotten more female attention now with some sort of fame, it's sort of, that's what makes me, I connect with the song.
What?
Here it is. Back Then by Mike Jones.
So, let me get this straight. The hoes want JD now? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Teddy, is this true? The hoes want JD?
Yes.
Because,
I witnessed it.
The girls from Cleveland, when they get hammered,
I've witnessed it around the country.
Really? Because I have to say, I don't hang out at these block parties that much, but the one that Will and I were at Harris, the girls couldn't run away from him fast enough.
The Cleveland Sevens are all over him. What's with you over here? Is your fucking keyboard cleaner brushing off?
It kicked in. No, it's no. Honestly, yeah, that block party didn't work out for him. But
no, I mean, literally, he would walk towards girls and he would walk away. Like it was very sad. But I mean, JD was known. Let's not forget this. JD was known for a long time on the show as the 25-year-old virgin. I mean, that was like his calling card.
Yeah.
And then he finally lost his virginity to. I thought she was a...
She wasn't a prostitute.
She wasn't a prostitute.
No, she was just with the group of prostitutes.
Okay, so she was friend of
one of Dennis's friends.
Friends of the Bunny Ranch.
Yes.
Without actually being a Bunny Ranch girl.
Yeah.
And great. And listen, I'm not begrudging JD anything, but I love that this is the song he relates to.
Did she have a big butt?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
And I love JD singing. Do we have that? We didn't ISO JD singing? Yes, we did. I gave you the
This guy
clip.
sounds like he just did a bunch of whippets.
You're jealous, aren't you?
It says drop. I put it in Dropbox. JD drop.
Get it?
All right, we'll get it because we got some JD rapping. I love it. Anyway, I thought that rap was really funny. I also think we talked about that he picked like the worst Nirvana song in the fucking world. And he kept describing it as a giant mess, which I thought was funny. Like, why would you pick a song you call a mess?
And he couldn't have been more accurate in the description. Like, I've always been one of those guys that was so-so on Nirvana. Like, some of it I can deal with, some of it just sounds like fucking noise to me. And this song that he picked definitely falls into the noise category. Like, even listening back to playlist, it was hard to tolerate the song.
Yeah, no, I fast-forwarded through it. It was horrible.
It's terrible.
And I like Nirvana. JD...
But then you get that thing, like, sometimes with Nirvana where they were like... They were the cool band that, like, you know, we were teenagers, and it's like, yeah, I'm kind of in this, but half the time it just annoys the shit out of me.
Look, In Utero wasn't that good of an album.
Pearl Jam was always, like, a great
Pearl Jam is
They're
awesome. Nirvana, they blew the doors off with Smells Like Teen Spirit, or Nevermind, the album. In Utero was an okay album. Then they had a really great...
You got that shitty song out, by the way? Yeah.
Oh, this is a Nirvana song?
Yeah.
I just picture JD, like, bashing his head against the wall, alone in a room somewhere.
Or eating.
Hey, you want to hear a hacky joke?
Sure.
How does Kurt Cobain collect his thoughts?
He picks him up off the floor?
With a sponge!
Love it.
I was almost there. Yeah, by the way, Kurt Cobain shooting himself is the best thing that ever happened in Nirvana. Because I think it made him, like, legendary.
Oh, he should have... No, never mind.
And really, Dave Grohl went to the Foo Fighters, and I love
the Foo Fighters. Are great.
Yeah, they're freaking awesome. No, Nirvana was good, but let's face it, they were an album away from being a joke. We also learned that JD's dream as a kid was to write and direct a biopic about Freddie Mercury and Queen. Who knew that?
I didn't.
And why hasn't he done it yet? He's 34 years old.
Well, he hasn't directed anything.
I think
they're making one, I heard. Aren't they making
one? Well, I know that's when he goes, oh, now I hear that they're making one. And now I
Sacha
can't
Baron
do
Cohen.
it. Yeah. I was like, that's what stopped him.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. That's what stopped him. We made fun
shit
of
on him enough. I was going to say, same thing.
Should I go see if he's around?
You have a note on him about a fat Asian? He's obsessed with a fat Asian girl?
No, I was just saying, like, no. The joke was supposed to be, he said that he dated, like, a Korean girl. That was his first girl. And it's like, is that why he looks like a fat Asian now? Trying to relive his youth.
Hey, Will, here's a question for you. Matt in California, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Yeah, I was hoping, hey guys, I was hoping to ask Will, A, what did Ronnie say if Stephanie was a squirter? And B, there are ways to facilitate it. Has he ever tried with his wife?
I don't want to answer the question, but we are going to get Ronnie on the show, I think, in one of the later segments, so we will ask him and see what he's comfortable answering.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, thanks.
All righty, then. Iago in Franklin Square, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys, I agree with you on John Hine. He's always been a bit of he's douche of the week, too, by the way. He's always been a bit of a huckster, a bon vivant, the flim-flam, especially you.
What?
Actually,
define those, please.
He didn't actually create Jump the Shark, and with that, that dopey catchphrase, he didn't do it either. That's Christopher Russo when he goes, "Good afternoon, everybody. How else we gonna do today?" That's not.
Everyone's taking credit for that gold.
I know. I have a feeling Chris Russo's like, John, you can have it.
Yeah, right.
All right, John's a flim-flam man. That's coming from Iago.
And a huckster.
And well, yeah, he used like 50 adjectives there that I've never heard before in my life.
And Matt in Massachusetts has been on hold for a really long time to say that Benji and Elisa were annoying. Hit us, Matt.
Hey now. You know what? I'm actually in the minority, I think, of people that like Benji. But I just think since he's been dating Elisa, his shtick on the air isn't very funny. And the two of them together are just friggin' annoying. Like, Elisa Schwartz, I don't know. I don't know what it is about her. Like, she's good looking, but that good looking goes so far down the second she talks.
Yeah, that hasn't happened to me yet.
Yeah, I mean, dude, she is hot. Give us a call.
Oh, wait, Teddy's making a face.
Well, no, my thing is I just, I question her sobriety 24/7.
I question your sobriety.
Exactly. Right now we're questioning it.
I'm just saying, it's like...
Take another huff.
How could she be with him? There's got to be something there. I don't know.
Fucking Teddy.
She's running.
I question her sobriety.
She's running on 5 cylinders.
You're drunk 6 days a week. What are you talking about?
Not anymore.
You see Teddy and his wife walking down the street with like a wine bottle each in their hand. I'm worried about Benji's sobriety.
Can he hold it together, that guy?
Maybe you should have worried about Artie's sobriety.
Oh.
Hey, speaking, not where we got you in the spotlight here. We got
Thanks
some
a lot.
bets. I lost $100 to John last week. I didn't think Daniel Day-Lewis was going to win the Oscar.
Terrible
I know it was a terrible bet, but I really thought that people were sick of Lincoln and sick of him. And I took the field. So hey, why the fuck not? But I paid up. I gave him the $100. I put it in a card telling him I hope he retires and he should leave. Use his money to leave immediately. And Teddy, you have a bet we've had going on in the office for a while now.
Almost a year, yeah.
You made a bet with Ross Zapin. What was the bet?
It was when Facebook went public. If it was going to go above $30, and loser takes the other guy to Nobu.
Yeah,
which I'm still saving up for.
So pay up.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Are you really saving up for it?
Yeah,
No,
a special Nobu fund.
He's like, it's going to be like $500.
Go get Ross right now. Where
You
is
just
he?
went to
We'll talk about
$1,000 dinner the other
He's not
night.
here right now.
Where is he?
I think he's away.
Where?
On vacation.
In?
Somewhere.
Well, no, we're not giving locations. Calm down,
somewhere
Jason.
warm.
Tropical.
Yeah.
Well, if
He's
Ross
scouting the next radio show, okay?
No, I mean, the point is yes, he loves to remind me about it, and yes, I treat it like a wedding gift. I have a year to pay up, so
Getting close,
it's
my
getting
friend.
close. I think May is when I need to take him to lunch.
A lot of people do not. Every single call we have is Benji and Elisa.
They're
Leah,
not loved.
Pick
no,
them
they're
up.
not. Leah in New York, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey guys, great show.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to talk about Alyssa or Lisa or whatever her name is, and about her phone call into Cosmo Radio.
I don't know
You
about
guys
this.
know that?
No.
No.
So it was actually a news story. I guess she called Dr. Jen crying about her relationship with Benji and that Benji's never going to propose to her.
I'm surprised she doesn't call people every day crying
I
about her
smell
relationship.
shtick already.
Yeah.
Really? Who's she, Jessie from San Diego?
Right, so I'm wondering if, like, Benji's in the corner masturbating to it. Like, what is this all about? Like, they are just...
It's all about narcissism. That's the answer. That's what it's about.
It's all about hoping to get on a news story.
By the way, I love Jesse in San Diego. Jesse in San Diego is welcome to call this show at any time. I thought that was a brilliant display you had going on the Jay Thomas show. Tim in Washington, you also don't like Benji and Elisa.
That is correct, Jay. Hey, Jay, this is Dr. Death from Twitter. First off, I was wondering if you'd take a bong hit with me on Friday.
Oh, you the guy that asked me to Skype with you on Friday?
Yeah, would you?
It's so funny. I got a thing on Twitter goes, will you Skype with me and take a bong hit?
What are you guys going to jerk off in front of each other?
Circle jerk?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know about the Skyping thing. Maybe we'll do it. Well, we'll figure it out, Tim. Anyway, what's going on? What do you have to say about Benji and Elisa?
I agree with that last caller, man. It just reeks of fucking attention, man.
I agree. I'm with you. Go take another bong hit.
Nice.
Jason in Sacramento, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on, man?
You need to have another IQ test for Gary, because if you've noticed, like after that, he got that score. He kind of walked around all confident, and he didn't get all like uptight about people kind of goofing on him and stuff. But that's worn off now, and now he's back to the old super defensive and being like passive aggressive with Howard and stuff. So. Just seeing if anyone else has noticed that.
Gary's definitely on edge. I mean, we've talked about it. The office has, been stressful. Everyone's working extra hard, and so Gary's definitely been under more stress than usual. And I think he definitely has a shorter fuse.
Plus, he's a huge television star now.
We should lift him up.
Professional comedian.
We should be there as friends to lift him up.
What? No friend has ever lifted me up.
Never mind. I'm just never sober.
It's impossible.
Because they can't. Yeah, okay. Coming up. I have to tell you a little bit about my weekend, and Will had an interesting interaction with the little kid that lives a couple doors down.
And we had some fantastic Page 69s this week.
That's right. We should do, you know what? Coming up, Page 69. We're going to lead with Page 69. Give us a call, 888-STERN-101. You're not going to want to miss it. On Back Office Radio, only on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. When we ask you to stop by and say hi, prepare to be ambushed. Back Office Radio on Howard 101.
He's still wondering why we thought it was weird when he commented on worrying about somebody else's sobriety.
I want you to know that I haven't had a drop of alcohol since Sunday.
Yes,
that's impressive.
How about this weekend? You're not drinking?
That means tonight I'm getting after it.
Exactly.
Have you done anything else to be inebriated? Yeah, okay.
Puff the Magic Dragon here and there.
Welcome to Back Office Radio. I'm Jason
Smelling
Kaplan.
salts.
Smelling salts? No, God, no.
Will Murray, Teddy Knitter, Ted Microphone, and Alfred Ragone. Al still getting...
Oh, he doesn't like that.
You don't like that? I call you Alfred because your email address here is Alfred. And
I know. I wish I could change it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'd rather name my kid Ashley Madison to name my kid Alfred.
No way, that's fucking Batman's butler. That's a fucking cool name.
Alfred E. Newman.
Yeah, that makes it even worse, Jason.
Alfred.
Batman's
It has so much. When you think about Batman, when you say the word Alfred, the name Alfred, it has so much gravitas to it. It's like Alfred. You just get a vision of a.
Good. That's what you can name your kid. So to go along with his, fat hairy back.
No, son, don't go outside. You're named after Batman's butler.
You guys are making Al feel bad over
Dungeons and Dragons.
Al's a great name. I like Al.
Alfred Ragone. Alfred Ragone is what comes up when you email him here. All right, let's just jump right into page 69 because we have too many good stories.
Page 69.
Will, would you like to start?
Sure. I was in a conversation with Ganji, our own Mike Ganji, the other day, and he told me, we're coming up on a vacation week. I'm sure there'll be some great programming here in the meantime. Mm-hmm. And he said that, I said, what are you doing, Ganji? And he said, I'm going down to Florida because my uncle has a condo down there. I said, oh, that sounds good.
Awesome.
He goes, yeah, but I'm going with my mother. Okay, big buzzkill already. And she doesn't fly. So my mom, me, and my brother were driving down to Florida to go to my uncle's condo for the week. And I'm like, wait, how old are you, dude? What are you, like 7? What are you going to stop? Is he allowed to sit in the front seat? Like, he has to sit in the back with his brother the whole time?
Are you going to stop it south of the border?
I mean, it's just gotten sad with him. This is a guy that hooked up with, what's the porn star's name? The hot porn star?
Gina.
No.
She was hot.
The one that hooked up with Springer.
Sure it wasn't Gina something?
No.
The one that stopped being a porn star for a while, then became a porn star again?
Why can we not think of this?
Somebody call it. Somebody is a bigger fan of the show than us.
Call it. Kendra, thank you.
Kendra.
And now it's just like he's driving down to Florida with his mother.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like it's just sad.
You know what? He was one of these guys that dated one of our interns, one of our very young interns. He was in his 30s.
Very cute girl.
She had just turned
after her internship.
No, it wasn't anything on tour. But she was like 18, maybe 18 and a half, and he's dating her. She's very cute, and she ended up becoming very successful. I mean, she finished up school and went and got her master's or something in business, and then ended up getting this high profile financing job. And the second she started to make it, she dumped him.
Yeah.
And it's just like, now he's here. He's in his, what is he? Is he late 30s, early 40s?
Yeah.
Is he in his 40s?
Oh, mid-40s, I'd say.
Mid-40s?
Yeah. He overplayed his hand. That's what happened to that guy.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys, he had a great job here. He's getting lots of girls. He's like, oh, wait, I'll find the right one. And then all of a sudden, life kind of just passed him by in a weird way. And now he's asking his mother if she can pull over at the next rest stop so he can pee.
Mom.
Please.
240 miles till south of the border.
I can't hold it.
Put my station back on. I wanted to listen to Z100.
Mom, Mikey just hit me.
Where's the second Rescuers CD?
Are we almost there yet?
This is ridiculous. We're only in South Carolina.
I mean, no offense, Mike, but you're in your mid-40s, you're overweight, you live by yourself. I mean, where is this going? Where is
this going to end well?
You and JD should, become roommates or something.
So that was my first page 69.
That's a good one. I'm going to skip the second one here because this actually I'll do this. We'll do this together because you and I both heard this at the same time. Will, we heard a rumor that Steve Brandano, who has stopped drinking, is now telling people, so he's not hiding it, but is now telling people that he is back to drinking red wine.
Yes.
Only.
If one of the interns can take Steve's headphones off in the back office and see if he'll come in and address this, we'd love to know, because I fully blame back office radio for this.
Causing him to drink?
We finally drove him to drink again.
Well, no, but if it's anything like one of our other friends, Ben, who's been just trying a year-long goal.
It's almost there.
Right.
Take a week.
He's about ready to jump off that wagon and start drinking again, because it's been a year. So maybe Steve's following along.
I have to say that
Steve reached his goal, and that's where he is now.
I am insanely impressed by Steve's ability. Like, he just came in one day and he goes, I'm not drinking anymore, and he just stopped. And
incredible discipline.
It was like crazy. Where I'm like, yeah, right, it's going to last 2 weeks, and it lasted forever. But Steve, any truth to this rumor?
Yeah, it's not really a big deal. It's just more of a social thing of, I don't want to be like, I don't drink. So like when we went out with the guys, I had a glass of wine.
It is weird when you say you don't drink. Like, somebody automatically assumes there's an issue there.
Like you're a raging alcoholic.
That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid, and I don't think it's unhealthy for me to have a beer or a glass of wine here and there.
It certainly isn't. I have to say, I've seen, I don't want to blow his cover, but I've seen Steve drink a couple times over the last few months, but it has always been I'll grab a beer and sip, milk it for pretty much
I'm not
the whole
trying
night.
to hide this from anybody either. Yeah.
But so how is the expect? enjoy not drinking? I mean, have you noticed that? I know you hate when people say like, "Oh, you seem so much healthier" or something. But do you seem?
I'm over that now.
Okay.
I think there is something to every once in a while letting loose and
blowing off some steam,
getting effed up. But I'm not doing that. But I do miss that, and it would help with you guys. As you've broken down several times, you kind of know how I am with women, and I could get over things more if I was getting shit-faced.
Isn't that crazy that women have to get Steve drunk to get him in bed?
Right. Right, it is.
If Ben and I are trying to put together a staff beer pong tournament for mid-March to celebrate his 1 year ending of sobriety, can you play beer pong? Is that something you'd be into?
See, the last time we did a beer pong tournament, I didn't play in it because I would make the argument that I am a much better beer pong player when I am drunk. But I am not. I would put it out to the people that are playing to say, would you mind if Steve's playing but he's not really drinking? Again, I'd have a beer here and there and do what I usually do. But
my pregnant wife wanted to play with me. I said, no fucking way. You got to drink.
Why don't you? No, but this
she started drinking.
This is our downfall. This is why Will and I go through tables and stuff. But it's because you have a drink and you're playing, so you're double drinking. Why doesn't Steve just drink the cups that he has to
I don't care what else Steve drinks. He's got to drink the cups. If you're playing, you got to drink the cups.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. So yeah, I would sit out, and it can be for lesser people to win the thing.
There you go. Hey, listen, I love the breaking up of the Murdano team over there because
I
you
can
guys
understand why everyone would. Yeah,
you guys were on a roll, except for that one time JD and I beat you.
It's terrible. I mean, last time I played with my wife and we lost to my sister, who trips over her own feet.
No, you lost to your sister?
Yeah, I mean, it was the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me.
Anything else now that I'm in here, or I can go?
What else do we have? What did we bring up earlier?
Did the Delaware thing, the Miss Teen Delaware, did that really bother you?
Okay, yeah, but not in the way of like, oh, how could I think Will put it pretty well. I like to look at these girls that are in pageants as like, oh, look at how cute she is, and she's doing the questions,
pure
and got a talent, and like, a nice
sweet
wholesome girl, which I am into, So then, cut to a guy holding her head and going at her face. That's a difficult pill for me to swallow.
Maybe she was tired.
Difficult for her to swallow.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with you, you fucking slut?
But I didn't yell like that or anything.
No, of course
He was
not.
outraged.
Of course not.
This is called entertainment, but
And I've never told anybody, as Teddy said, to cancel this show. All
I didn't think so.
I'm trying to work, and I can't work with this. That's all. That's it. I'm not.
Did you yell at Tim to go back to his office to listen to it if you want to listen to it?
I won't speak to that. I will say I went to Tim's office and apologized to him after the back office radio and said, if anybody was yelling at anybody, they weren't yelling at you. They were yelling at the guys in the lock studio.
One final question.
Yes.
So we came up and we were trying to figure out who hates the show the most, and you won unanimously.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably me. Because I get the least airtime of anybody except here, where I get the most. Well, JD arguably get the most, and it's difficult. It's difficult.
It's awful airtime.
Because again, if it's Howard saying it, that's one thing, but you two saying it is a different thing.
You get very angry
for
when
me.
Howard says stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. But at least I know that I signed up for that. I did not sign up for this.
You know what? I'm just going to do this on the air. I was going to do this off the air. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because I'm like being dead serious right now. Like, you have seemed on edge more often than not. And I don't think it has just to do with this radio show. I mean, the littlest thing seems to set you off in ways that I've never seen that happen with you before.
I don't know what your examples you're pointing to, but I would say that unfortunately, and again, I'm not trying to whatever, but Jason, unfortunately, knowing that if I hang with you, that it's going to be diagnosed on this show, it has affected our relationship. So if it may be weird between you and I
don't think it's weird. It's just so funny. No, I don't think it's weird between you and I at all. And I didn't realize if we were hanging out any less. And I certainly don't think I've brought any private stories from us hanging out that you don't want.
You haven't.
Right.
It's just that to hear, I went out this weekend, and here's a weird thing. I don't know about this guy that we were with. He does all these fucking, like, I gotta listen to you break it down. If it comes between the chance of doing that or not hanging out, then I'm not gonna hang out.
Well, that's too bad. I feel bad about that.
And I feel bad too, but
in all seriousness, it's not just with me. I see it with other things in the office. You just seem on edge.
I think everybody in our office is more on edge than they have been in the past 6 months. Do you guys agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I'm going along with everybody else.
So everything's okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm in a really good place right now everywhere except here. I don't
know what you said in the office last week, but you left and Gary grabbed me and he goes, "That kid's got to get laid." I was like,
"Oh no!"
Actually, I again, you guys are out of the loop, but I actually don't need.
He's getting laid like crazy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh,
I guess, again,
have we
we're in a different. Yeah, we're in a different place with you, and I apologize.
I get the feeling that sometimes from Steve, like he's just too cool to hang out with.
Well, he always
I really do
like,
get that
no,
feeling. No, like yesterday when we were talking about New Girl, like you said, it's a great show, and like I'm just out of the loop kind of, and I just get the sense of like, you know, I'm at home with a family, and I'm just too lame to hang out with.
No, it's not. You're too lame.
And
to
like
hang
when
out
you just
with.
say like, oh, you know, I got a girl, you know nothing about it. I have a whole life going on outside of you.
Because I don't want to hear about
That's
it here.
ridiculous. You know what, Steve?
That's kind of
that's
dicky.
ridiculous.
It really is.
Dicky for me.
It's
kind of dicky for you guys to talk about me on the air every week.
You honestly believe if you start talking to me about a girlfriend you had and like, look, I don't want to need this on the air.
Think you guys
we would bring it up on the air.
I think you guys make comments all the time about stuff that's in our personal lives that is not bad, but I just don't want to hear it.
Well,
from you guys on the show.
Well,
so
enjoy, I guess.
But I don't think you're lame, Will. I do think you're in a different spot.
Kind of, but not really, particularly. I don't know. I seem to hang out with people.
When did the last time you hung out with Teddy? I hung out with Teddy 2 weekends ago.
When did we hang out, Ted? We went to that dinner.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't hang out as much, but that doesn't mean.
Yeah,
first, he lives in Queens. You live in Jersey.
But you're not
you could come
upset
out
with
if you
Teddy?
wanted.
You're not upset with Teddy at all?
Huh? Well, like I said, he lives in Brooklyn.
Okay.
You live in Jersey. I don't know. Like I said, it's a different feeling I get from him. I don't think he looks at me like I'm a tool.
I don't look at you like you're a tool, and I'm sorry.
So instead of telling us about your girlfriend off air and fear that we'll talk about it on air, you're now going to reveal
I have no girlfriend or anything.
that you're getting laid on air now? This is better?
No. I'm just telling you, I don't talk to you guys like I once did.
Well, that's sad.
I agree. It's what I said when you guys started the show.
No, I think our relationship had changed way before Back Office Radio, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't know what to say to that. I blame this show and nothing else.
Well, if you're getting laid and you're still this angry, I feel very bad for you.
No, stop it.
I don't care how you feel about it.
Exactly.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've had him on the phone. I didn't realize he was on the phone, so I apologize. So, Al, can we just jump right to our underreported news story of the week?
And now, the most overlooked Howard 100 News story of the week. It was the biggest weekend of the year for NASCAR with the Daytona 500. The Stern Show's biggest NASCAR fan, Ronnie the limo driver, was none too pleased with the race.
Sunday's race pissed me off, man. At the beginning, the first couple of laps, I mean, you got to be cool. It's a long race. It's 3-4 hour race, And Kyle Busch, I don't know what his problem was, what his rush was, and taking out, Casey Kane, and then he took out my guys. He took out Tony Stewart and Harvick both. And Harvick was on a real streak. He won the first 2 races there, and I'm friends with both of them, and it really pissed me off. I almost threw something at the TV, and I'm serious. I almost fucking threw something at the TV.
His TV's shaking.
And he goes, on his radio, Kyle Busch goes, "My bad, sorry." Yeah, okay. You just took out the whole goddamn fucking field of top cars.
Yeah.
That were favorites to win.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think that's cool, I don't think it's fucking cool at all.
Yeah.
My bad. Fuck you.
A strong opinion from Ronnie the limo driver.
Howard 100 News.
Now on the air to discuss his extreme anger at Kyle Busch and NASCAR and his television, it's the one, the only Ronnie Mund. Welcome, Ronnie.
What's up, guys? I thought you were calling me about something else.
Oh yeah, you know what? We should get to that right away, real quick. Before we move on. No, you don't have to. You don't have to answer the question. We just have to ask it.
We're not getting to that anything. We're not getting into that.
Is your girlfriend a squirter?
I didn't say anything of the sort on the air, did I?
No, you said you had to lay a towel down when she has sex. So I'm asking a question.
All I said was sometimes you have to put a towel down. That's all I said.
So you have.
He's not answering the question.
He has excessive ass sweat.
Let's move on to his BFF, Tony Stewart.
So what? The thing that struck Will and I is interesting.
I don't want to talk to Teddy. He's not part of the show.
Oh, sorry.
Ouch.
But I happen to watch the race, Ron. Come on.
Yeah, okay. You don't watch any race.
Bullshit. I watched the whole thing.
You watch motorcycle stuff. You watch motorcycle stuff, man.
I watched Danica lead for a lap. Come on.
Oh, wow. Danica. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what do you got? What do you guys need, man?
Well, it sounds like you're according to that news report, it sounds like you're very, very, very good friends with Tony Stewart.
I'm more good friends with Kevin Harvick than I am with Tony. I mean, we are friends. And
so, like, do you guys text back and forth?
Kevin will be actually driving for Tony next year. Tony owns it, you know.
Do you guys text back and forth, Ronnie?
What's that?
Like, do you have can you call him up now and say, hey, you want to hang out this weekend? That kind of friendship?
I've hung out with him. We've gone to Yankees. I've hung out with him in Florida. I speak with his wife. I text his wife all the time. She's just sent me a whole bunch of, swag. A whole box of swag. I was
going to say, in Ronnie's defense here, you don't even have that kind of relationship with Steve Mirandano anymore, Will. You can't even get him to hang out with.
It got sad real quick.
You know what? I'm listening. I was just listening to that whole thing, and it kind of sounds like back years ago when people used to say that about Howard.
What do you mean?
Nobody wanted to sit with him at the Christmas party. Nobody wanted to sit with him anywhere. They were all afraid to talk to him. It kind of sounds like the same thing, Will. You guys have that complex going on now, I think.
Well,
what are you talking about?
He's talking about how Brandano doesn't even want to confide in us that he might be seeing somebody because he can't talk to us like that anymore because he's afraid of our radio show. And he's saying that Howard went through the same thing where all of a sudden friends and people in his life got wary of having a personal relationship with him because of what he might say on the radio. I say to those people who did that to Howard and to our friend Steve Mirandano and anyone else in the office, I think it's sad. Steve is one of my best friends in life, not just here in the office, but I think that that's crazy. I would never betray Steve's trust. And I again, everything we talk about on the air is complete nonsense and silly. And but that's his issue, not mine.
I just missed it. Who was the driver that Ronnie likes? We got to look him up.
Kevin Harvick. All right, but you are friends with Tony Stewart. Hey, where is Tony Stewart from?
Indiana.
Oh, I knew that.
Not for you, dopey.
Yeah, Teddy, Jesus. Ronnie was right. Get the fuck off the air. We're going to do a Tony Stewart quiz.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Forget it now.
Go ahead.
Answering all the questions. Who's taller, you or Tony? Ronnie.
I think we're about the same height. If you turn around, there's a picture of him right where you're sitting.
Yep, we're looking right at it.
Is Tony a squirter?
Holding a picture of me.
Well, he is holding a picture of you. Hey, Justin in Saratoga, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? What? Say it again? Say that again, Justin?
Finger in his ass.
Wait, say that one more time, Justin. My bad. I hit the wrong button.
That towel is for Ronnie for when she puts her finger in his ass.
Oh.
I think it's for Stephanie's tears.
He's so fun.
For Stephanie's tears.
Ronnie, quick question. Isn't it true that after Tony came into the Black Cloud Diner, he crashed the next week?
Yeah, he crashed and he dislocated his shoulder.
And he was out for the rest of the season, right?
No.
Oh, I thought he was number one, and then he was out for the rest of the season.
Did you have to spoon feed him, Ronnie?
He wasn't out for the rest of the season, but he did not finish where he should have.
Hey, is Kevin Harvick that one that's dating Danica Patrick?
Say that again?
Is Kevin Harvick the
married?
Oh, he is? Oh, Danica Patrick is dating another.
What is Kevin Harvick's wife's name?
Delana.
God damn it. Maybe he is friends with these people.
Listen.
I am, dude. What? Call her up and ask her. She's a major fan of the show.
Is she?
Yeah.
Is Kevin a fan of the show?
Kevin's a major fan. Kevin was in the studio area about last year, actually. He was up there. Everybody met him except you guys, I guess.
All right. Well, you're really friends with... Hey, Ronnie, why don't you stay on with us while we do some more Page 69s? Because you might have seen some of this stuff. Will originally noticed this in the office. We're back to Page 69 here, that Richard Christie has been wearing... I didn't notice it today. I don't know.
Yes, today.
Okay,
too.
So it is now over a week of Richard Christie wearing the same pants every single day. He has these...
Well, it's the same jeans with that same design on the pockets. I don't know if he has 10 pairs of them.
No.
Oh, and that's the whole thing. I might wear the same pair of jeans for 5 days in a row, but you wouldn't know because I don't draw symbols on them or have any flourish. But he has very fancy jeans with all sorts of,
They're so
flowers
distinctively douchey that...
And you just notice them every day now.
Yeah.
And it's 7 straight days, minimum.
Yeah, it's got white embroidering on the back.
It used to be white.
You can't miss them.
Yeah, now it's like a light brown. It's kind of foul.
As long as we're talking about Richard,
Hold on.
Richard. I have an update.
Hold on, we got to play your new theme song. Hold on.
I have a theme song.
Yeah, you have a theme song now.
There he is. Look at him. He's getting the swagger on, kid.
Yeah. We don't need the elephant sound, Alfred. Thanks, dickhead. Asshole. I believe Richard Christie will be wearing those same jeans at least for a month.
What?
That's what I heard.
Oh. Is he like trying to set a Guinness record or something?
I don't know what he said. He said he doesn't like jeans don't wash properly or something. I think I heard him say he's going to put them in the freezer. I don't know.
What? Why would he put them in the freezer?
I don't know.
Fucking weirdo.
Thank you, JD.
I have two great Richard Christies.
Yeah,
and they got to go back to back. So everyone knows he has this dopey guinea pig, Taco, right? That he loves.
Taco.
I love Taco.
If you go to howardstern.com, there's a video of Taco on there.
So I guess, the other day they spent $60 on a car service because Taco needed to have its nails trimmed.
What?
And he's scared to do it. So it was $130 to take Taco to whatever you take a fucking guinea pig to go get their nails did.
Yeah.
You gotta take him to the vet, man.
You take him to the vet because he's scared to do it. So I don't know why he has to take a car service.
First of all, why do guinea pigs need to have their nails cut?
No, they could probably get too long. I get that part, but why can't he take the subway to the fucking vet? He goes, no, Taco likes the car service. But then, the best part of the story is, I guess, either that night or sometime after that, he got drunk and he dropped Taco on its head.
No.
In his apartment.
Oh, come on,
man. He dropped him in the toilet?
No, he dropped Taco right on the floor, right on its head. And he said he was so upset that he started crying and bashing his head against the floor.
Now,
Wow, Taco! Wow!
Wait, did he bash Taco's head against the floor? Or?
How do you find this stuff out?
We got our sources, Ronnie.
Oh, okay.
All right. Hey, thanks, buddy. And tell Kevin Harvick and what I am assuming is his beautiful wife, we say hello.
He's got to be fucking that guinea pig, right?
Beautiful wife, Selena. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. Did he bang his own head against the floor or the guinea pig's head?
His head. No, he loves the guinea pig. He felt very guilty.
I own 2 cats and a dog, and we just clipped the nails ourselves.
But more reason Richard Christie should never have a child.
Yes. I don't think you need to give any reasons. When we come back, we'll name our douche of the week. We already talked about an Angry Steve. I'm going to preview the Fat Guy show, which is coming back Monday night. And, of course, any staff grievances. We'll want to hear from any staffers who have grievances. Coming up on Howard 101.
You're listening to Back Office Radio with Will and Jason on Howard 101. You're listening to Back Office Radio. Got a problem with the show? Send us a 3-page email.
Ouch.
Welcome back to Back Office Radio, only on Howard 101. Still reeling from the Steve bombshell that we're not friends anymore.
No, we're friends.
Well, it's a different type of friend.
It is. That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
I guess Teddy got the Steve monopoly now. Lucky you,
Teddy's the coolest kid in the room, so he gets to keep the friendship.
Just, it happens.
You guys just sit around and talk about how cool Williamsburg is and shit like that.
Can't be quarterback forever, Will.
Oh, please. I was never quarterback.
Oh, yes, you were. Oh, my God.
I was the kicker.
He worshipped you for
Steve?
years.
Yeah, no. I mean, we were very great. We were great friends.
It's not like he owes his own job to you or anything like that. I'm just kidding. I love Steve. Whatever.
He's his own man now.
Adam in Indianapolis, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey, guys. I really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I wanted to touch base on Joan Rivers, and she's been on Sirius, it seems like at least 10 times at this point. As guys in the back, and is it must-listen to radio every time she's in at this point?
Yeah, I think I'm a Joan Rivers fan. I do know we have her on a lot. I know it's a knock we get on Twitter, but Joan Rivers, I mean, she is Hollywood. I mean, she goes back. She's old school. I think she's very funny. I think she's current. It's not, she doesn't come on and do the same 5 jokes. She's tuned into pop culture, and she's, sitting there, making fun of Justin Bieber and whoever else is big, in pop culture now. And to me, look, how much longer is Joan Rivers going to be on Earth? I think it's cool.
That's the thing. We always think her, her last appearance, that's going to be her last appearance.
We'll
and
never
she keeps
see
coming
her again.
back.
Yeah.
Plus, she's really she's actually like friends with Howard, so it's
she's friends, and she's a fucking legend. I mean, come on.
I don't know the history there. I know people give us grief, but
I find her funny. I mean, I know it sounds like almost pandering. Like, hey, I mean, she's a comedian. This is her whole life. But I respect the fact. What other comedian her age stays this tuned in to pop culture?
And she might be the only 80-year-old woman on Earth that I would actually have sex with.
Hell yeah. Tyler in Florida, welcome to Back Office Radio.
Hey there. Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, first off, I'd like to say I love your guys' show. I try to tune in every week. I would like to nominate my douche of the week.
Yes.
John Hine, because I feel that every time I tune into him now, he's just whining that he's not on long enough, even though he's like the AIDS of like Howard 101, and I'm just like,
did you say the AIDS?
The AIDS. Howard 101. I mean, he's just
well, you know why you hear him complain so much is because he complains on his 3 days a week on the wrap-up show, and then complains on the John Hines TV show, and then complains on Geek Time. He's got a lot of ample opportunity to complain.
He's busy with his TV show now, so he'll probably calm down.
He's very busy. Hey, we have a celebrity on the phone. And this is the one and only Jesse from San Diego, who, I guess, very phone call said Jay Thomas over the edge. Jay Thomas, of course, once threatened to hit me with a chair. So, Jesse, I appreciate you getting under his skin.
Yeah. I mean, I was just calling in as a fan, and yeah.
You call every goddamn show you're an asshole.
Fuck you, Jesse from San Diego.
Now, if you guys didn't hear the whole thing, he only cussed me out for 2 minutes while on the phone. Then he hung up on me and cussed me out for another 3 minutes.
Wowzers.
Well, I don't know what you did to him, but that's pretty funny. And do you call shows all the time? And what did you do? Yes, Al is shaking. Al works on all the shows here. Al, Jesse calls all the time. Is he a bad caller, Al?
No, he's a good caller.
But what
he does call every
Does he
show.
promote something? Is that the issue?
No, he literally listens to and calls every show.
So he's angry that he's like an active listener.
Yeah, he used to call. At one point, he called Jay's show every single week.
And did he have something to say?
Yeah, whatever topic we were talking about, he had something to say about it.
And that bothered Jay. Why?
Because Jay never wanted to talk to him, and he was fascinated that every time we hung up on him, he kept calling back.
I would really love if Howard would do this rap with Bobo.
Yeah, now see, there's somebody. Hey, Jesse, you can call Back Office Radio whenever you want, brother.
Hey, Jason, though, after the third time that I was on the line, the call screener told me, he said, they're not going to get to your call. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Jason? Oh, sorry, yeah.
So I said, I'll just wait to hear what they say next, and I'll call back. And then that fourth time was when Jay was saying that they've told me 1,000 times never to call back. They've never told me once.
All right. You know, I gotta say, Jay should be thanking God people are calling. It's scary when you're doing a radio show and you look at the screen and you know, there's no callers up. Like, you know,
what show does that happen on?
You know,
none here at 101.
No, we're all phones jam packed all the time. But I have to say, like, you know, you should be thrilled that people are calling.
Uh-oh.
All right.
I hear music.
Douche of the week, let's name it. We all talked during the break, and our phone callers pretty much. So it is Benji. We're not going to play the Douche of the Week sounder because we're running out of time. But Benji, congratulations. Multiple-time winner of the Douche of the Week award. I think all the staffers came down and aired their grievances. Will?
Yes.
What do you got going on? Well, we don't have highlights.
No, I sit at home like a lame dad these days. I thought you were going to say what I was doing this weekend.
I'm in the home buying process, and my wife and mother are with the inspector right now.
Ooh, so we'll hear how that goes.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Ted, how much are you drinking this weekend with Steve?
As much as humanly possible.
There you go. You heard it here first. Hopefully we'll be back next week with another edition of Back Office Radio, but until then, keep making fun of everybody there, America. Only on Howard 101.